Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Umineko Chapter 6. We just appear to have been teleported to an unfamiliar room. At least one George and Jessica are unfamiliar with is what they're claiming to perceive. Of course, it could be magic and therefore something we immediately dismiss, and it probably is. But let's see if there's any interesting character moments or something we can learn from here. Just where... Ah, here we go. Is this place? See what I mean? I don't know where they are.
Jessica Chan and
Canon-kun? And Shannon? Where's Shannon? I'm right here, George-sama. This is an unusual twist. And I'm here. Milady? George-sama? We apologize for bringing you to a place like this. The heck is going on? Just when Shannon took out something that looked like a butterfly wing and it started shining. It's the same thing happened to me. Canon-kun took out his golden butterfly brooch thing. It started to sparkle and Milady, George-san, first off, please allow us to apologize. And please stay calm. Stay calm, stay calm. Something strange is about to happen. That strange thing will probably test us. Test us? Do you mean the trial you were talking about? That we had to overcome if we wanted to be together? The miracle you needed? Is that it? A trial? Jessica doesn't know what the fuck's going on. I haven't explained it to you yet, milady. God damn it, Canon. Never say stay calm. It's the first step to causing people to freak out. Yeah. If you don't want to freak out, don't say stay calm, because people who stay calm. If someone has to say stay calm, that usually means there's a reason not to be calm. My apologies for not explaining shit to you, Jessica. It's kind of my own fault for rejecting you so thoroughly. Hey, what's up, my dudes? But please, if your words just a second ago were the truth, please lend me your strength. I'll give it everything I've got, so please. I don't understand a thing that's been happening. Do you know something, George, Nissan? A bit. I'm as surprised as you by what's happening now. However, if they're saying it's an unavoidable trial, and we're essential for it, I intend to take on whatever may come. Alright, George and Jessica, time to fight to the death. A trial? Canon-kun. The brooch? Yes. The two of them brought the halves of the broken golden butterfly brooch closer to each other. As they grew closer, the strength of their bright yellow radiance increased. Jessica-chan, I want you to prepare your heart as well. I am already prepared. What do you mean? Be ready for anything. I don't have a clue. Just be ready for anything, Jessica. It's easy. Just say be ready and people will be ready. What the hell's going on? Sorry, Jessica. We don't know either. It's a trial. This is so vague. You can't just say it's a trial. A test for a pair of those who love each other. George spoke these awkward-seeming words quickly and easily. It was such an embarrassing line that Jessica couldn't help turning red. But the expression on George's face, which was so serious it was almost grim, forced her to tense up as well. Guess it's a dang... Well, what? There's been no murder. There can't be a Danganronpa trial. But someone's probably going to get murdered at the end of those. Shannon and Cannon were just as serious. With a glow in their eyes as though they were taking part in a sacred duel, the pair of them brought the two gold butterfly wings together. Then the wings they held became a single brooch and regained their magical power. An even more intense light filled the room, and the scene was burnt into the retinas of all present. As the brooch shattered and two shining things flew out of it.
人は愛のために生きるのです。
So it's not a grief seed? Alright. Well, people live for the sake of
そう
love.
愛こそは世界なり。
Yes. This world is love itself.
愛の力のなんと偉大なことか。
How great is the power of love?
愛こそはすべてなり。
Love is everything there is. Suddenly the voices of two people they'd never heard before rang out. Where was it? What was it? Who are they? Oh, it's these two. George and Jessica nervously opened their eyes, and when they did, they saw that two demons had appeared there. What are these? The Dioscuri? Almost as though the Gemini, sorry. Let's not call them by Dioscuri, since that doesn't work as well here. Almost as though the two halves of the brooch had become them.
おや、おかしいぞフルフル。
Oh, that's weird,
ど
Fufu.
うして我らはこのようなところに？
Are we doing it in a place like this?
本当に不思議ですわ。ゼバル。
It really is strange, Zafar. That's Zafar? Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Wait. Let me just check which pillar he was. I think I know what pillar he is. He's one of the... Is he the pillar in, Seraph? Man, this guy just can't catch a break. I feel sorry for Zapar. He's the demon god pillar that got rolled by Kiara in Seraph. And now he's like a very strange looking character. Trapped being the equivalent of what, Cupid? Life is hard for this demon, man. He just can't catch a break. Duck being a fairy of love. Alright. Well, it is really strange, the par.
人間と家具しかいない。
There's no one but humans and furniture here.
魔女はどこ？
Where's the witch?
私たちを呼び出すにふさわしい。
Where's
魔
the
女
witch
の姿はどこに？
capable of summoning us?
ああ、僕たちは契約の魔女の名前をよく覚えているはずさ。
Ah, yes. We remember the name of the witch of the contract really well, don't we?
呼んでみようじゃないか、フルフル。
Let's try calling it out, Furfur.
そうね、ゼバル。
Right,
私
Sapar.
たちは契約の魔女。黄金の魔女の名前を知ってい
We
る。
know the name of the witch of the contract, the Golden Witch.
じゃあ呼んでみよう。
Let's try calling her.
ベアトリーチェ
Beatrice. Alright. Considering their exaggerated theatrical manner and their slightly comical style of talking, it'd probably be hard to comprehend their great power at this point. And here comes Beatrice. Both of them! When two demons called Beatrice's name, a cyclone of gold butterflies picked up through the room. It took the form of two golden witches.
あれベアトリーチェが2人だわ。
There's two Beatrices?
僕たちだって二人だもの。
Well, there's two of us as well.
ベアトリーチェがたまには二人だっておかしくはない
Why
さ。
shouldn't there be two Beatrices every now and then? Well, heck, why not three?
こやつはわらわの分身にして妹だ。
Oh, this is my double and little sister.
二人は同じにして一人と同じ。
We two are the same, and as a single person.
はじめまして。
Nice to meet you.
お久しぶりです。ベアトリーチェ様。
It's been a long time, Beatrice-sama.
私は夢
I'm dreaming? Sorry, yes and no, Jessica. Yes and no.
同感だね。
I feel the same.
しかし呆然自失するには
Still, it's too
Not
early to
right.
get dumbfounded. Unlike Jessica, George had maintained his composure even during this bizarre scene. After all, Shannon had already told him what would happen next.
契約の悪魔たちよ、久しぶりであるな。
Demons of the contract, it's been too
ゼ
long.
パル、
Zapar?
それにフルフル。
And you too, Furfur.
ああ、お久しぶり。
Zapar, a proper name for a demon, Furfur. Sounds like the name of the demon's pet imp.
君は相変わらず元気そうだね。
Oh, long time no see. You seem to be in high spirits as always.
それにしても可愛らしい妹君。
Oh, what a cute little sister you have.
潤んだそのみずみずしい瞳は水蜜糖の味がするんじゃないかしら。
I bet those teary, juicy eyes taste like white peaches.
あ、
Well,
どうでしょうか。
there. Zapar and Furfur latched onto Beato from either side wearing strange smiles. Each movement they made was exaggerated and yet polished as though they were acting out a play.
それくらいにしておけ、契約の悪魔たちよ。
Leave it at that now, demons of the contract.
その悪ふざけも今宵限りで見納めとはな。
To think that tonight will be the last time we see that mischievous spirit.
寂しいものだ。
It'll be dearly missed.
見納めとは。
Last time?
僕たちのよりしろのブローチはもう壊されてしまったからね。
Well, the brooch, our vessel, has already been destroyed.
つまりこれでもうお役御免というわけ。
In other words, our role is finished after this. Oh, that's what you get. They did blow up the they did blow up the brooch.
今まで本当に楽しかったわベアトリーチェ。
Fun, Beatrice.
でも契約時の取り決めでね。
However, it was decided when the contract was
最
made.
後の別れにもう一度だけ力を貸さねばならないと決まっていたのさ。
It was decided we must lend our power one more time before our final farewell.
だからこれが正真正銘最後の奇跡。
So this is truly the final miracle. Oh?
愛の奇跡は一度で十分。
Once is enough for the miracle
だ
of
って
love.
永久の愛に二度目は不要なのだから。
After all, eternal love will never be needed a second time, surely.
そういうわけだ。
And there you have it.
愛し合う男女たちよ。
Lovers.
ここに集いしは奇跡なくして恋を成就できぬ呪われし者たち。
Those gathered here have been cursed to have unfulfilled love unless a miracle occurs.
その奇跡を与える黄金蝶のブローチの力は泣こうがわめこうが今宵限り最後のチャンス。
Alright, your last chance is the power of a golden butterfly brooch, which can grant such a miracle. And like it or not, this chance is limited to this evening.
それは一組のつがいにしか与えられぬ。
This miracle can only be given to a single pair.
僕は
I
負けない
won't
よ。
lose. Alright.
お互い頑張ろうね。
Let's both give it our all. Shannon and Canon exchanged serious gazes. Both had already readied themselves to fight for the sake of their love. And I'm just sitting here thinking, aren't Shannon and George already engaged? And like, Canon has like spoken to Jessica personally once? And other than that is like 500% professional? Seems very strange, but alright.
よくわからねえ
I
けど
don't really
よ
get it.
おかしな悪魔の力なんて世話になる気はねえぜ
I don't want to borrow the power of some strange demon. Jessica was finally starting to figure this place out. These demons were probably planning to pit her and Canon against George and Shannon.
はっきり言わせてもらうが余計なお世話だぜ
Let me be clear, this is none of your
私
business.
とカノン君の仲は私とカノン君でどうにかする
Canon-kun and I can handle our relationship by
怪
ourselves.
しげな悪魔の世話になんかなる義理はさらさらねえぜ
I shouldn't have to put myself in the debt of some bizarre demons. I don't hate her perspective. Alright.
お嬢様聞いてくださ
Milady,
い
please listen.
この試練を乗り越えなければ
If we don't overcome this trial,
僕たちは結ばれ
we
ない
can't
の
be
です
together. That's the dumbest BS I've ever heard.
ジェシカ、
Jessica
受け入れ
accepted.
よ。
How about no?
それが家具の実で人間と結ばれようと願う身の程知らずに課せられる唯一の試練なのであ
This
る
is the only trial that could possibly be imposed on upstart furniture wishing to be joined with a human.
家具とか人間とか
More of this stuff about furniture and humans?
勝手に言ってろってんだ。
Don't butt in.
私たちには何の関係もねえぜ。
This has nothing to do with us.
お嬢様にはまだ話していないの？
Still haven't told milady?
どう説明すればいいか
I don't
わから
know.
なくて。
How am I supposed to explain it?
カノン君もシャノンもジョージ兄さんも
Canon-kun, Shannon, and you, George
ど
Nissan?
うしてこんなうさんくさい話に耳を貸してんだ。
Why are you listening to these creeps?
人の恋路を邪魔するやつは馬に蹴られて死ねって決まってんだぜ。
No one can stand in the way of a person's love. At the very least, tell these weird demons to fuck off.
なんで悪魔たちに認められなきゃならねえんだ
Why
よ。
do we have to please these demons? Honestly, Shannon, I don't know either, but I feel like you're asking for the viewers. Honestly, that's not a bad device to give to have Canon underinform Shannon so that she has to ask all the questions the viewer wants to have answered.
余計なお世話だぜ。
It's none of their business.
さては困った分からず屋がいたもの
Well,
よ
it seems we have quite a troublesome blockhead among us.
このままゲームを始めてもよいがそれではフェアとは言えぬな
We could begin the game like this, but that would hardly be fair.
説明してあげてもいいのではないでしょうか
Didn't you explain it for her?
私にもよくわかりません
I don't understand it that well myself.
ジェシカさん
Alright,
と
we have
カ
two
ノンさん
people here
の
for
声
this
に
now.
何か問題でもあるというのですか
There's some kind of problem with the love between Jessica-san and Kanon-san?
やれやれ
Oh my.
どうやら君も君たちも何も分かっていないようだね
Seems you and the others understand nothing at all. Yes, that's right. I don't understand anything, Zapar.
私たちに祝福されれば二人の恋をゆっくり育むことができるの。
Our blessing, the pair can cultivate their love at their leisure. I wonder what these guys' descriptions are. Have they been formally introduced? Here we go. Zapar, one of the 72 great demons, controls love and tests others through trials. Zapar bestows an ultimate defensive barrier of immortality upon the maker of the contract, giving them enough courage to unflinchingly face any wounds love might cause. A hunter of love who likes and preys upon tame boys is of a different gender than Furfur. One of the 72 great demons controls love and tests others through trials. Furfur bestows endless, inexhaustible offensive power upon the maker of the contract, giving them enough courage to fearlessly overcome any barriers for their love. A trainer of love who teaches tame boys the taste of flesh is of a different gender than Zapar. Alright. Alright, they didn't define what gender either was. Also, I know her description says, the description for Furfur says, teaches tame boys the taste of flesh, and I'm just like, there's like 3 ways to take that at least. One of them is that it's a dude. One of them is that it's murdering people and giving them raw meat. Yeah, Hannibal Lecter style. Could just be cooking up some people. Those are the 2 funnier ones that I'm thinking of. I'm like, alright. Interesting. Okay. I don't know which demon I like more. They're both pretty creepy. So with Furfur and the Zapar's blessing, the pair can cultivate their love at their
うさん
leisure.
くさい悪魔も何にも関係ないわ。
No need to worry about suspicious demons.
でももし僕らに祝福されなければ
However, without our
君
blessing,
たちの恋路は消えてなくなり枯れてしおれて消えてしまう
your love will vanish, disappear, wither, and decay. Okay, let's ask some questions of Zapar and Furfur. Is this the case with every other pair in existence? What about Jessica's parents? What about George's parents? You know, did they have the blessing of Zapar and Furfur? Do they need it? Oh, no? They're fine? Fuck off! Pretty straightforward question, right?
なんでそんなことが言えるんだよ。
How the hell are you so sure? Good question, Jessica. From the reader's perspective.
運命だから。
Because it's fate, you claiming that a demon is responsible for fate.
認めないのも自由。抗わないことだって自由。
You're free to choose not to accept it, free to choose not to resist it.
抗わないとどうなるんですか?
What happens if you choose not to resist it?
恋路が終わる
That love will end.
と抽象的な言い方では納得するま
Perhaps an
い。
abstract explanation isn't so convincing.
はて、どう説明すればそなたの運命の袋
Well,
小
now,
路を説明できる
How
のか
could one explain the dead-end fate you're in?
後宮ジェシカ。君が信じているよりはるかに。君たちの未来は善と多難。
Ushiromiya, Jessica, a future shared between the two of you would be far more grim than you realize.
魔法の奇跡が得られなかったなら必ずや二人に災いが訪れるの。
If you don't gain the miracle of magic, disaster will most certainly befall you. Okay?
そしてそれが
Do I believe that?
たぐれただれ
Especially when the game's about denying the existence of magic? Then it will cover you, fester
二人を
within,
破綻させる
and split the two of you apart.
わらわもその過程を詳細に語るほど無粋で
Even
は
I
な
will
い
not be so boorish as to describe the details of that process. Yes, Jessica, who's spoken as person to person with Canon, might break up with him in the future, surprising literally nobody. Like, okay, they aren't even a couple. Canon literally ran up to you and just asked for you to join him in like a fight to the death against his sister after confessing his love to you. Like, I don't even know what the fuck's going on. I'd be like, what? Like, like she's like 18 and just kind of said she was into him, not like, I want to marry you, we should be together for the rest of our lives. It's a little bit of a 1 to 500 miles an hour situation where you're like, sorry, what about the other 499 miles an hour? Don't we need to accelerate?
しかしジェシカが信じぬというなら破綻の最後だけ
However, if you
語ろ
don't
う
believe Jessica, I'll tell you how it ends.
カノンは使用人をやめこの島を去る
Kanon will stop being a servant and leave the
永
island
遠にな
forever. Dun dun dun.
君は島を出て思い人を探す旅に出るだろうね。し
You'll
かし
probably
それ
leave the
は
island
決し
yourself
て報われない。
in search of the one you love, but such a venture will doubtless be in vain. Okay. I'm just sitting here like, and? I mean, based on the futures we've seen, after, like, tonight, literally nobody comes back to the island. Almost every single person does not come back to the island. Like, the only person who returned to the island was NJ, and she didn't even attend this year. What do you mean? They're not going to return. Of course they're not going to return. Nobody returns to this island unless fate's averted. It seems like Zapar's just manipulating people's perspective. Like, he's like, you're gonna leave the island and never return. And it's like, yes, if they go to the quote-unquote Golden Land, they will have left and never returned. If they die on the island, they'll presumably have their spirits leave the island and never return. Like, yeah, sure. You need a miracle, but not a miracle from Zapar. Like, Zapar's not gonna save you all from dying in one of these game board iterations. I don't really see how this one works. Even if it's true, they're just likely to die anyway, regardless of what Zapar and Furfur decide here. So it seems like it's not really a relevant wish. So a venture in search of the one you love will be in vain. Okay.
そうしてあなたは は
You
嘆
will
いて
mourn
恨
and
むの。
hate.
誰を？
But hate who?
あなたを。
You.
僕をかい？
Me?
いいえ、今のあなたを。
No, the you of this moment. With a dramatic gesture, the two of them pointed at Jessica. They were saying that if she left, the person left with regrets would be Jessica herself.
何を
The hell are you?
言ってやがる。
What are you saying? This makes no. I'd be Jessica. I'd be like, this makes no sense. But Jessica's at peace and doesn't know what the fuck's
思い
going
人
on.
を失ったあなたはその時気づくわ。
When you've lost the one you love, you'll realize
思いを遂げる試練を逃げたあの時の自分が憎いって。
you'll realize how much you hate the person you were when you ran away from the trial to complete that love.
そうさ、僕たちは未来の君からのメッセンジャー。
Here's a neat trick, Jessica. Never trust demons. They're always lying to you. I know it's not. I know it's a complicated concept, but if you just ignore them and punch them in the face, or run away, it usually does the trick. They aren't real.
どうか今のこの瞬間を君の恋に真剣になって戦いに臨んでほしい。
Messengers from the you of the future, at this very moment, please take your love seriously and fight. Okay.
もしあなたが未来の自分のメッセージに耳を
And
貸
if you
さ
don't
ないな
listen
ら
to the
ば
message of the you from the future, Jessica, be more skeptical. Oh, the demons look so happy. Why would happy people ever lie to us? That's right. You'll never get scanned by a happy person. No siree. The guy telling you that he'll make all your wishes come true is absolutely not a con man. He's telling me I'll make millions in a week if I just give him my life savings. All I gotta do is just hand him my bank details, and we'll all be filthy rich.
王を飲み込
Why
む
my
愚かな
details?
蛇
Don't
は
know.
そのままどんどん飲み込み続け。
The foolish snake eating its own tail will keep on gulping.
永遠の苦悩の輪廻は自らを飲み込み消えるのみよ。
The endless cycle of suffering will swallow you, and you'll simply vanish.
わけが
The hell are you talking about? Jessica's confusion showed on her face as anger. However, a memory of something she'd heard a long time ago welled up in the back of her mind. Unlike Nason, I don't plan on working here for many years. Is this seriously what's going to convince us? Oh boy. After a few years, or possibly... If Nason ever decides to stop working here, I think I'll stop working too.
カノン君
Canon-kun? I mean, if Canon-kun is just like, yeah, fuck working here, Shannon's leaving, I'm gone too, and he actually likes Jessica, he wouldn't fucking quit, right? Like, let's just think for 5 minutes. If Canon-kun is seriously thinking, if Canon-kun seriously thinks that following Shannon is more important than this supposed love of his life, Jessica, why on earth, like, why on earth would he think he actually care about her? Like, shouldn't it be easy? Jessica's the love of his life. Shannon's running off to be with George. You just get, okay, have fun, Shannon. We'll catch up later. And then you just hang out with Jessica and, like, you know, visit Shannon and George on holidays or some shit. Like, I don't see how this is complicated. Right? Like what's so difficult about this? Why is Canon making this sound so difficult? Why does Jessica think this is even a problem? It's not like he's tied to anyone. He doesn't even have parents, so he can do whatever the fuck he wants. But he's like, you know what? We need to have this duel. Why are we having a duel between you? Why are we having, like, some crazy duel? Well, you see, if my sister wants to marry George, she's gonna leave. And if she leaves, well, I want to go with her. Wait, so you like her more than... You want to be with her more than you want to be with me? No, I like you more, so I need you to beat up Shannon. And you're like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, is this not a stupid conclusion? From Canon, he's like, I'm gonna follow Shannon wherever she goes. Okay? But I really like you. Okay, so please, beat up my sister so she doesn't leave so we can be together. And it's like, can you not separate from her? Yes, I can, but I choose not to. So you're choosing her over me? Yeah. Okay. You ever consider just splitting up and visiting occasionally? Or like maybe we both go somewhere? Nah, that's not possible. Okay. Seems really weird, but alright.
そなたが魔法の奇跡をシャノンとジョージに譲るなら
Yeah, if you give up on the miracle of magic and hand it over to Shannon and
二人は
George,
結ばれ
they'll be
島を出
joined
る
and leave the island. Great for them.
そしてカノンもまた
Following that,
Simao.
Canon will leave the island. Dude, if Canon's gonna abandon you to hang out with his sister, I'm just gonna say he doesn't give a fuck. It doesn't really make any sense. Okay, Canon. You know, what say you to us hanging out, exploring this relationship, and then maybe going to see George and Shannon on holidays or moving to wherever the fuck they live later? Yeah? How's that sound? No? That's dumb?
そ
Alright.
れは避けぬ運命なのだ
That's fate and it's unavoidable. My question is, why is Canon so stupid?
では
What if,
魔法の奇
what
跡
if
を
they
得ら
obtain
れ
the
たなら
miracle of magic?
無論カノンは島にとどまりいつまでもジェシカのそばにいる
Well, of course, Canon will remain on the island by Jessica's side for all time, aka we'll murder them both and bury them in the ground beside each other. Sounds great.
ジェシカが望んだ音楽活動とやらも一緒に始められるだろう
He'll probably start learning music with Jessica as she desires.
それ以上の関係にどう進むかは愛し合う二人の問題だ
How the relationship will progress afterwards is a matter for the two lovers.
ジェシカが望むように二人だけでゆっくりと関係を育めばよい
They can deepen their relationship slowly by themselves as Jessica wanted.
ただ
But
その場合は私とジョージさんもまた結ばれません
if that happens, George and I won't be joined. I don't really see why. I don't see the reason for the magic either. God damn it. And I was already on NJ's side where I was confused why we needed magic. And now I'm even more confused that we're playing out this scene and it's like, why do we need the magic?
僕たちは自らの
Fate
幸せな
demands
未
we
来を
fight.
かけて
You know what? I'm just gonna shut up and read.
戦
Alright.
わねばならぬ
Putting our
運命
happiness and futures on the line.
ふ
Are you
ざけ
kidding
るなよなんだよそれ
The
つ
hell?
まり自分たちが結ば
If
れ
we're
れば
joined, the other pair will
必ず
split
相手が
apart.
破綻するのかそんな悪魔のゲーム冗談じゃねえぜ
What kind of demon's game is this?
間違えるな
Don't be
そな
mistaken.
たらが奪い合うゲームではない
You won't be taking something from the
黄
other.
金蝶のブローチの力がなければそもそもどちらの恋も実らぬ運命なのだ
Without the power of the brooch, neither love is fated to bear fruit.
誰がそんな運
And
命を
who
決
the
めた
hell
んだよ
decided that?
恋を許されぬ家具に恋したそなたらの罪ゆえにだ
It is due to your sin of falling in love with furniture, which is not allowed to love.
カノンはそなたにはっきりと家具は恋をする資格がないと拒
Didn't
んだは
Canon
ず
clearly reject you, saying that furniture was not qualified to love?
そなたはそれを承知でカノンを恋の相手に選んだのだ
And yet, knowing that, you chose Canon as the one you love?
知らぬとは言わせぬ
I won't let you get away with saying you didn't know. This is where Jessica's like, are you bloody stupid? Like, come on, man. Though she couldn't accept any of it, Jessica was unable to argue back. Then George spoke up with that soft tone he always used to smooth things over. However, his expression was ruthlessly serious.
ジェシカちゃん
Jessica-chan.
こう考えないかい
Think of it this way. What the fuck is George on board with this for?
考えるって
Think of it what way?
何を
僕はね
I
ど
love
んな試
Shannon.
練も障害も
I'm prepared to overcome any and all trials and match obstacles that stand in the way of us being together. George, do you not realize how stupid this is? Like, what a farce this idea is?
君はどうだい
What about you?
そりゃ
I'm not so weak I'd lose that easily.
多少のことでへこたれる。
なら、
Yep, that's it
そう僕たちは
exactly.
今試されているんで
At
す。
this moment, we're being tested. What is this actually supposed to be in real life? Like, they're having some argument? Yeah, George is just like, I don't know why I'm here. Like, all I know is I gotta kill someone, so I guess you're getting the axe, Jessica, if you don't concede. Like, alright.
どれだけ気持ちの強さを示せるかということをね、
We're getting tested to see who can display the strength of our feelings more strongly.
ジョージ兄さんはこのわけのわからな
Are
い
you
話
saying
で
you actually support this crazy plan of theirs? I agree, Jessica, it's pretty stupid, but
納
alright.
得なんか必要ないよ。
Doesn't matter whether I support it or
僕
not.
はシャノンと結ばれるために全ての試練と障害と戦うことを婚
When I
約
gave
指輪にかけ
Shannon
て
this
誓った
engagement ring, I swore to fight all trials and barriers that stand in my way. Okay, be my fucking guest. This is complete nonsense and isn't
どんな
real.
理不尽な到底理解できない試練であっても
No matter how unreasonable or incomprehensible these trials might be,
僕に
I can't
退
choose
くと
to
いう
avoid
選
them.
択肢はないね。
George spoke clearly and then looked at Jessica with a cold gaze. By now, Jessica almost understood. If she kept grumbling and avoiding this demon's trial, the game between the two groups would automatically end with her defeat by default. Honestly, if I'm in Jessica's position, I'd just say, you know what, George? Fucking take it. If this dipshit wants to fucking leave me and the island, if you and Shannon get engaged, fuck him. He clearly doesn't value me that much. Like, we barely know each other. And this is what you think? And he thinks I'm just gonna, like, run away with him immediately? He's unwilling to go with me if you two are together? Like, what? Get out of here. It's like if I was Jessica, I'd be like, yeah, this Cannon guy's cute, but like, the fuck? Like, he's making the choice of his own free will to leave the island if you two go together. Why on earth would I stop you? I want you to have a good time. If this Cannon guy just doesn't give a... Like, Cannon's not even acting like he gives a fuck about me. He's just like, well, you said you liked me, so if you really like me, guess you gotta do this and break their relationship. I'm like, what? That doesn't make sense. Alright. If she kept grumbling, the game between the two groups would end with her defeat by default. In other words, George and Shannon would win. Fuck it, George, take that dumb bitch. Like, take them both. Then they'd gain the miracle of magic, their love would be completed, and Jessica and Cannon would split apart, with Cannon eventually leaving the island and never seeing her again.
僕にとって
Nothing would make me happier
君がこの試練を辞退してくれるなら
than
こ
to
れ
see
ほど
you
嬉し
step
い
out
こ
of this
とはない
trial.
君と
That way I wouldn't
戦
have
わ
to
なく
fight
て
you.
済むからね。
Honestly, if George and Jessica both end up dead here, that would be really funny. And an amusing twist, where I'm like, alright, Cannon and Shan, you got your dumb wish done. They're both dead. Happy now?
そして
I'm hoping it ends in death.
君のカノン君への思いは
It would be kind of boring if
その
nothing
程
else
度のものだ
happened.
ったんだねと
That would
寂しむ
show
こ
the
とにな
limits of
る
your feelings for Cannon-kun. I wouldn't have to fight you, and you could show... And Cannon would know you don't... Like, what? It would show the limits of your feelings? What do you mean, limits of my feelings? Like, why are we fighting in the first place? Please explain! It seemed as though George spoke ruthlessly, but he was actually being exceptionally fair. If Jessica lost by default, she'd never be able to clear away her lingering regrets. They would leave a bad aftertaste for George as well.
僕たちはたった一つの
We
奇
must
跡を
fight
願って
openly for that single
正々
miracle.
堂々その結果
Even
仮
if I
に
lose
僕
at
が
the
敗れ
end,
たとしても互いがベストを尽くして戦
I'll
った
accept
上
it
で
if
の
we
結果
both give
な
it our
そ
all.
してだからこそ心の底から
And because of that,
相手を祝福できるんだ
I'll be able to cheer on the victors from the bottom of my heart.
ジョージの覚悟なかな
George's
かのもの
determination is quite impressive.
そこまで言われて
After hearing that,
君は逃げ出すのかい？
are you still going to run away? The two demons giggled and challenged her. Of course, George didn't laugh, but he still challenged her with cold eyes.
シャノンは
And Shannon?
お許しください
Forgive me, milady.
私はジョージさんと結ばれるために
I'm determined not to
二人とも
flinch
引
in
か
my
ない覚悟
resolve,
ですたとえ
even if I know
私の思いを貫くこ
it's
とが
sticking to my feelings.
お嬢様の恋路を閉ざすことを知
Means
って
ending
い
your
ようと
relationship, milady. Nobody's determined why this is the case. Other than that, it's by Canon's choice. And if Canon doesn't value the relationship enough to try and maintain it, then clearly your relationship isn't worth that much, Jessica. Shannon had never before spoken to Jessica with such serious and solemn words. Jessica realized what a strong will had dwelt within her usually weak and clumsy friend and was surprised.
カノン君
Canon-kun?
僕はお嬢様と新しい人生
I
を
want to
歩み
start
た
a
い
new
です
life with you, milady. Even more amusing in this scenario is that George basically doesn't know Canon, but Jessica has a way bigger problem in that she has to fight her friend Shannon and for her boyfriend Canon. Whereas George is just fighting his cousin he sees once a year and the servant of the cousin he sees once a year, so he barely knows them.
その歩みが
Even if that life
姉さんの幸せを
means
踏み越
crushing
えていくことを
Naison's
意味しよう
happiness.
とも僕はこ
I
こを
won't falter.
引きたくない
Canon was also doing all he could to restrain himself. Yes, all of them were being serious and frank, abandoning any naivety they may have possessed. All this about golden butterfly brooches and miracles of magic, and the trial the demons were giving them. I mean, I'm going to assume that in real life, if they actually had this confrontation, they're arguing about what to do when Shannon and because Shannon and George want to George wants Shannon to leave the island for good, and Jessica is arguing that Canon shouldn't leave with Shannon because it doesn't make sense if he actually likes her. I'm gonna attempt to crowbar that in, but the way Jessica's arguing does not support that position in the slightest, and she's kind of just like I don't know, just kind of thinking this shit's dumb. The trial the demons were giving them, none of it mattered. I wish she'd make an argument like, why would he have to leave? That doesn't make sense. But it doesn't seem to be the case. Only one thing's being tested, whether or not they possess the will to make their love come true. Jessica clenched her fists and hung her head, shaking while biting her lower lip. She was silent but would probably gain an unswerving will of steel before long. She just needed a little time first. The two demons who taunted people with dramatic gestures did not violate this silence Jessica needed to resolve herself. Love brings about conflict, and this conflict gives rise to determination. As demons of love, they could understand more fully than any others how noble that determination was.
ジェシカさん
Jessica-san?
そしてその魔法の奇跡はそなたであっても享受できるものであるぞ。
Furthermore, this magical miracle is something that can be received by you as well.
私にも
Me too?
それは
What do you mean?
どういう
She thought this had been about the two pairs of lovers. Beato was surprised to suddenly hear this had something to do with her as well.
黄金蝶のブローチの奇跡は
With the miracle of the golden butterfly brooch.
そなたの願い
Even your
バト
wish.
ラへの行為を認められたいという願いさえも叶えることはたやすい。
Your wish that your affection for Battler will be acknowledged can be granted easily.
そして
And
そ
without
の
such
奇
a
跡な
miracle,
くして結ばれることもまた
without such a miracle, hello?
ない。
You too can never be bound to him. Okay, can we have Beato the Younger steal it? That'd be funny.
君も蚊帳の外じゃないということさ
It means you're no outsider to this either.
愛の沼を渡りきり
To cut across the marshes of
た
love.
いあなたの望みのはず
That's your wish, is it not? If only Canon wasn't so dumb as to have destroyed this brooch, life would have been good.
僕たちは君の願いだって決してないがしろにしたりはしない
We will not make light of your wish. Thanks,
そ
Zapar.
なたとバトラの関係とてやがてはただれ腐り
Even your
落ち
relationship with Battler will eventually fester and rot. Is there any relationship that won't Beato the Elder, based on your rationale?
いくら楽観的なそなたであっても
No matter how much of a positive outlook you
何
take,
かの奇跡がない限り やがてはそのような
Know
運
that
命を
this
迎
fate
える
will
ことを
eventually come to pass,
す
barring
でに
some
理
kind
解
of
しているは
miracle.
ずだ。それは
Well, Beato hung her head sadly. She hadn't wanted to lose her heart from that cookie incident. However, if it would have been a massive lie to say it hadn't hurt her. The more she tried to get close to Battler, the more she hurt him. However, she'd been born in order to get close to Battler. She was like a hedgehog freezing in the cold and bunching together for warmth. She had approached him because of love and been hurt for it.
そこまで分かっているなら奇跡に託すのもまた一興というもの
Well,
よ。
if you understand that much, entrusting your fate to a miracle may prove to be of some interest.
川の宝くじに当たりなしとも言うでな。
As they say, an unbought lottery ticket earns you nothing.
ゼパル、フルフル、
Zapar, Furfur,
このわらわの妹も加えよ。
let my little sister join in too.
ああ、もちろん。
Of course.
よろしく。もう一人のベアトリーチェ。
Welcome, second
私た
Beatrice.
ちは初めからあなたも加えるつもりでいま
Well,
し
you
た
were,
わ
of course, planning on including you from the very beginning.
なぜなら僕らはゼパルとフルフル、
Wait, after all, we are of Zepar and Furfur,
愛を司る悪魔だから。
demons of love. Alright.
私も
Join
参
in
加
as
しても
well?
よろしいのでしょうか。
Sure.
君が望むならいい
If
んじ
you
ゃない
want
か。
to. I don't see a
誰
problem.
であっても僕は拒まない。
I won't prevent anyone from entering.
すべての障害に勝利し、全員に僕たちを祝福させる。
Win against all hindrances and make everyone celebrate our union.
もちろん逆でもさ、
Of course, it's the other way
全
around.
力の僕たちを退けて成し得た恋ならば、
If you succeed in love by defeating us at our
僕も
best,
シャノンも心の底から勝利した二人を祝福するこ
both
とを約
Shannon
束
and
す
I
る。
promise to sincerely support the pair that
Ne.
wins. Right, Shannon?
はい
Yes.
私たちは負けません。
We won't lose.
そして負けても心の底から祝福し
Even
ま
if
す。
we did, we'd cheer you from the bottom of our hearts.
僕も同じです。僕は
the same.
負けません。
I won't lose.
引けねえ喧嘩だってんな
Well, if there's no way out of
ら
this
買おう
fight,
じゃねえかよ。
let's show them what we got.
私もカノン君も
No matter what.
先輩ってのだけはごめんだぜ。
Cannon Kun and I don't plan on losing.
それはそなたもだな。
You feel the same, don't you? Yeah.
はい。お父様に
There's even a small chance that father.
いえ、
No, no.
バトラーさんに私を認めてもらえる可能性が
That Battler
わずか
son
で
will
もいた
acknowledge
だけ
me.
るなら
Okay.
私もそれに自らをかけたいと思います。
I'm going to put myself on the line.
よくぞ言った。
Well said, well said. Good luck, Beato.
それでこそ我が妹
Good going, little sister.
ゼパル、フルフル、
The power fervor.
役者は揃ったぞ。
The actors have gathered.
それでは始めようか、フルフル。
And let's begin, Furfur.
始めましょう。ゼパル。
Begin, Zappa.
たった一つの魔法の奇跡をめぐっての愛し合う者たちの試練を。
Let's begin this trial of lovers, the fight over a single miracle of magic. Someone's being frivolous with Wish. Fight a duel for a wish? Seems reasonable. It is Wish after all. I guess a miracle. So, a wish that could be granted by your god. Erica had returned to the room that had been given to her on the second floor of the guest house. The next room over was empty. It was very quiet there. Even pressing her ear against the wall couldn't help her listen in on the voices in the cousin room. Even with hearing power boosted by detective's authority, it would probably be impossible to make out anything. This room was the furthest down the hall, a long way away from the cousin room.
前回は私の部屋はいとこ部屋の隣だったのに。
Last time my room was right next to theirs.
なるほど。今回は私の部屋を遠ざけてきましたか。
I see, so he's placed my room further away this time.
ゲームマスター権限で許された範囲の 初期配置の変更です。
Such a modification to the initial arrangement is well covered by the authority given to the game
妥
master.
当な初手かと。
It seems to be quite a reasonable first move.
まあその方が私もいいです。
It's better for me that way too.
あのクソガキどものトランプで遊ぶ黄色い声なんて聞きたくもありませんから。
Like I'd want to hear those brand squeaky voices as they play cards. She's obligated to receive every hint anyway, so it doesn't matter where she is. In fact, it's better for her this way because she doesn't actually have to pay attention, and she won't be receiving any hints if she's trapped in her room. Why does she even bother doing anything? Surely she could just declare she's the detective AFK in her room and then wait till a murder happens. This whole time, Erica had been facing the desk and working on something. She was preparing some of those packing tape seals from before. She asked Kumasawa for the stickiest tape in the place. She drew a complicated signature that could not be counterfeited across it with a permanent marker, and began making notches across it. This way, if she ever wanted to prove some opening had remained closed, she could stick this tape over it, creating a powerful seal equal in strength to the red truth. The menacing seals had cornered Natsuhi so thoroughly in the previous game.
ん？これ
Right.
いかがしましたか？
Is something wrong?
やられました。
You got me.
バトラめ、周到ですね。
That battler doesn't let anything get by him, does he? Erica grimaced and showed the piece of packing tape she tore off to Delanor. At a glance, Delanor couldn't tell what annoyed Erica. However, as soon as she held it, she realized the difference right away.
これではダメです。
This won't be any good.
ええ。
Yep.
粘着力ほとんどないです。
Barely sticky at all.
これじゃ赤き真実には至れない。
Won't reach even close to the red truth. Even packing tape can be of low quality, and it sometimes gets weaker with age. The tape Kumasawa had found was a bit too weak, even for normal use. It wasn't nearly sticky enough to be used as a detective's seal.
きれいに剥がすことが可能です。
It's possible to tear it off cleanly.
これでは封印を示す証拠にはなり得ません。
This cannot count as proof of a seal.
バトラもそこまで見下げ果てたほど無能じゃないってことですね。
I guess Battler isn't as totally incompetent as I thought.
おそらくゲームマスター権限でこの島のすべてのガムテープに干渉したんでしょう。
Probably tampered with all the packing tape on the island using the authority of the game master. Letting Erica get her hands on packing tape gave her a fatal weapon to use against witches. The previous game had proven this fact. So Battler removed that weapon from the entire mansion when the GM nerfed you after you metagamed so hard last session. Erica is fortunate she is not being booted from the session for not playing well with any of the players. Mostly because she is the only player. So it's more like it's like Battler's actually trapped and forced to play with her.
おそらく
Most like. So I'd probably throw in some barbs too if someone put a gun to my head and forced me to GM for them, right? It's like, all right, you're gonna DM for this entitled bitch. If you don't, we're fucking shooting you. And it's like, yeah, I guess so. And then she's like she's like super fucking annoying in game too. And is just made it her personal goal to ruin anything you try to plan. You're just like, this is stupid. Okay. You want to do that? You want to metagame like that? Okay, sure.
ガムテープに代わる品もすべて干渉を受けているに違いないです。
Most likely, with all possible substitutes for packing tape have also been tampered with.
ですね。
Probably.
まあ、良かったことにしておきます。
Not so
お
bad.
かげでこの冷たい雨の中、みっともない姿で外壁を這い回らなくて済みますか
At
ら。
least this way I won't have to look like a fool crawling all over the outer wall in the cold rain. Erica tossed the packing tape aside carelessly and flopped spread-eagled onto the bed.
事件が起こるのをパイプ吹かして悠然と待つのも探偵のたしなみですし。
Anyway, waiting calmly for the crime and smoking a pipe is also part of a detective's role. Please put smoke alarms in their room.
あんたもどうせ第一の番が発覚するまで出番ないんですから。
Yeah, you'll have any role until the first twilight begins.
どこかに姿消して 一服でもしてたらどうですか？
Why not vanish off somewhere and take a break?
私の顔なんか見てても疲れるだけでしょうし。
I imagine that just the sight of my face is tiresome for you.
タバコは吸わないです。
I don't smoke.
子供ですので。
I'm just a kid.
そうですか。
Oh, really?
私は吸いたいです。
I wish I
出
could.
演者たちが歌うほどの気分を爽快にさせる効果があるならの話ですが。
Only if it's as refreshing as smokers
ご
claim.
機嫌が優れられないようです。
Seems you are not in high spirits.
そう見えます？
Does it look that way? Erica answered lazily, still looking up at the ceiling. That in and itself was half an answer. The silence between the two was filled with the sound of the wind and rain. It was so quiet. The sound of the ticking clock ran out clearly.
エリカ卿、
Hey,
お
Erica.
尋ねしてもよろしいで
May
す
I
か？
ask a question?
内容によります。
Depends what it is.
多分、ノーですが。
The answer is probably no, though.
一応、暇つぶしに聞いてあり
Oh,
ます。
we're just
何
killing
です？
time anyway. What is it? Maybe Erica was bored too. Perhaps the sound of the rain was making her sentimental. She agreed to listen to Delanor, which was very unlike her.
なぜ、エ
Why?
リカ卿は魔法を嫌われるのです。
Why do you hate magic?
ああ。さっきの下のマリアとのやりとりの件です
Even
か？
the thing downstairs with Mario? Maybe she just hates people. Maybe she hates seeing people happy. That's what she
あん
doesn't
なの
like.
子供騙しのくだらない手品です。
It was merely a foolish trick to deceive children.
誰だってわかっています。
Everyone knew that.
ああまでして幻想を打ち砕く必要があったのですか？
Is it really necessary to go so far to destroy that illusion?
私にはわからないです。
I don't understand. Erica didn't need Delanor to tell her it had been a childish fight.
自称知的蹂躙者としましては、
Well, I am an intellectual rapist.
魔法なんてもので真実をうやむやにするこ
I
とが
can't
許さ
stand
ない
having
わけ
magic
です。
confuse the truth.
それを暴くことに優越を感じられていると
Do
い
you
うこ
feel
とです
pleasure
か？
from exposing that?
私には他の感情が感じられます。
A different emotion.
他の感情？
Oh, a different
何
emotion.
です？
What's that?
優越とい
I
う
mean,
よ
it
り
feels
は
less like pleasure
もっと何か別の負の感情を感
and
じ
more
ます。
like a different negative emotion.
やっぱりあんたはただの殺人人形です。
You really are a murder doll, aren't
その
you?
目も節穴みたいですね。
Even your eyes are like knotholes.
失礼しました。
She is countering an argument or a question with a personal insult. Instead of responding to the question, she goes right for a your eyes are like knotholes. Nice. After all, everyone knows when asked a question about something you held an opinion on, the best answer is to insult your opponent's appearance. After all, if you insult their appearance, you don't have to answer the question they pose to you.
許してほしいです。
My apologies, please forgive me. Erica rolled over grumpily, turning her back to Delanor. So Delanor couldn't see her expression. Even so, for some reason she could guess this completely unobserved expression was one of pain. Interpreting this to mean Erica wanted her to go away, Delanor gave a bow and made to leave. Then, Erica spoke. The words seemed so utterly out of place, Delanor doubted her ears. And she had to ask Erica to say it again.
今、何とおっしゃいましたか？
What did you say?
あなたのことが好きです。
I love you. It seemed utterly out of place. Delanor wanted to see what Erica really meant, but the latter still had her back turned and her face out of sight.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
以前は別の子と付き合っていましたが、今は完全に切れています。
I was going out with someone else a while back, but we've completely broken up.
周りの人たちは僕たちを妬んでありもしないことを言いますが、 気にしないでください。
The others might say things out of envy. Please ignore them.
俺は君に生涯のすべてを捧げるから、君も俺にすべてを捧げてほしい。
I'm going to devote my whole life to you, so I want you to do the same for me.
二人で一緒に幸せになろう。
Let's find happiness together. I think your happiness is not Delanor's happiness. That's what I think. Delanor avoided asking what she was talking about and stood there in silence. For a while, Erica kept on dully and emotionlessly repeating soppy phrases that might have popped up in some shoujo manga. Then unexpectedly, she once again followed up with a complete non sequitur.
新しい財
A new wallet.
布。ん？
Of course, she had no idea what Erica was saying. But with her back still to Delanor, Erica kept on saying disconnected words.
変な猫のキーホルダー。
A strange cat keychain.
趣味の合わないアロマオイル。
Type of cologne that didn't suit him.
演劇の先輩に借りたという趣味違いの音楽テープ。
A music tape that's not his style, which he said he borrowed from a senior at the theater.
先輩の付き合いで断れなくて。
His senpai was asking, so he had to go.
急にバイトが入っちゃって。
He suddenly got a new part-time
ダチの
job.
電話が長くてなかなか切れなくって。
He said he was talking with a friend on the phone who just wouldn't hang up. Made too much curry. Went to theater practice more often. The way he folds paper towels. Thanks, I've already eaten. Sound like this guy in general just doesn't like you. He knew more about cosmetics. Sorry, I was sleeping. The toilet seat was left down. He spent the night over at his stage friend's place. My acting friends had a party here earlier. Someone must have left it behind. The drain and sink were cleaned out. Receipts and point cards from places he never goes. The muddy soles are evidence he went out on Sunday when it was raining. That matches the strange symbol on the calendar. None of your theater friends have hair this long? That's a leading question. How do you know the plot of a movie you haven't seen? It's called a review. Evidence. Evidence. Circumstantial evidence, observation, surveillance, tracking, hailing, information gathering, wiretapping, asking around, questioning. I found tons of evidence that I love you. I found tons of evidence you loved me. I can't find any evidence you haven't been cheating on me. Give it a rest. If you love me, then trust me. If you can't do that, you don't love me anymore. And how could I love someone like that? I'll treasure you for all my life, and I want to do well in theater just as much. You said you liked seeing me act, right? Why are you telling me to stop acting now? Why do I have to choose between you and acting? What's wrong with you? I'm seriously worn out, okay? Come on, if all we do is fight, then when we see each other, maybe we need some time to cool off, okay? I need to concentrate for my next performance anyway. This girl working with Senpai suddenly said she wouldn't be able to perform. I need to rewrite the script by tomorrow. I don't have time for this. Anyway, if you really find it that hard to trust me, we're through. Stay away. Stay away, just go home, bitch. Alright. I don't love you anymore. Don't cry, damn it. It's disgusting, just die. Stop shouting, damn it, you're annoying the neighborhood. Get the hell away from me and never come back. I'm trying to find a way to be invested in this, but this is a fictitious character is a character who is fictitious in the fiction I'm reading. So, like, the level of care for their backstory I have is literally 0. I'm just reading lines. Lines that would be better attached to just about every character in this story. Without love, it can't be seen. Backwards. Because of love, you end up seeing things that don't exist. It's nothing more than an illusion, one that no one but you can see, and one that even you can never touch. Without love, humans would never need to sift through truth and lies. Because we can see things like that, we doubt, we suffer, we cry aloud. Like, this character is literally a fabrication made for the sole purpose of existing in this little minigame that was invented, like, in universe 5 minutes ago. Or sorry, like 3 days ago. Like, her backstory literally can't matter because it doesn't exist. Right now I'm happy. Though it may be temporary, I've become the Witch of Truth. Yes, very temporary. But congratulations on becoming a witch, that's cool. Right? As I am now. I no longer need to worry about being tormented by non-red words. Disgusting. But you, how would you have countered my endgame? How would I? That useless man couldn't have played the part of my opponent in that game. I was wondering how you would have countered it. Eleanor was suddenly thrust into the position of Erika's opponent in the witch's game she had once challenged that man to. Eleanor shared in the fragments of Erika's past and was made to grasp the full situation. The board was reproduced in full inside their heads. The situation was one-sided. Erika's side constructed a blue truth based on countless bits of circumstantial evidence, had turned all those into pieces, and was cornering the opponent. For some time, Eleanor thought in silence, and announced her by-the-book response. First move. Or demand you provide evidence I've been cheating. Counter with blue truth. I present 84 points of circumstantial and physical evidence. Counter with blue truth. I present 6 points of circumstantial physical evidence that I still love you. Good. Blue and blue cancel each other out, but the number of pieces used to construct each is overwhelmingly unbalanced. When both opponents meet with blue truth, the decision is almost always based on which side has more pieces of evidence, regardless of actual circumstances. This is especially true in the human world. By the standard rules, Erika would win. First point to me. Next move. Attempt to switch offense and defense. I ask that you, Lady Erika, provide proof you're not cheating.
パーペチュアルチェック。
Perpetual
お
check.
互いが同じ質問を無限連鎖する千日手となりますから、
A
禁じ手
forbidden
で
move.
す。
It would result in endless repetition of the same question going both ways.
では証拠なくも現在もエリカ卿を愛していることを率直に表明します。
Then I frankly declare that despite a lack of proof, I still love Lady Erica even now.
赤き真実でないから無効です。
It's not red, so it's invalid.
仮に赤かったとしてもそれ
Even if it
ステ
was
ールメイ
red,
ト
that
で
would
す。
be a stalemate.
私に反論する手がなくなりますから。
After all, I'd have no move to counter with. Eleanor remained silent for a while. Then she quietly responded to Erica's moves until they reached checkmate. Yes, Erica's supposedly younger than Jessica, but had a super ultra mega serious boyfriend, apparently. With a hardcore theater program. A stalemate's a forbidden move in a game of witches since it means the ruin of the game. So, despite being despite being younger than Jessica, so unlikely to have graduated high school, she's apparently living with her boyfriend? She's apparently living with her boyfriend or some shit? And, he's cleaning his place for someone else? I feel like that would work better if you were in, like, your 20s or something like that. And yeah, they have a hardcore theater program here, apparently. So a stalemate's a forbidden move in the game of witches, since it means the ruin of the game. However, in chess, it represents a draw. Because of this, it's a splendid final move a weaker player can pull off if they're unable to win outright. Yep. You usually play for a draw if you don't think you can win. And many endgame states result in a draw. In this situation, Erica clearly had the advantage. It was natural Delana would seek a stalemate to obtain a tie. That would only be the case in chess, though. In a game where witches fight over truth, it's a forbidden move. So, it was already checkmate from the beginning. Delana had no way to turn the game around. However, regardless of what the real truth between the pair of them had been, this game would be...
他に手は
Any other moves?
真実を守る魔女狩り大司教
Oh, witch hunting archbishop, protector of the truth?
いえ、
No.
リザインです。
I resign.
ね、ほら。
See? There you go. Erica had succeeded in crushing her opponent with the truth she espoused. That her former boyfriend no longer loved her and was cheating on her. Her opponent had no way to argue back. After all, humans are not allowed to... A splendid game, a splendid finish from a superior position. Regardless of the truth of her opponent, Erica could win. A splendid victory. Delanor could only respond with silence. And with that, Erica spoke no more. She was probably done talking and wanted Delanor to leave. Delanor understood this, but even so, before leaving, she wanted to tell Erica one thing.
見事なゲームです、エリカ卿。
A splendid game, Lady Erica.
探偵は勝利して当然ですから。
It's only natural that the detective wins.
あなたはベルンカステル卿の駒になる以前から実に見事な青き真実の使い手です。
Even before you became Lady Berncastell's piece, you were truly a splendid wielder of the blue truth.
しかしエリカ教
However, Lady Erica,
人間に許されるのは青き真実だけです。
humans are only allowed to use the blue truth.
そして青き真実に反論できるのは赤き真実だけです。
The only thing that can counter blue truth is a red
そ
truth,
して赤き真実は人間には許されていませ
and
ん。
humans are not allowed to use the red truth.
ならばどうやって
In that
あ
case,
なたのお相手は彼の真実を示せばよかったのですか？
how should your opponent have shown his truth?
さあ、
Who knows?
赤き真実に時に勝るとかいう例の黄金の真実とやらでも持ち出したらどうですか？
Maybe he should have used that gold truth or whatever, which is supposed to be stronger than the red truth at times.
ゲームは確かにエリカ教の勝ちです。
You were certainly the victor in that
し
game.
かし真実の守護者として申し上げます。
However, allow me to say this as protector of the truth.
なんです？
What?
どうせ不愉快なことでしょうから、それを言ったらとっとと消えてください。
I imagine it's something unpleasant. Say and go away.
はい、確かにこのゲームはエリカ教の勝ちです。
This game is your
し
victory.
かし
But
私が示したあなたを今も愛している青き真実の証拠6点は未だ
You
否
still have
定さ
not
れ
denied
ていません。
the 6 points of blue truth evidence I used to claim I still love you,
あなたさえ人
even
間
you are human,
それを否定する赤き真実を使えはしないのです。
cannot use the red truth to deny those points.
探偵権限で84点の証拠を赤き真実に後に昇格させました。
Later on, I used the detective's authority to have all 84 points transformed into red truth.
我が主のお力によって
At the power of my master.
私は人間にして人間を超えた存在。
I am so human yet superior to humans.
探偵にして魔女。
A detective and a
真
witch.
実の魔女。フルドエリカです。
I am the witch of truth, Furudo Erica.
他に質問は捨て
Any
台
other
詞は
questions? Parting remarks?
ありません。
I have
それ
none.
では失礼いたします。
In that case, please excuse me. Blanar bowed and disappeared. After all that remained was a single witch of truth, laughing off a bitter past with an equally bitter smile. There are implications that this fictitious boyfriend may have been cheating, but based on the way Erica wields the truth, it is more likely that they were not, because she consistently uses it to deceive people rather than reveal the truth. Or even come to a proper conclusion. So, I mean, if she only ever uses the truth to lie, then surely she's lying to herself and is just paranoid. Who knows? It would make less sense for bad things to happen to her, and instead of her just being paranoid at her inability to express or obtain absolute truth. And someone who's paranoid about that everyone's lying to them is like the perfect person for someone who's to be a detective and have a witch on their side who will give them all the red truths and absolute information they need. Like, oh, I don't know if I can trust anyone, I'm paranoid. Well, here I can give you absolute truth. No way, that's not real. Look, it's called red text. It actually is real. Oh, okay. Judging by the bedside clock, it was exactly midnight.
さーて、一寝入りさせてもらえますか。
Hey, I guess I should get a little sleep.
いよいよ2日目、10月5日の幕開けです。
The curtains finally opened on the second day, October 5th.
今頃どこかで今回の殺人が起こっているんでしょうかね。
I wonder if the surrounds murders are happening somewhere around now.
今回の犠牲者さん、せいぜいいろいろなダイイングメッセージをよろしくお願いします
I hope our victims leave us some interesting dying messages this time. Alright, good night, Erica. Did we go back to the Shannon Cannon Battler Jessica scene now? Or do we just jump to after that scene?
どうして母さんに相談しなかったの？
Why did you discuss this with your mother?
あなたの人生を最後まで支えるパートナーの話なのよ。
This is about the partner who's supposed to support you through the rest of your life.
そうだ
Oh,
よ
we knew who that was going to be. That's right.
生涯一緒にいたい女性なんだ
She's the woman I want to spend the rest of my life with.
だからこそ真剣に決めなければいけないんでしょ。
That's why you need to choose very carefully, right?
どうしてそんな軽率に。
How could you be so rash? Ava and George could be seen beneath the eaves of the guest house. George had revealed his engagement with Shannon, and Ava's anger had exploded almost instantly. This had been no more than George had expected, so he had responded with an ice-cold calm.
まさかもう関係を。
Did you sleep with her?
子供ができたとか言われて結婚を迫られたんでしょ。
She told you she was pregnant to force you into a marriage, didn't she?
失礼だな
How rude.
僕は婚前の貞操は厳しくあるべき主義なんだ
I'm a strong believer in preserving chastity before marriage.
じゃあどうして婚約なんて。
And why an engagement?
僕は求めた
I
彼
asked
女
her.
は受けた
She
それ
accepted.
で成立じゃないか
What more could be needed?
違うわ違う
No,
わ。
it's all wrong.
結婚はね、あんたが思ってるような漫画か何かみたいに簡単なものじゃないの。
Marriage isn't as easy as it seems in manga or whatever you're thinking of.
先方のご両親は、
What about her parents?
両家の交流は。
Relationships between the two families?
あんた野良猫じゃないのよ。後ろ宮ジョージなのよ。
Are you some stray alley cat or are you a Ushirimiya George?
ひょっとしたらおじい様の後継者に指名されるかもしれないこの時期にどうしてそんな軽
How
率
can
な
you be so rash now when you might even be selected as grandfather's successor? Joke's on you, Dad.
どうして母さんに相談してくれなかったの。
Why didn't you consult me?
今こうして相談してる
I'm
よ
consulting you right now.
いや相談じゃないか
Not quite
これ
consulting.
はただの報告だね
I'm just reporting.
おじい様の後継者に指名されるのは全く期待してないよ
I have never counted on being selected as grandfather's successor.
いやむしろ辞退したいくら
In
いさ
fact, I'd rather refuse it if it did come to that.
僕は自分の国と城を父さんがそうしたように何もない原野に築き上げたい
I want to build up my own country and castle from the empty wilds just like father did. Now listen here.
父さんが今日までどれくらいの苦労をしたのか分かってるの。
You realize how hard your father worked to get here?
あんたが真似てできるようなことじゃないの。
It's not something you can duplicate just by
今
imitating
日
him.
までどれほどの運や偶然に助けられたことか。
You understand how often he was saved by luck and coincidence before now?
そして母さんというさよは母さんがたくましくなったと褒めてくれた今の僕は
And he got through it because he had a wonderful life partner by his side, you. Sayo's the kind of person who will support me and make me be reborn as an even stronger man. You've praised me for becoming the adult I am, and that never could have happened without her. What?
いいジョージ。
Are you listening,
とに
George?
かくここは一度母さんに任せなさい。
Just let your mother handle this for now.
頭を冷やしてよく考
Cool
え
your
て
head.。Listen, think very
シャノ
carefully.
ンちゃんだけがあなたに好意を持ってるわけじゃないのよ。
Shannon's not the only person interested in you, right?
お見合いしたあゆみさんだってあなたのことをとても気に入ったそうよ。
Ayumi-san from that marriage meeting really took a liking to you.
初耳だね
First I've heard of it.
あなたも分かってると思ってたのよ。先方のご両親も大変あなたのことを気に入ってるそうよ。
Her parents were also very impressed by you.
もしあなたに父さんのように一国一城を築きたい夢があるなら
If you
その
really
手伝
dream
いが
to
できる
build
のはあゆみさんの方でしょ。
If you really dream to build your own castle like your father, Ayumi-san's the only one who'd really be able to help you, right?
彼女の気持ちを裏切るの。
You intend to betray her feelings? What feelings?
裏切るも何も
There's nothing to
僕
betray.
はあゆみさんと特に交流があったわけ
There's no relationship between Ayumi-san and
お
me.
見合いをしてその後親たちが勝手に盛り上がってるだけじゃないか
We had a marriage meeting and our parents got fired up
数
afterwards.
度無理やり引き合わされたけど僕たちは互いに目さえ合わせちゃいない
You made us go out together several times, but we never even looked at each other.
あゆみさんは育ちのいい奥ゆかしい女性でしょ。
She's a well-bred, modest woman, isn't she?
男性のジョージに目を合わせるなんて恥ずかしいしぶしつけでできなかっただけよ。
She just couldn't look at you because you're a man. It would be embarrassing and ill-mannered.
あなたが目を見て話してくれなきゃ気持ちが感じられないと言うなら彼女にそう注意するわ。
You can't feel anything for her unless she looks at your eyes. Just tell her that.
きっとこれからはあなたの目を見て話してくれるはずよ。
I'm sure she'll look at you in the future.
あゆみさんと結婚させたいのはそれが母さんにとって利するからさ
You want me to marry Ayumi-san. because it would benefit you.
母さんの縁談には僕の気持ちがわずかほども含まれていない。
You aren't pushing that engagement for the sake of anyone but yourself.
ジョージ
George.
どうしてそんなことを
How
言
can
う
you
の
say that? Oh, that's a good response. He makes an accusation and you insult him by saying, how could you say that? Alright.
母さんがあなたのことを考えないことなんてあった
Have I ever failed to think about what's best for you?
ないでしょ
I haven't, have I? Hmm.
親という漢字はどういう字
I thought she came to the conclusion in Arc 3 that everything she ever did was for her own benefit. And that she just used George as a substitute, potential replacement as the replacement successor, right?
木の上に立って見ると書いて
So she
親な
could
の
live,
よ
if he gets selected as successor, she could live through him via proxy. It's to look after the long-term welfare of their children, right? That's a parent's
母
job.
さんたちはねあなたよりはるかに高みから人生の遠くまでを
George is
展望して
24,
るの
right? George is 24. We've been looking down upon your entire future from a great height.
そしてあなたが若さゆえの一時の感情で間違った道へ進もうとしているのが見えているの
And from our vantage point, we can see you're letting your momentary youthful emotions lead you down the wrong path. Meanwhile, Jessica and Cannon literally never even went on a date, and they're like, we're willing to fight George to cancel his relationship with Shannon so we can have our own. Talk about youthful
だから
emotions
こうして
that are
憎まれることを
momentary.
承知で言ってるのよ
That's why I'm saying this, even though I know you'll hate me for it.
あんたがどうでもいい子だったらこんな喧嘩しないわ
If I didn't care for you, we wouldn't be having this
どこの
fight.
変な女とでも勝手に結婚しなさいって放っておいてるわよ
I'd just tell you to marry whatever strange girl you like and leave you be. At best, that is a blue truth. One that he could answer by one that he could answer with another blue truth that says, it's to your advantage that I marry this person, more than it is mine. Which is what he's already said.
ジョージ
You hear me, right, George? Right, George?
母さんに全て任せなさい
Leave this to your
もう
mother.
あなたはシャノンちゃんに会わなくていいわ
There's no need for you to meet with Shannon Chan anymore.
母さんたち
We'll
で
take care
話
of
をつけてあ
everything
げ
for
る
you.
大丈夫よシャノンちゃんにも悪いようにはしない
Don't worry, we won't do anything bad to Shannon Chan.
だってジョージに成長のきっかけをくれた人だものね
After all, it's thanks to her you've grown so much.
ちゃんとそれに配慮してあげるか
Don't
ら
forget that.
だからあとはもう
It's the rest of us.
ジョージ
George! Alright. Sometime during Ava's rage, tears started dripping from her eyes. As though those tears had caused him to hesitate, George turned his back and sagged his shoulders. Even George is the child of man, after all. Though he understands marriage requires nothing more than the love of two people, he can't get over his desire for his parents' acceptance. And so he's trapped between the tears of the mother who always helped him and the fiancé he chose. Or is he? Or is he?
もういい
They
よ
already said or is he. I didn't have anything else to say. Oh,
So- so.
okay. I think that's about enough.
今日まで立
All my
派
life.
に育ててもらって本当に感謝してる。
You've done a great job raising me, and I'm grateful for that.
僕もこう思って親になったら
When I have children and become a parent,
母さんみたいな親になるよ。
I'll become a parent like you.
子供のために本当に戦える世界で一番尊敬できる親にね。
I'll be the kind of parent most worthy of respect in the entire world, one who can truly fight for his children's sake.
ジョージ
George? With his back still toward her, George threw away his umbrella and slowly stepped out from beneath the eaves into the rain. Then he slowly turned around. It was without a doubt the familiar face of Ava's beloved son. However, he is now his own man. Self-controlled and independent enough that their blood connection might be forgotten.
もうそろそろいいと思う。
I think it's about time.
何が
For what?
子離れしても
I think-
いいんじゃないかな。母さんは
It's about time you learn to let go of your son, Mother.
ジョ
Gio!
ここからはもう親子の関係はなしで話そうじゃないか。
From now on, let's stop talking as mother and son.
僕はジョージ、
I'm George.
君はエヴァ。
You are
親
Ava.
だからどうこうというのは抜きにして、互いの立場から本音をぶつけようじゃないか。
Let's forget that you're my parent and let our true intentions ring
君
clear.
が僕を望み通りの相手と結婚させたい理由は、経済的事情、世間体、
The reason you want to choose the person I marry is for financial reasons, public appearances,
それから未だいさかいのなくならないおじさんたちへの見栄。
and so that you can look good in continuing that wonderful quarrel between you and your
それ以
siblings.
外に
You have no other reason.
いっそそれをすっきり認めてくれた方が。
You do well to give up and admit it
僕
now.
はこれから僕の立場だけで語るから。
I'm about to share my point of view with
君
you.
もそうした方がいいんじ
I
ゃない。
suggest you do the same.
負けるよ、君。
After all, you will lose. No traces of love or respect for his mother remained in George's eyes. There was only a frigid glare as he gazed ruthlessly down at the witch who was trying to bind his
ジョ
future.
ージ
George. What?
どうして母さんをそんな
Are,
目で
are
見
you
る
looking at your mother like that?
今僕は母さんを見ていないからさ。
I'm not looking at my mother.
僕の目に映っているのは、僕の選び取ろうとする未来の前に立ちふさがる試練の壁だけさ。
All I see is a wall, a trial that's standing in the way of the future I'm trying to
母
grasp.
さんだって人間だ。
You're only
夢や
human.
野心があって、それを今も追い続けてるのは知ってる。
I know that you have dreams and ambitions. You're still chasing after
そして
those.
それを
It's a
素晴
wonderful
らしい
thing.
と思う。自分の夢を決して諦めないことの大変さを僕たちは知っているのだから。
We also know how hard it is for a person to chase their dreams without giving up. Well, so I'll need to inherit your wonderful strength. I've learned a lot from my parents, my friends, and Sayo, and I've grown.
その最後に学び、
And the last thing I've
獲
learned,
得して完成されるのが本当の
acquired and perfected,
後宮ジョージという男なんだ。
is the real Ushiromiya
僕は
George.
今、あなたという最後の壁を越える。
Alright. Now I'll overcome the final barrier, you. Final barrier. Ava! This is where we'd grab her, choke her out? What? Ava had disappeared. The pouring rain landed evenly across the ground everywhere. No, it was blocked very slightly in one place. However, there was no one there. Standing on the ground isn't the only way to block the path of the rain, and then? Could it be? The flying witch, Ava Trice, returns. Sure, it's good for people to let their true feelings show every once in a while. I'll speak my mind too. Why don't you just lay it out as well? In a rain-filled sky, with a moon that shouldn't have been visible behind her, was the Golden Witch of the future had finally obtained everything of the Ushiromiya family. Even the drastic change in the mother's appearance didn't faze George. On the contrary, he seemed to be moved by her boldness. An aggressive choice? Okay. Because his mother had honestly and truly displayed her true nature. This way I can confidently show her my true self. I'd be careful. Ava Trice is a murderous witch. That's a risky choice, dude.
行くよ。
You gonna go Super Saiyan, George?
エヴァ、
I bet Goku could beat up a witch. Here we go, mother. Here we
こ
go,
れが
Ava.
僕の君の束縛から踏み出る
This is my first step towards escaping from your shackles. First step. With that step, he felt something odd beneath his feet. He knew that this sticky sensation, different from that of mud, represented his mother's arrogance trying to prevent him from making that first step.
小さい頃お話をたくさん読んであげたわね。
I used to read to you all the time when you were little, didn't I?
あなたが大好きだった西遊記覚えてる？
You remember your favorite story, Journey to the West?
懐かしいね。
That takes me back.
僕が一番最初に愛したファンタジー
Probably
だ。
the first fantasy I really liked. Sun Wukong, the Monkey King, wanted to become a god and was tested by Buddha. If you can jump free from the palm of my hand, I'll acknowledge your wish. Then Sun Wukong managed to reach what he thought was the end of the world and found 5 pillars standing there. Only to discover they were Buddha's fingers and he still hadn't left Buddha's hand.
僕が母さんから決別すると宣言した第一歩が。
And you're likening this to my first step. Me declaring my intention to break free from you? I guess that's the case.
あなたの反抗も葛藤も苦悩も国旗もすべてすべて
Your resistance, your conflict, your anguish and self-restraint, everything else.
私がすでに通ってきた道
All of it is a road I once traveled down.
あなたのその第一歩など私という人生に飲み込まれる程
This first step of yours is so trivial that when compared to my life, it'll just get gobbled
度い
up.
つまで目を背けてるの
How long are you gonna look away?
見ちゃえば
If only you just look
足元
at your feet. At George's feet on the pitch-black earth soaked by the pounding rain was what appeared to be a slightly red sash that glowed ominously and blocked George's first step. It was deep and viscous and it held George's foot in place. From Ava's perspective as she gazed down from the sky, it looked like a vast red spiderweb that radiated out with George at the center. Ah, she's going for the spiderweb strat again. Though she hasn't said that much red. That's
こ
right.
れが僕さ。
This is
生まれ
me.
た時から数々の習い事で縛り
This
付け
is
られ、
me. Being tied down by countless
あんたの
studies.
野望のためだけに育てられてきた。
Raised for the
Boku
sake
no
of your
姿さ。
ambitions.
いいえそれは違うわ
Oh, that's not it.
ならわかるようにしてあげる
Put it so you can
見
understand.
せてあげる
I'll show you.
そして悟っちゃえば
Then you'll realize the truth. The vast red spiderweb on the ground scooped up George as easily as scooping scum out of a pot. It lifted him into the air like a deer caught in a net and swung him about. Laughing insanely, Ava was as innocent and cruel as a grade schooler happily swinging about a bag filled with her gym clothes. Come on, try to remember, okay?
火曜日には何があったのか
It happened on Tuesdays. Tacos. Taco Tuesdays, right?
覚えてるさ。
I
ピ
remember.
アノ教室だよ。
That was piano lessons.
今でも猫踏んじゃったを聞くと背中の毛が逆立つね。
I still cringe whenever I hear I stepped on the cat.
幼稚園の頃はバイオリン教室だったわ
You did violin in
で
kindergarten.
きる子はやってそうでしょ
The sort of instrument you'd expect smart kids to play, right?
あんた才能なさそうだったからね
You didn't seem to have the
途
talent.
中でピアノに変えたけど
So we switched you over to piano.
じゃあ水曜日は覚えてる
You remember what you did on Wednesdays?
覚えてるさ。
I remember.
進学塾の日だよ。
That was cram
遠
school.
くてね。通うのが苦痛だった。
It was so far away and a real pain to have to travel to.
じゃあ木曜日は
Thursdays? Look, we're getting a nice tutorial on the days of the week for anyone who doesn't know them in Japanese already. We got Mokuyobi here, Thursday. All the days of the week are all of them end in yobi. So it's something yobi, something yobi, something yobi, all of them. You're listening carefully. Let's see if we do the next one. You ready? Or is George just gonna die?
補習塾だわ。
That was the day of supplemental lessons.
暗記科目は苦手だったものね。
You were just terrible at subjects with memorization,
あ
weren't
な
you?
た応用はできるのに暗記は苦手な典型的なやればできる子だったわ。
You could apply your knowledge, but you were horrible at learning by rote. A classic. He can do it if he tries, kid.
痛烈だね。
That one stung.
子供が三者面談で言われて一番イラつく言葉だよ。
Those are the most annoying words a kid can hear at a parent-teacher conference. He could do it if he tries. It is pretty annoying sometimes.
馬を水場に連れて行くことはできるが、水を飲ますことはできない。
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
イギリスの格言だね。
It's a British aphorism, isn't it?
あなたのやる気を出して維持させるのが
Making you stay and get motivated.
一番苦労したわ。
It's the hardest thing to do. Holy hell, she held that syllable for a while. Wasn't expecting that one. How are these webbing him up? George was bound hand and foot by bright red spiderweb reduced to a witch's plaything. She innocently swung him around and smashed him about, all with an insane laugh. You know, you gotta be careful about making all these women evil spellcasters that torment you. Someone might come away with the wrong impression. All with an insane laugh. Again and again, she swung him about.
金曜
Smashing
日
her.
を覚えてる？
You remember what you did on Fridays?
もちろんさ。
Of course, of course.
ユニークな塾だったね。
As far as after school lessons go, that one was pretty unique.
親と一緒の塾なんていろいろな意味で窮屈だったよ。
A school you go to with your parents can be trying in more ways than one.
子に釣り竿を買うな。一緒に釣りに行け。
Don't buy your child a fishing rod. Go fishing with him.
母さんはイギリスの教育論が好きだね。
You certainly like British education theory, don't you, mother?
親にとっても辛い塾だったわね。
It was hard on us parents too.
でもあれが一番あんたには効果的だったわ。
But for you, it was the most effective one.
高いお月謝。毎週金曜の夜を費やさなければならない面倒。
Ooh, she cut off the B in Kinyo. It's Kinyobi for Friday, by the way. I didn't know you could just hack that off, but she's saying Kinyo instead of Kinyobi. For Fridays, I'm learning something new. I wasn't positive the first time she said it, but I definitely caught it there. I definitely caught it there. Oh, she's saying Friday nights, right? Kinyo. I guess that would be like Kinyo? Yeah, that would make sense. It's not the day. New phrasings.
一番効果があった。
It did more for you than anything else. Maybe it's specific to when you're specifying the nights.
その時悟ったの。
That's when I realized. Oh, what did you realize, Beato? Or not, yeah, this is Beato. It's a different Beato, but it's still Beato. They're all Beato. And that's when I
子
realized.
供はね、親が見ていないと伸びないの。
Kids don't grow unless their parents watch over them? Maybe.
子が目なら親は太陽だわ。
If children are sprouts, then parents are the sun. Helicopter parent strategy. Got it. Got it.
太陽なくして芽吹く草木も咲かせる花も存在しないの。
No plants will bud when no flowers will bloom without the sun. I see. That's one way to think about it. still bound hand and foot. George was thrown, slammed, and smashed. Oh, that doesn't sound good. George? He could do nothing. He was like Sun Wukong, unable to leave the palm of his mother's hand. However, since he wouldn't surrender, he could still show resistance at any time. What about Saturdays, huh? There we go, Doyobi's Saturday, if you caught that. Oh, you can in fact just say Kinyora. Kinyora, alright. The day I learned how to praise the evenings. What about Saturdays? That's when the tutor came. Came to our house, it made it much easier, right? It was a pain having to invite some other random into my private room every week. I hated the smell of sweat left behind when he left. So much I can still remember it. He was a wonderful teacher who drilled a scholarly attitude into you. Scholarly fees were on par with a lawyer's consultation fee, and it was well worth it. Wait, aren't lawyers like several $100s per hour? Alright. That's a lot of money to throw out every week. Then on the Sundays and Mondays that followed, I didn't have any extra school and could finally rest. How ironic. Have those extra classes from Tuesday till Saturday held me down all this time? I really am like Sun Wukong. Well, you're certainly not going to have any friends, that's for sure. If you're arrogant enough to think you can escape from the palm of my hand, you'll be crushed by Buddha's 5 mountains. Sun Wukong, who wanted to become a god, was crushed by the 5 mountains of fire, water, wood, metal, and earth and sealed away. These are the 5 elements that the days of the week, Tuesday through Saturday, are named after in Japanese. In case you... Well, I guess you probably didn't know that if you didn't know the days of the week already. But yes. It's, yeah, exactly like that. Fire, water, wood, gold, and dirt. If you couldn't tell, kin, because kinzo. Kinzo is also said with gold, I believe. It's, well, I think it is. I should double check that. But it makes sense. His name is Goldsmith, right? Instead of gold. What is he act? What is his? They made that joke in one of the fucking chapters where they're like, wait, isn't your name not Goldsmith? It's supposed to be something else. It's like gold gatherer or gold something or other. I don't remember what it was. It was gold something, and they made that comment because his name's Kinzo. Anyway, Tuesday through Saturday are named after in Japanese after the 5 elements. Yep. Only now did George, who had always admired Sun Wukong, recognize this greatest of ironies. Like Sun Wukong, you need to reflect upon and be punished for your arrogance. If you can show you're willing to reform yourself, I'll release you. It's not being released, it's brainwashing. There's no need to think about anything. Why not leave everything to Mama? Freud, alright. Freud's just sitting here thinking, who wrote this? Who wrote this? I'll decide everything for you.
一番素晴らしい人生なのよ。
That's the best life for you. Study some classic Greek tales, dude.
世界で一番知的であなたのために全てを捧げてくれる女性を用意してあげる。
I found the most intellectual woman in the world, willing to devote herself to you entirely. Peace Ava's always had this thing lurking inside her. Peace Ava achieved, in part 3, found the gold and became a witch and killed everyone. And that is the timeline that NJ hails from. As there were no survivors but Ava. And thus, I guess she's able to become a witch and has her witch animations now. So yes, she's always been. She's had this inside her. She had the potential to kill most of the people on the island. We're not positive she killed every single one of them. Yes. Yeah, and NJ survived by virtue of not being on the island. And NJ does not like Ava. Or didn't. I don't know if she still hates her. But Ava is not a nice person and made it her life's goal to make NJ as miserable as humanly possible. Including actively trying to make her life after Ava died even more miserable.
全ての成功もそれに至る道も全てママが用意してあげるわ。
I'll arrange for all your successes and even prepare the roads leading to them. NJ still hates Ava. It's not quite clear because she seems to have been like a little bit less harsh on her, right? In the end of 4, she was like she had like that whole rant about how she shouldn't dislike her so much and should kind of like her, and that she's like that it was her fault. She kind of like blamed herself for all the problems. And then kind of did her whole like philosophy on like just assume everything's happy and everything will be happy that Maria had. So I'm like iffy on how much she dislikes Ava right now. She might just be like, oh, Ava's misguided. If we could have a restatement of what NJ's perspective on Ava is, that would be nice. Since there was some like perspective shift in Arc 4. Yeah, she didn't blame herself. She understood it was possible for her to fix things. And was like lamenting that she didn't fix things. Which I feel is the case. Hopefully we get another reiteration of that perspective. Because it seemed like she was kind of just like putting the blame on herself, which probably isn't right. And then she like countered by just doing her like whole be happy philosophy. Or at least continued on with that. So my perspective was that she was kind of just like not hating Ava as much, but it's not too important. Or at least she was moving. Maybe we can say she moved past Ava and just decided to move on from her, but continues to dislike her. That might be a good perspective to hold. Yeah. People not liking Ava. Definitely includes NJ. Alright. Well, she's gonna do all that work for us. Make everything perfect.
そしてやがては後ろ宮家で最高の名誉である当主の後継者にあなたは指名されるの。
Eventually, you'll be chosen as for the highest honor in the Ushiromiya family. The position is successor to the headship.
それから初めてあなたは自分の人生を始めなさい。
And only then will you begin your true life.
第一歩。
The first step.
笑わせないでよ。あんたはね、まだ生まれてさいないのよ。
Don't make me laugh. You haven't even been born yet.
これはあんたを捉える私の巣じゃないわ。
This isn't my web you're caught in.
あんたを慈しんで育む私の子宮の中なのよ。
You're still in my caring, nurturing womb. And if he doesn't get appointed to headship, he never has a life? Okay, I guess that follows. She probably doesn't care. Why are we seeing blood splatters when nobody's getting actually injured? George was slammed against the ground over and over. It was a heartless atrocity, unlike anything one would expect a blood-related son to receive. However, in Ava's eyes, perhaps this was a sign of love for her precious son. The human-shaped lump of flesh wrapped in the red bag was slammed over and over and then thrown high into the air, where it was caught in a massive spiderweb in the sky, still covered with fresh blood. Well, he hung there as though crucified. George didn't even twitch. Even if he had some power to resist remaining to him, the red web pinning him there would have held even that in check. The rain, which had been falling non-stop since the beginning, quietly tormented and pitied George.
ご行山に封じられてしばらく頭を冷やしなさい。
Be sealed by the 5 mountains and cool your head.
シャノンちゃんが悪い子だからやめなさいと言ってるわけじゃないのよ。
I'm telling you to stop because I think Shannon Chan's... I'm not telling you to stop because I think Shannon Chan's a bad kid, okay? Be sealed by the 5 mountains. Did you mean her fist? She's saying 5 mountains and I'm just reading, you know, a fist. I'm just seeing a closed fist. I mean, I guess you could say, like, a backhand might be 5 mountains, but since they specifically specified fingers, I'm just saying closed fist sort of works. Cool. Getting backhanded repeatedly works, though. Alright. Let's see where this is going. I'm not telling you to stop. I think Shane Chan's a bad kid. Yep.
彼女はジョージに青春と成長のきっかけを与えてくれた。
He's a great kid, the one who gave you the chance
とても良い子だわ。
you needed to grow up.
でも、後先を考えない婚約は別の問題よ。
However, an ill-considered engagement is a different matter
相
entirely.
手が彼女だからいけないと言ってるわけじゃないの。
The issue has nothing to do with some failing on her part.
それを分かりなさい。
Understand that.
友を責めるな。
Blame the problem,
行為を責めよ
not the peer,
う。だね。
right?
これもイギリスの格言だ。
That's another British saying. Is it? Maybe.
本当にあなたは賢い子に育ったわ。
I really did raise you to be a smart kid.
いいえ、育っているわ。
No, I'm raising you.
私のお腹の中でね。
You're still inside me, right?
もう少しじっくりと育ちなさ
You need to be nurtured a little longer.
い。さあ、お仕置きは終わりよ。
Enough punishment.
謝
Apologize
り
to your
な
mother.
さい、母さんに。
I would like to respond that if you claim this child is still in your womb, then beating the shit out of them is probably a bad thing to do. What are you doing? Like hitting your, what is this the equivalent of? Hitting your stomach? Like injecting poison into your womb so that the baby suffers because it's kicking you? Cutting off its food or oxygen supply? What are we talking here? I don't think you should be doing any of those things. Just saying, Ava. Your metaphor sucks. Your metaphor sucks. Based on what you're doing. The spiderweb released George reluctantly. Then it threw him to the ground beneath the cloudy sky.
ありがとう。母さん。
Thanks, mother. Ah, thanks. Well, nice to see you, my dude. Yes, the Ushiromiya is basically our royalty, based on, well, the way they do their inheritance stuff. It was all George could do to get up on his hands and knees. Though he wiped the mud away and stood his ground, he still couldn't raise
これ
his
まで
head.
の全てが
Everything you've done so far.
僕を思っての
You've done
ことだったんだね。
for me, haven't you?
ありがとう。
Thank you.
本当にありがとう。
Thanks for everything.
そうよ。
That's right. That's right.
今は憎いでしょ。
You must hate me
で
now.
もいつかきっと感謝するわ。
But one day, you'll thank me.
私がどれほどあなたを愛していたかをきっと理解する。
I'm sure you'll understand how much I love
火
you.
曜日から土曜日までの連日の塾での縛り付けも
Being bound by all those extra classes from Tuesday until
僕を
Saturday.
立派な男に育てようという母さんの努力だっ
It's
た
a
んだ
sign of how hard you work to raise me to be an excellent man.
これもイギリスの格言よ。
And that's another British
子
phrase.
供を幸福で包むことが最高の教育。
To cover a child in blessings is the greatest education of all.
ありがとう。
Thanks.
だから僕からも母さんに
In return, I'll give you a
イギリ
British
スの
saying.
格言を
なに？
What's that?
すべての木に斧を一撃ずつ加えても
Even if you strike all the trees in the forest once with an
一
axe,
本の木も切り倒せはしない。
you will not fell a single tree. Okay, yep, that follows.
なに？それはどういう意味？
And what does that mean?
こっちの方がいいかな。
Perhaps this one is clearer.
学問に時間を費やしすぎることは怠惰にしすぎない。
Spend too much time in study is
フラン
sloth.
シス・ベーコン。
Francis Bacon. The man, drenched in mud and blood, straightened his crooked glasses and slowly stood up. Though he was covered in filth, his appearance had a divine quality to it. Something that could only appear on a self-controlled man and not one who'd merely been dosing in his mother's amniotic fluid.
僕がサヨから学んだことは数えきれない。
I cannot count the number of things I learned from
僕は彼女
Sayo.
の前で初めて
She taught me courage and
勇
chivalry,
気と男気と向上心とウィットとユーモアとそれから
ambition,
ち
wit,
ょっぴりのおしゃれを学んだんだ。
humor, and just a little bit of style.
皮肉だね。
It's ironic.
今日母さんが僕を立派になったと認める要素のほぼ全てが
Almost all the things you say are so wonderful about me
母さんの教育の賜
didn't
物じゃ
come
ない
from you at all.
ジョージ。
George. Did you hear how she said that line? Oh my goodness. The rasping George.
あんたは
Like she's choking on her own words. Are you
そんなことを
are you still
戻して
a
あ
little
げ
bit
るわ
hate-filled.
母さんの子宮に。
Time to get back in mother's
そして
womb.
もう一度暖かな海で育て直してあげる。
I'll nurse you in a sea of warmth once again. As Ava howled, a bright red spiderweb appeared at George's feet once more and tried to scoop him up into the air again. However, at that instant, a powerful magic circle could be seen in the area surrounding George for just a moment. Faster than he could be scooped up by the spiderweb, George jumped, and with a sharp kick of the heel and a magnificent forward flip, he cut the shackles of that spiderweb apart. He cut it with red truth. Very interesting. That's usually what they use for red truth. The smooth movement proved he had possessed the power to escape the shackles all along. He willingly allowed himself to be bound by the web.
母さんのこれまでの恩を一つずつ
Everything I owe you for what you've
痛みで
done,
相殺させてもらったよ。
I've paid back now with
お
pain.
かげで僕も親離れがきっちりとできそうだ。
Thanks to that, I'll finally be able to leave the nest for good. Oh, thanks for the drink, by the way.
必要だね。
Really do need these every now and then.
たまには親子喧嘩も。
Fights between parents and kids.
ジョージ、私にどうしてそこまで逆らってあんな小娘と。
Why would you disobey so completely with a little girl like that?
必要なのはやはり
Looks
母
like
さんの子離れのよ
you
う。
really do need to let go, Mother.
じゃあそろそろいいか。
Maybe it's time.
何がよ。
Time for what?
そろそろいいかな。
It's about time.
反撃しても。
Time to start fighting back. The curtain of spiderwebs Ava shot out in defense were all too slow. George weaved through them in one instant, and the next he was right before her eyes. This is inconsistent with how Ava Beatrice's powers are being portrayed. It's almost like magic isn't real.
うー
Ava jumped out of the way of a kick that would have knocked her feet out from under her, then blocked the second half of George's double roundhouse with a high kick of her own. Magic is
母さん
real.
の習い事で一つだけ感謝しているものがあるよ。
Guess there's one thing I can thank you for teaching me.
それは何曜日のかしら。
And what day of the week was that?
長期休暇のたびに集中的に習わされた武道教室の数々だよ。
It's the martial arts training we focused on during long breaks from school. glad, George, to hear you're grateful for at least one thing.
母さんは嬉しいわ
Your mother's happy. Ava's swift feet flashed like lightning. Low, 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 mid. As George's head fell forward, she caught it in both hands as though she was about to smash against the ground. It was then met with Ava's knee as it rose like a bolt of lightning from the earth.
ムエタイも習えばよかったの
Should have
に
learned Muay Thai too.
ジョージも一緒に習えばもっと楽しかったわ
It would have been more fun to have learned it with you.
そうだね。
You're
母
right.
さんと一緒に武道を学ぶ時が一番楽しかったよ。
I never had more fun than when I was learning martial arts with you.
なら今が一番
Perhaps
楽
they're
しい
giving
ん
you
じゃない
anxiety. And right now is when we get to have the most fun.
楽しいねジョー
Isn't
ジ
it fun,
楽
George?
しいね
Isn't it?
楽しいかい、母さん。
Is it fun to play with your son like
息
this,
子と遊ぶ
mother?
のは。
楽しいわ
Yes, it
あな
is.
たは私の最愛の息子私のお腹の中で優しく優しく
You're
愛
my
してあげる
precious
わ
son. I'll love you lots and lots
あな
inside
た
my
がお
mouth.
腹を蹴るのさ愛おしい
I even love it when you kick in there.
了解だ。だが
Understood.
その蹴りはお腹の外からになるけどね。
This kick is coming from the outside of your belly. George's knee buried itself into Ava's abdomen. An instant before she felt the pain of that fierce attack, Ava watched her son kick with a proud smile and then vomited. Lolly? Dude, that's not a lolly. She's like 40 years old. Oh, wait, she's like 45, right? Because Kraus is like 50. And Kraus is like 50. And I think like Rosa's 35? Her witch form's her witch form is like herself when she was 18 or whatever, right? It has the appearance of herself when she was like 18 or whatever. I don't remember how old she was. It is her teenage self, though. But all the dialogue is straight out of her adult self, and it's just a visual change.
母さんももう年なんだから。
You're getting on in years, mother.
いい加減。そういう若い子向きの服は。
It's really weird that they say that. You're
自重した方がいい
getting on
んじ
in
ゃない
years. She looks younger than George, but it's like you're getting on in years, Mom. She looks older than George. She looks younger than George. Maybe it's about time you held back on wearing childish clothes like that.
ジョージ
Her chin still covered in vomit, Ava looked up at George in twisted anguish. She could see how pathetic her face was by her reflection in his glasses.
母さんも僕も
Both you and I.
一緒に子供時代とお別れしよ
We need to leave our childhood days behind.
う。さようなら。母さん。
So long, mother! I'm gonna be disappointed if this doesn't end in any broken bones. The fierce lightning and rain made time freeze. George's beautiful kick had stopped an inch from Ava's chest. God damn it, George, doing that shit again. You know what happened last time George hesitated like this in story? He fucking died. He fucking died last time he did this, and he's pulling this shit again. Well, alright. However, the power of the red magic circle surrounding George had already pierced Ava's body. Though he stopped without hurting her, blood poured from Ava's back. No wound had been left on her chest, but her heart had been punched through. Ava slumped backwards and landed in a puddle with a splash. There were no convulsions. Her life had been ended without leaving her even an instant to writhe in pain. Is she actually dead? Who knows?
その辺にいるんじゃないかい。
I know you're somewhere over there. Gop. As he straightened his glasses, George spoke to the rose thicket behind him. Then a pitch black hole opened in the air there, and Gop jumped out. Oh, interesting. George is talking to Gop.
大したもんね。
Impressive.
あのエヴァ・ベアトリーチェを継承前とはいえ打ち倒すなんて。
Even considering it was before her ascension, I can't believe you managed to defeat Eva Beatrice.
やはりいたかい。
I thought you'd be there.
余計なちょっかいを出さなくて。
Thanks for not
親子
interfering.
水入らずで過ごせたよ。
I'm glad we were able to keep it between mother and son.
まさか
But of
いなかっ
course.
たわよ。
I wasn't here.
今あなたが私を召喚したんだ
You
わ。
summoned me just now?
どっちでもいいさ。
Doesn't matter
君
either
に
way.
お願いがあるんだ。
I have something to ask of you.
聞く義理はあるの？
Any reason I should listen?
聞いてくれないのかい。
Will you refuse to listen? With his back still facing her, George reset his glasses. The threat in his voice held the solemn presence of a king who could control demons. The presence made Gop gulp, and she licked her lips before bowing respectfully to his back.
私はイケてる男が好きだけど、
I like
王
hot
女
guys,
はもっと好きだわ。
but I like monarchs even more.
何なりとお命じを。魔王陛下。
Your wish is my command, Demon King.
後ろ宮家の当主に憧れ、その夢と猛襲に生きた彼女の亡骸をふさわしい場所に安置してほしい。
I want you to lay her body to rest in a place fitting for a woman who admired the head of the Ushiromiya family and lived her life with the misguided dreams of that position.
じゃあ、金蔵の書斎へ。
So Kinzo's study?
いや、
No.
貴賓室がいいな。
The VIP room will do
屋
fine.
敷の2階のあの開かずの
Never opened VIP room on the second floor of the mansion.
あの部屋ね。
Ah, that
了
room.
解したわ。ジョー
As
ジ
you
陛
wish,
下。
Your Majesty. Gop approached Ava's corpse and lightly tapped the ground with her right heel. When she did, a large hole opened up, swallowing both Gop and the corpse enclosed. Convenient, isn't it? After a while, a small hole opened in the air. The staff Ava always carried, marked with the one-winged eagle that symbolized the Ushiromiya family's leader, was spat out into a puddle, because the corpse would no longer have any use for it. George slowly approached that staff and stepped down hard on the tip. When he did, the staff spun violently into the air, and after passing by the blue moon that honored the Demon King, it flew into George's outstretched hand. The instant he grasped it, another fierce lightning bolt landed nearby, and by the time the flash disappeared, the staff he held had become a spray of gold butterflies and vanished. It was as though George had crushed the staff out of existence. And now I've finished my part.
次の人に番を譲るよ。
I'll let someone else have a turn.
自分の
I
母さん
can't
を
believe
手にかけるなんて。
you attacked your own mother.
自分を世界で一番最初に愛してくれる人であり、
The person who loves you the first in this world,
そして一番最後に
and the last one you have to separate yourself from.
それが家を出る。
That's what it means to leave your home.
これが僕が作用をめとるために見せられる。
This is the courage I need to show to take Sayo as my wife.
ジョージ様
George-sama.
あっぱれなり後ろ宮ジョージ。
Bravo, Ushiromiya
ま
George.
ずは見事であるぞ。
An excellent start.
たとえゲーム上のこととはいえ、
Even though it was just within the game. Wait, are you telling me his mom's not actually going to be dead? I'm going to be pretty disappointed if none of these are the actual deaths.
駒のこととはいえ、
Even though it was just a piece.
自分の母親を殺すのは愉快なことではないね。
I didn't like having to kill my mother.
しかし、それが君たちの課す試練だと言うから、
However,
僕は答えたよ。
that's the trial you set me, so I saw it through. He stared at the two demons. The demons looked at each other, then showed their surprise with their now familiar exaggerated gestures.
素晴らしいわ。
Wonderful.
なんて見事なのかしら。ゼタル
Wasn't that splendid, Zapar? Are we gonna see Jessica kill Natsuhi next?
そうだねフルフル。
Indeed it was. For
ジョージ君の決意は本物だ。
George Kun's determination is the real deal.
どうやら僕は君を見誤っていたようだね。
I misjudged you.
謝るよ。許してほしい。
Please accept my apologies. George chose not to go along with the theatrical conversation. He just quietly looked down upon the game board, found the piece representing his mother, which was right next to his, and tipped it over. This was the trial that Zapar and Furfur had set for him, so that the love of the pair will stand true. Offer up the life of one person by your own hands. It was similar to that trial during Beato's games, where they were given 3 options as part of a test to select the next family head. However, a pair of lovers will never abandon each other's lives, so they were automatically left with the option of sacrificing the life of another instead. In fact, it was merciful that they only had to choose the life of one person other than themselves instead of all. Besides, it only meant taking those lives as pieces on the board. For the versions of themselves to who this game board was the only world, it was a tragic parricide. I mean patricide? But those who stood, or is it parricide if it's your mother? That's a good question. It's matricide, isn't it? Right? It would be matricide to kill your mother, right? Yeah, patricide would be father, because pata is father, right? That makes sense to me. And that is correct. Okay. Yeah, parricide. I guess you could say killing your one of your parents. I feel like it would be straightforward to just say matricide, but that's fine. For those who stood around the game board in this witch's smoking room, it was nothing more than a movement of the pieces representing George's will to overcome his parents. However, the fact remained that the demons had ordered them to take these lives, even if it was just within one of the endless fragment worlds. George appeared to have distanced himself from the events of the demon's game board, but Jessica still seemed to resist the idea of stealing another's life, even if it's only their life as a piece on the game board.
おじけづいたか?
You been scared stiff?
いえ、
Oh.
バトラさんの望むベアトリーチェはこんなことでは臆したりしません。
The Beatrice that Battler desires would not be shaken by the likes of this.
さあ、次は誰が試練に挑戦を?
Well then, who will undergo the next trial?
誰でもいい。次なる犠牲者を選び出してほしい。
Choose the next victim, it doesn't matter who.
誰でもいい。次なる挑戦者は名乗り出てほしい。
Name the next challenger, any one of you may go.
誰も名乗り出ないなら
If no one speaks up,
僕の勝ちということだ
it
ね。
means I win, doesn't it?
そうなるわ。
That's right.
ならばおめでとう。後ろ宮ジョージ。
Congratulations, if so, Ushiromia George.
あなたとあなたの愛する人の恋の成就へ至る扉の鍵を
The key that leads to successful love between you and the one you cherish.
僕たちは今こそ授けん
Now proudly grant... Interruption.
待てよ。
Oh, hold it right there. Alright, who's Jessica killing? As the demons delightedly named George the victor, they were interrupted by the next challenger.
ジェシカさん。次は
I'm up next.
私だぜ。いいぜ。
Alright, I'll do it.
やって私だってカノン君のこと半端に考えてるわけじゃ
I'll
ねえ
show
って
you
こ
I'm
と。
serious about
見
Cannon
せてや
Kun.
ら。
You are willing to kill your parents for Cannon Kun? Damn, alright. Why is she so goddamn serious about Cannon Kun? Alright, it's yeah, it's punching Saint Jessica. Here we go. Brass knuckles to the face for someone. As usual, this year's family conference was getting bogged down. Everyone decided to cool their heads for a moment, and a short break had been agreed upon. Or does she beat up? It would be funny if she beat up Ava. She's like, fuck it, I'll kill. It's like, oh, you want me to kill? Because, you know, she's supposed to be like a bit of a blockhead, right? So it's like, oh, you want me to kill someone? Yeah, I'll kill George's mom too. It's like, wait, no. The point is you're supposed to kill your own. Goodbye, George's mom. Aunt Ava, good riddance. Oh, that would be so funny. A short break had been agreed upon, and the four siblings could say whatever they wanted. But Natsuhi and Kyrie, for example, were outsiders and found it difficult to speak freely in this sort of atmosphere. A conference where you aren't allowed to say what you want can be tiring even as you just sit there quietly. Even Kyrie couldn't help letting out a deep sigh. This was the second floor hallway of the mansion. Rudolph wanted to be alone during the break, so she felt like doing the same, and drifted up the stairs to reach this place. Her expression was less tightly controlled than when her husband was around. She wore a tired look that she didn't often show. She pressed her cheek against the cool window glass. I need to retain my spirit and support my husband. Even if I'm not allowed to speak, that's the duty I've won.
誰？
Who is it? Wait, we're beating up Kyrie? She suddenly sensed another person, turned to look behind her, and saw Jessica standing at the other end of the hallway.
あら、ジェシカちゃんじゃない。
Oh, it's you, Jessica-chan.
ゲストハウスに行ったんじゃなかったの？
Didn't you go to the guest house?
ちょっとその
Well,
本を取りに自分の部屋へ戻ってたんです。
I sort of decided to head back to my room to get a book.
そう。
I see.
ゲストハウスに戻るところ？
And you're back on your way to the guest house now?
はい、そうです。
That's right.
嫌な雨ね。
I can't stand this raid. This is gonna be way more awkward. I feel like this is gonna be way more awkward than the Ava encounter. The Ava encounter was hostile, and Jessica's just standing here being asked to like murder someone who's just like casually talking to her and probably doesn't give a fuck. Like, I bet if she asked Kyrie, she'd just be like, yeah, okay, sure. You want to marry Cannon? All right. I married out of my family against the wishes of my siblings and parents, and you know, I don't regret that. I feel like that's Kyrie's, or like, you know, Kyrie's like, oh, does it work out for you? Yeah, okay, you think it'll work? Might be a bit ambitious, but go for it if you want to. I don't think Kyrie is going to be like vehemently opposed to the point of trying to murder her, right? I can't stand this
風はだい
rain.
ぶ強いのかしら。
Is the wind really strong?
今は比較的弱いみたいです。
It's actually weak right now, relatively speaking. As Kyrie looked out the window, Jessica watched her back, looking agitated.
キリエおばさん、
Aunt Kyrie,
ごめんよ。運がなかったと思ってくれ。
you've only got your bad luck to blame.
ゼ
Ah, Sapar.
トルジェシカの運命のルーレットはキリエを選んでしまったわ。
Jessica's roulette of fate has chosen Kyrie.
どうするんだいジェシカ。
What will you do, Jessica?
ルーレットはキリエを選んだけど、それを拒否して再びルーレットを回すのも
The
君の
roulette
勝手
chose
さ。
Kyrie. You may reject that choice and spin again if you wish. Of all the people to kill, is Kyrie the person to kill for your boyfriend?
試練に捧げるのは誰の
It doesn't
命で
matter.
も問わないのだから。
Whose life is sacrificed for this trial? Jessica wasn't like George. George willingly chose Ava to be his sacrifice, to signify his separation from his old life so he could step into a new life married to Shannon. However, Jessica hadn't thought of any particular target, so she left it up to the roulette of fate. That was no exaggeration. She walked around at random, imposing a rule on herself that the first person she met would be chosen as her sacrifice, and so the roulette of fate brought her to Kyrie. Kyrie, you deserve better than this. Of course, there was nothing forcing her to keep to that rule. However, Jessica didn't want to break a rule she had once made. Even though she was participating in a demon's game, she still wanted to cling to this one last virtue. Don't murder random people seems like a good virtue. Pity that one's not being enforced. Right now, she could attack that unprotected back, but Jessica still wasn't able to fully resolve herself.
どうしたの？
What is it?
何か私に話でも？
You have something to say to me? Noticing the strange distance Jessica was standing at, Kirie turned around. That unprotected back was already gone, and Jessica realized her hesitation made her lose her own first chance. She'd taken on this demon's game to prove her love for Kanon. However, would it really be okay to sell her soul to demons for the sake of love? She'd energetically consented to this demon's game, not wanting to let George, who already took an open-minded view of the situation, get any more of a lead on her, but her heart still wasn't ready. Why not just murder Hideyoshi? Just be like, fuck it, George doesn't value his family. I don't value George's family either then. Goodbye. Still pretty bad, but like, you know, if George is okay with it, fuck it, and then you do that. Or you do that, and then you decide to kill George if he tries to kill any of your family. I mean, the Demon's Game didn't say you couldn't kill George, right? Maybe I shouldn't be asking you this, Aunt Kiria.
何
What is
ジェ
it?
シカちゃんが私に質問なんて珍しいわね。
It's rare for you to ask me questions, Jessica.
答えられるものだといいんだけれど。
I hope I'm capable of answering them for you.
実は私
I
好きな人がいるんです。
have someone I like.
あら、
Oh,
そう
really?
なの
Really?
それは素敵ね。
It's wonderful.
まさか恋の相談なの？
Is it love you wanted to talk about?
そんなところで
Pretty
す
much.。
いいわよ。
Very well.
私でよければ力になるわ。
I'll help out if I can.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
実はそれで
Actually,
その
まだ片思いなの？
Is it still one-sided? Yes, but he says he'll love me if I just murder one of my family members. That sounds a little crazy, doesn't it? No, George agrees with it. Really? There's an interesting way that conversation can go. Let's see.
そこから両思いになりたて
I guess you could say it's just become mutual.
ただその結ばれるには試練があって。
Well, there's this trial for us to be joined together.
試練？
A trial?
何それ？
What could that be?
私たちともう一組の恋人たちがいて。
There's two of us and another pair of lovers. We have to fight each other.
三角関係？
You mean like a love triangle?
それとも四角関係？
A square?
複雑そうね。
Sounds complicated.
それで？
And?
勝った方の恋人同士しか結ば
Only
れ
the
ない。
pair who wins can be together.
そういう複雑なことになってるんです。
It's something complicated like
つま
that.
りその
In other words?
嫌な話ね。
Oh, that sounds awful.
相手を踏み台にしてしかどちらも成就できない恋なのね。
A love where neither side can succeed unless they use the others as stepping stones?
はい。
Yeah.
自分たちが結ばれれば相手が破綻しま
If
す。
we're joined, then they'll fall apart.
そして逆もしか
The
りです。
same the other way around.
質問の趣旨が大体分かったわ
I。see where you're going with this.
こういうことでしょ？
Something like this,
人は
right?
幸せになるためにどこまで他者を踏み台にすることが許されるのか。
How far is a
Mitchell?
person allowed to take advantage of others to find happiness, right? Starts sweating nervously. They're all rich business people. Yes, Kyrie was very smart. She already guessed the question that Jessica wanted to ask the most.
戦わなければ自動的に相手が勝ってジェシカちゃんたちは負けになる。
If you don't fight, it automatically becomes their victory and you'll
しかし
lose.
戦って勝てば相手を破綻させることに
But
な
if
る。
you fight and win, it means they'll fall apart.
どちらも嫌な話ね。
It's nasty either
で
way.
も聞くまでもなく
But
答
the
えは
answer
決
is
まっているわ。
obvious.
はい。
Yes. Kyrie giggled. If she wasn't willing to stick to her love until the end, then that would show the limits of their relationship. If that were the case, she should just let the other pair of lovers win. However, if this is love she can't abandon, she couldn't abandon her chances of victory either, so she had no options other than to fight. In the end, Jessica's hesitation was caused by her guilt over forcing the others to split apart as a result of her inevitable decision.
やっぱり
I guess.
私は
I really am
甘えているでしょうか。
looking for an excuse.
そうね。
Yeah,
甘
yeah.
えてるわ。
That's what you're doing.
でも自分たちが結ばれるために誰かを踏み台にするなんて
Still, it doesn't make it any easier to step over someone else
そんなの
for the sake of your own love.
辛いです。
You don't like Jessica? I don't think she's that bad. I don't think she's all that smart,
じゃあ
but I
ジェシカちゃんは
appreciate
恋のお
that
相手
she's at
は
least having some consideration of whether or not this is right, although not the murdering part. It's the murdering is only part of it. She's more concerned about the fact that George is gonna break up than she is about the murder part. Which is kind of absurd. It's like, man, alright, so you have to murder someone in your family in order to get with your boyfriend, or at least to continue having the chance to be with your boyfriend. If your significant other, the same day they finally agree to go out with you before they even do anything, tells you you have to kill one of your family members if you want to stay with me, you'll probably say no. Okay? Just saying. Unless you were already planning on murdering your family members, say no. And I hope you weren't planning on murdering them. Like, come on. It's like, yes, yeah, you want to bang? Yeah, we can bang. Just kill your brother. What? Like, shouldn't that be like a hell no? What? Too late. Should have told me yesterday. I just killed him. Yeah, like, what kind of person are you supposed to be, Jessica? Come on. It's like, yeah, I like this guy, but I'm not gonna murder my parents for him? Like, he's cool and all, but come on, get real. In that case.
諦める
Will you give up on your lover?
それは
That's
断言するわ
I can tell you one thing for
そ
certain.
の方が辛いわよ
Doing that will be even more
地
painful.
獄を這うことになる
You'll be forced to crawl through
生
hell
涯ね
for the rest of your life. Dude, I'd say, like, you'd have to have some legendary synergy. This would have to be very special circumstances for me to be like, yeah, I'm okay with killing my whole family to get a girlfriend. Kind of a dick move. Like, even if you're being selfish, you're like, why am I killing them? Like, yeah, sure, causing them some emotional pain or being like, well, you know, to be with my girlfriend, I gotta move to another country on another continent. Like, yeah, it would suck for them. But, like, you know, ultimately, you're both still alive and you can visit them. Like, this is getting a bit crazy. But alright, for the rest of your life, yeah, sure. A hardness had entered Kyrie's gaze.
私は6歳だったから当時は何もわからなかったけれど
I was just 6. I don't remember much about that
遺品
time.
の中にお母さんの手記があったわ
However, I found Mom's notebook amongst her belongings after she died.
それは日記のようなものか
Was it a diary?
どちらかというと随想録ね
More like a collection of her thoughts.
日記よりももっとアバウトなものよ
It was much vaguer than a diary would have been.
亡くなってすぐにそれを見つけて読んだけど
I found it and read it after she passed
その
away.
意味を理解できるようになるには長い時間と私の成長を待たなければならな
But
か
I
っ
needed
た
to
わ
wait until I'd grown for several years before I could understand it.
なるほど
I
キ
see.
リエの夫婦仲についての悩みが記されていた
Did it
とい
speak
う
of
の
Kyrie's worries about her marriage?
あれは完全にお母さんの呪い帳よね
It's practically a book of curses.
その中身は6歳の私がずっと漠然と感じていた疑問を
It cleared up
次々に
several
紹介させてくれたわ
questions I'd vaguely felt back when I was 6. When I was 6, it seemed as though my parents were very close and had no problems. And though I thought it odd that Oni-chan lived separately even though he was in our family, I accepted it as the way things were.
アスムのことは知らなかったのか
Did you not know about Asumu?
お兄ちゃんが誰もいない時に話してくれたような気がするけど小学校前の私にそれが理解できるはずがない
I think Oni-chan talked to me about her when no one was around, but it wasn't something a kid who wasn't even in elementary school could
だっ
understand.
て写真すらない相手よ
After all, I never even saw a picture
お
of her.
母さんはアスムさんの写った写真のすべてをお兄ちゃんに送って家の中には一切残さなかったそ
Mom
うだ
had
から
sent all the pictures with Asumu-san in them to Oni-chan, leaving none behind in the house. To NJ and Battler, who rarely came home, Kyrie's smile never faltered. If she hadn't written her thoughts in that notebook, NJ would probably never have known them. Since his school days, Rudolph had been particularly popular with girls, a typical playboy. Be bold, over the top, and yet still a little gentle towards women. He probably kept that formula for being popular with women inside his head. In their attempts to win Rudolph's favor, several women tried various seductive tricks. Rudolph probably enjoyed that part the most. Since the beginning, love had been a game to Rudolph. He never thought of it as a trial and error process to find a single life partner. He would intentionally spark jealousy between women, lap up their compliments, revel in the harem. He may be my father, but he is an awful man.
でもお父さんも同時に媚びへつらう女の子たちをきっと見下してもいたのね。
Dad must have looked down on those toadying
そ
girls.
んな中に自分の価値観をしっかりと持ち知性を見せるお母さんは目立って見えた。
Mom, who is very aware of her self-worth and extremely intelligent, must have stood out.
それすらもルドルフの目を引きたいキリエの知恵かもしれぬがな。
Though even that might have been due to Kyrie's more skillful methods of catching Rudolph's gaze.
かもね。
Maybe.
お母さんはいろいろな意味で頭が良かったから。
Mom was smart in a lot of ways. Like the other Ushiromiya siblings, Rudolph had strong ambitions and lofty goals. Under the mottos of if you can pull it off, you're golden, and as long as no one finds out, he'd alternate between setting up businesses that were borderline swindles or illegal and then running away. I heard that in his college years he was already making use of that talent, thinking up shameless projects and cleverly making money through the panic selling of party tickets, so much that he could brag about carrying a wallet full of 110,000 yen notes all the time. Well, at least he's making money, even if it's shady ventures. As far as business goes, that's better than being Kraus. Many women fell for his charisma and being the man responsible for those radical projects, as well as his thick wallet and generosity. It'd be a lie to say Kyrie wasn't one of them. However, what made Kyrie different from other women was she could support Rudolph as a business partner. Rudolph would make a large-scale party successful, unable to hide his laughter at this massive easy profit. The women would surround him, and among them only Kyrie was calm and composed. She'd point out several ways that income and expenditure could be improved upon, and even lay out a proposal for the next project.
そうしてルドルフにパートナーとして次第に認められていくわけ
But
であるか。
Rudolph slowly began to accept her as a partner.
男子厨房に入るべからずっていうように
Like some people say men don't belong in the kitchen.
女もまた財布に入るべからずって空気はあるわよね。
There's a sense women should stay out of financial
女
affairs.
はおごられて当たり前。
It's normal for men to foot the bill for women.
男の出す1万円札をどうやって捻出しているかは野暮だから聞かない、知らない、興
The
味も
details
な
of
い。
how those 10,000 yen notes were scrounged up are vulgar, so they don't ask, don't know, and don't care.
キリエは金に対する価値観が男性的であったということだ。
You're saying Kyrie viewed money from a man's perspective? Rudolph noticed a true treasure in this part of Kyrie. He knew exactly how much hard work it took to get one of those 10,000 yen notes, so somewhere inside him, he looked down on those extravagant women who never considered the efforts he had undertaken. Of all of them, only Kyrie had possessed the same sharp financial intuition as Rudolph. Every time he thought of a new plan, he'd talk to Kyrie about it, work out the kinks, and make it succeed. In this way, Kyrie steadily worked her way up until she was the number one of Rudolph's large group of followers.
でもお母さんだって女。
But Mom was still a woman.
他の女たちにちやほやされてるお父さんを見て心が安らいでたかどうかは
I
疑わ
doubt
しい。
she enjoyed seeing Dad pampered by all those other girls.
ナンバーワンよりオンリーワンの方が良いというもの。
So she'd rather have been his only one instead of his number one?
そういうこと。
Yeah.
お母さんはお父さんの右腕として活躍しながらもその陰では狡猾に
Though she
他の女性
served
を切り離していったわ。
though she served as Dad's right hand, she slyly got rid of the other women in
お
the
母さん
shadows.
の恋の成就はもはや時間の問題だった。
It was only a matter of time until Mom would succeed in her love.
アスムはいつからいたのか。
When did Asumu come into the picture?
ルドルフさんの取り巻きの一人よ。
She was one of Rudolph-san's
い
groupies.
え、取り巻いてさえいなかったわ。
Not even
た
that.
だのファンの一人だったわ。
She's just one of his fans.
話したことはあるんですか？
Did you ever talk with her?
もちろん。
Of course.
私は彼女のことをよく知って
I knew
る
her
わ。
well.
ルドルフさんがアスムさんの名前さえ知らなかった一番
Ever
最
since
初
the
からね、
beginning, before Rudolph-san even knew her name.
あの子もきっと頭のいい子だったのよ。
I'm sure she was quite intelligent
狡
herself.
猾だったわ。
And cunning.
私は頭の良さで目立とうとしたけど、彼女は全くその逆で目立とうとしたの。
I tried to use my intelligence to stick out, and she did it in exactly the opposite way.
頭の悪さで？
Being stupid?
庇護欲のかきたて方がうまいって意味よ。
No, I mean she was good at triggering his protective instinct.
こびてイチャついてくる女たちの中で、
Of all the girls who came to flatter and
彼
flirt
女
with
の
him,
仕草の一つ一つが派手な女たちに触傷を起こしていたルドルフさんには目立って見えたのよ。
only she stood out with every action she made, unlike the flashy girls Rudolph-san had tired of. Kyrie still acknowledges the mistake she made in letting Osamu and Rudolph get too close. Kyrie had thought that taking the role of Rudolph's business partner meant she'd have him all to herself. That might have been due to her pride. It might have been her arrogance as she tried to eliminate the relationships between all other girls and Rudolph. Perhaps she'd sometimes tried too hard as a business partner, putting too much pressure on him regardless of the fact it was justified. Bit by bit, Rudolph started needing a woman who could stay quiet and soothe him without making him think about anything complicated. And that woman was Osamu.
私は冷酷で知的、
I'm ruthless and intellectual,
合理的で経済的。
rational and economical.
カルネアデスの船板のような状況があったら躊躇なく相手を蹴落とすわ。
In a plank of Carnetti's situation, I would push the other person off without hesitation.
そんなパートナーがあの人にはふさわしいと思っていたから。
I thought that was the kind of partner suitable for him. However, though that ruthlessness had made her reliable on the business side of things, it might have disturbed Rudolph deeply outside of business. At some point, though Rudolph still acknowledged Kyrie's skill, he began to yearn for a quiet, warm acceptance. Osamu satisfied all those conditions. She'd never talk about anything complicated. Even if he did, she'd just shake her head to say she didn't know. However, she'd care more for him physically than anyone else, quietly putting a blanket on him, staying by his side until morning.
確かに私はビジネスのパートナーの座を手に入れた。
I did get in the position of his business
しかし
partner,
いつし
but
か
before I knew it,
ルドルフさんには心を癒してくれるメンタルのパートナーが必要になっていた。
Rudolph had grown a need for a mental partner, one who could heal his heart.
私は愚かしくも知的を自称しながらそれに気づけずにいたわ。
Though I foolishly claimed to be the intellectual one, I never noticed.
それで
But
ルドルフおじさんは
Uncle Rudolph
アスムおばさんと結婚を。
married Aunt Osamu?
ええ、
That's right.
そうよ。取られたの。
She stole him away by sleeping with him.
たくさんの女をはべらしていたもの。
He slept with a lot of women.
今さらどこの女と遊んだって情を移すような人じゃない。
By that point, he wasn't the kind of guy to let his emotions be captured by a woman just because he slept
そ
with
れ
her.
にあの人にとって女なんて遊びでしかなかったもの。
After all, sleeping with women was just a game to him, right? Surely he'd never let his
だ
emotions
か
be
らこ
captured
そ
that way.
私は体以外を武器に自分の存在を示していた。
That's why I used something other than my body to attract his attention.
慢心だな、
What pride
女として。
as a woman.
間もなく2人は解任するわ。
Before long, they were both
ア
pregnant.
スムさんはそれをすぐにお父さんに打ち明けたけど、お母さんは逆
Osamu
だ
told
った。
dad about it right away, but mom did the opposite.
身重になることがビジネスパートナーの座を揺るがすことになりかねないと
He was
恐
afraid
れ
that
たのだ
pregnancy would threaten her position as his business partner.
当時のお母さんは食が細くて体調不良とか当たり前だったみたい。
Apparently, mom didn't eat much at the time, so her period was often
だから
irregular.
解任に気づくのも随分遅れた。
Because of that, it took a long time before she realized that she was pregnant.
気づいたのは
When did she notice?
アスムさんとお父さんが電撃入籍をしてからよ。
It was after Osamu-san suddenly moved into dad's
お
family
母さ
register.
んはその後に妊娠を知ってアスムさんやお父さんを揺さぶろうと随分暗躍したみたいだけど、
Mom learned about her pregnancy after that and plotted several times to split Osamu-san and dad apart, but
アスムさんあんなにぼんやりしてそうなのに
even though Osamu-san always acted like such an
ルドル
airhead,
フさんを加え込んだら
once
話
she
は
got her
しない
hands on Rudolph-san, she didn't let
だ
go.
から何ですか、どうぞお引き取りくださいですってよ。
Why should I care? Stay out of her way,
バ
she'd
ス
say.
一つ乗るにも怖い怖いと縮こまってたあの小娘がね。
And this coming from that little girl who would curl up into a ball every time she got on a bus.
あの時悟ったわ。
And at that point, I
本
realized
当に狡猾だったのは
she'd been the
彼
truly
女
cunning
そ
one.
うよ。 乗り物恐怖症だってルドルフさんの気を引くための嘘だったわ。
Even her fear of vehicles was another lie to catch Rudolph-san's sympathy.
ごめんなさい。
My
こんな
apologies.
話を聞いても
That
つ
must
ま
be
らないわ
boring
よ
you.
ね。
No, no.
いえ、
せめて
At the very least. At least it's new information. Expanding on new information, and I'm not sure it's super relevant, but the next couple lines might be relevant. At the very
私
least,
の産む子だけでも認知させたかったわ。
I wanted him to acknowledge the child I'd give
ル
birth
ドル
to.
フさんもそのつもりはあったみたい。
Seems as though Rudolph-san was prepared to do
病
that.
院もきっちり手配してくれたし、アスムさんの出産が近づいても海外しく私のところにも来てくれてたっけ。
He made sure there was a hospital waiting for me, and even though Asuma-san was close to giving birth herself, he gallantly came to
も
see
は
me,
や向こうが本当の奥さんなのにね。
even though she was already his wife.
ひどい人だわ。
What an awful man, really. After that is a tale I can't even bear to tell. Both Asuma and I had the same delivery date, and yet her pregnancy had meant her marriage, where mine was completely meaningless. I swore to bring up my child well and have Rudolph-san acknowledge it. The fight between Asumu-san and me ended with my loss. However, I wasn't down for the count. If I could make my child excel more than Asumu-san's, if I could make it fully acknowledged by Rudolph-san, I'd be rewarded. That's what I believed.
しかしキリエの子は死産だった。
Whoever that child was a stillbirth.
ええ、
Yes. You're saying that, and not Kyrie. Interesting.
アスムさんにはお兄ちゃんが生まれた。
Asuma-san gave birth to an Oni-chan,
しかしお母さんからは誰も。
but Mom didn't give birth to anyone.
お母さんのせめて第二夫人の座に残りたいという最後の希望は
Even Mom's final hope of being left a spot as Dad's second wife was destroyed. Kyrie had fallen from being his partner to being his second wife. Yeah, I hope Rudolph was tattooing himself with that option. He was raw dogging it. For reference, Battler is 18, and this is what, 1986? So that's like the 60s, dude. That's the fucking 60s. STIs? Concerns about STIs are basically non-existent at that point, dude. That's the 60s. Concerned about STIs are not really a thing for a long ass time. And the AIDS epidemic is like the 80s, and like that's commonly believed to be like, I mean the popular theory is that it's like a disease for gay people. So like the concerns for like sexually transmitted diseases and shit probably very low at that time, as even awareness of that stuff seems to would probably be pretty low, right? Because wait, let's see. Can I do some? It was like, was it the like was not the like the 60s and 70s, like that era of free love and shit, like that hippie culture shit? I thought that was the 60s. Was that not like the free love era around the 60s? So like, yeah, that seems appropriate for like someone who has a lot of charisma. Yeah, if the 60s is the free love era, then you're in like the appropriate time period for that. So yeah, he's probably not getting tested very often. And it seems about accurate, I guess. That's standard drama from that time period. And that's just going off of what Battler's date, or Battler's born around that time, so Rudolph was basically like I assume Kyrie is talking on the span of months to years, so it's probably the mid 60s. mid-60s? Seems, or Battler's 18? Yeah, mid-60s is like the era she's talking about. Yeah, late 60s to the 70s. She's talking like mid-late 60s for like all this drama, so that seems appropriate. At least they got the time period right. That's cool. So Kiria had fallen from being his partner to being his second wife, and then unable to give birth to the bond of a child, she tumbled down to being merely his mistress. I can't imagine how much she must have hated Asumu and that kid Battler.
そんなのをお首にも出さず、
And despite that,
お母さんはお兄ちゃんとも親しげに接してたわ。
Mom was able to act in a very friendly way towards Oni-chan.
ショックだった。
It was definitely a shock for me.
あの優しいお母さんがお兄ちゃんにそんな負の感情を持っていて、それを隠しおおせてたなんて。
My gentle mother had held such negative emotions for Oni-chan and managed to hide them.
憎かったであろうな。
She must have disguised Battler. Or despised Battler. I think I said disguised.
でしょうね。
Probably.
もし死産がアスムさんで、お母さんの方がお兄ちゃんを出産していたなら、
If Asuma-san had had a stillbirth and Mom had given birth to
何
Oni-chan,
か歴史は変わっていたかもしれない。
history might have been changed in some way. Thanks, NJ, for pointing that out. Because as we know, Asumu is not Battler's mother. That's why I was kind of surprised when, instead of Kyrie delivering that line, we had Featherine deliver the line that Kyrie had a stillbirth. I'm like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. There's no other elements here. This is a simple mystery. And it was obvious for a while. If Battler can't read text that Asumu is his mother, there's only one other person. There's only like two other elements in play. One of them is Kyrie, given that she had the exact same delivery date as Asumu. And the other element is that like maybe he randomly adopted a kid to not look bad for having their own stillbirth or some shit, right? Like there's only two choices, and the obvious line is like the Kyrie is his mother line. I mean like NJ and him look the same, and I can NJ and him and Battler look related, but they don't really look related to Rudolph. Like, look at NJ's hair color and tell me it's not the same color as Battler's. Yeah, and then they did something like this to obviously cut away, so you're just like, I see, interesting.
もしもそうだったなら、
Had that been the case,
自分と再婚するようなシナリオを描きたいと思ってたみたい。
it seems she would have wanted to set up some scenario in which she'd make Dad divorce Asumu-san and marry her instead.
そ
Too
れ
smart
も
for the novel.
随
It
想
was
録
pretty obvious when the red text came out, because Kyrie had already referenced the fact that Asumu, I think, stole Rudolph from her at some point. She got him back later, and I was like, interesting. Relationship, the only relevant relationship drama. The fact that the characters in the game still haven't figured it out is kind of annoying. But it is what it is. After all, NJ's missing the element of Battler being not being Asumu's son. And Battler is just too stupid to figure it out for himself. Apparently, he's got the gold now, so he should know that, though. He's got the gold, so he should know that. That's part of the mystery of the island, right? Was that also written in the book where she kept her thoughts?
ええ。
Yeah.
だからこそそれは随想、妄想。
After all, that was just a random thought, a delusion.
涙で濡らしたシーツの端を噛みながらのお母さんの怨嗟。
Mom's resentment as she chewed on the corner of her tear-stained bedsheets.
後悔は一点だけ。
There's just one thing I regret.
解任ですか。
The pregnancy?
違う。
No.
私のおごりだけよ。
It's my arrogance I
ルドル
regret.
フさんはもう私のものだから絶対安全。
Rudolph-san is mine now. I'm completely safe.
あんなアスムなんていう小娘に負けるわ
I'll
けが
never
ない。
lose to that Asumu kid.
彼女がバスや飛行機でギャーギャーわめくとき、私はその手配と経費を適正に処理で
When
き
she
た。
was busy screaming her head off on buses and planes, I was capable of properly managing the arrangements and expenditures for them.
だから私は一番ルドルフさんに信頼されていると。
That's why I was overly confident that I was the one Rudolph-san trusted the most. I see.
恋って育むって言う
They
でしょ
say love, so love needs to be nurtured, right?
はい。
Yeah,
間違ってないわ。
it's not wrong.
二人で水をやり世話をして育む。
It's very strange. Asumu doesn't actually. Well, it's a little bit strange that Battler inherited Asumu's phobias when she didn't actually possess them. But I believe their explanation was that Asumu didn't actually have those. I believe the explanation was Asumu didn't have those fears, but her pretending to have those fears gave Battler the fears. Basically, Battler's a young kid, sees his mom fake panicking all the time whenever they get on planes and cars and stuff. So he thinks it's scary and gets an actual phobia from his mom's acting. That's the explanation they gave a little bit earlier in the story, I believe. Because they were like, yeah, Asumu's not actually scared of those things. His real mom, not actually scared of those things. That was already told to us earlier in the story. Was that Asumu didn't actually have those fears. She was she was basically just gave Battler some horrible phobias for basically no reason except to get Rudolph to like her more. Which is pretty shitty, honestly. Can you imagine, like, you're literally terrified into screaming every time you get on a plane or a boat, and thanks to your mom, like, pretending to do that and doing that all the time, so you think it's terrifying, and you have, like, this crippling psychological problem with vehicles. Like, thanks, mom. Thanks, mom. What a bitch. All right. The two of you need to water it, care for it, nurture it.
そして最後に結実するのが愛という実なの。
In the end, it will finally bear the fruit called love.
知ってる？
Did you know?
結実して終わりじゃないのよ。
Love doesn't end when it bears fruit.
愛を収穫しなきゃ恋は成就したことにならないの。
If you don't harvest it well, the romance you started with will never amount to anything. They haven't even gotten to romance, man. They said like a couple sweet nothings to each other once in the hallway. That was today. Harvested?
それはジェシカちゃんが考えなさい。
You need to think about it yourself, Jessica
実
Chan.
らせても収穫しなきゃ傷んで腐ることもある。
If you make it bear fruit without harvesting it, it can sometimes grow rotten.
虫がたかることだってもちろんあるわ。
Bugs will often gather around
いい
it.
え、それどころ
In fact,
か。盗人が現れて
Sometimes thieves
も
will
ぎ取
come
っ
by
ていっ
and
て
pluck
しまう
it
こと
off
さ
the
え
branch.
ね。
Yep. An easier way to say it would just be don't count your chickens before they hatch.
ジェシカちゃんたち若い子の恋愛観は育むところで終わってる。
Young kids like you, Jessica Chan, think that love ends
そ
with
れは
nurturing.
甘いわ。
It's naive.
愛を収穫しなきゃ恋は報われない。
If you don't harvest it, you'll never be rewarded for your love.
愛を
Harvest love.
収穫。
That's right, like a farmer's scythe. You need to cut down that love.
それは一
Harvested.
見愛し合う二人きりだけの問題に見えて、
At
そ
a
んな
glance,
ことはないのよ。
at a glance, it may seem to be a matter just between a pair of lovers, but that isn't true.
だからいつ収穫しても自由なんていう先延ばしは盗人に機会を与えるだけ。
Putting off the harvest because you can assume you can do it at any time just gives thieves a chance.
苦労して育てた実が翌朝にもぎ取られてなくなっていたら、
What if the fruit you worked so hard to nurture gets pulled off the branch the next
昨
morning?
日のうちにめんどくさがらずに収穫しておけばよかったと後悔するはずよ。
You'll regret you didn't choose to harvest it the previous day instead of complaining.
辛いわよ。その後悔は
The regret hurts.
地
Really
獄を
hurts.
這うわよ。
It'll make you crawl through hell.
私は幸運よ。
Lucky.
その地獄が18年で終わった。
My hell ended after 18 years.
だからもう私は自分を間違えないの。
Well, I'll never misjudge myself
あの
again.
人は私のものよ。
That person is mine.
もう逃がさない。手放さない。
I won't let him get away. I won't let him out of my
そし
sight.
て主に感謝する。
And I'm grateful to my
その
master
機会を与えてくれ
for
て。
giving me that chance.
絶対にあの人を諦めないという絶対の意志に奇跡が応えてくれたんだわ。
My certain willpower in not giving up on that man no matter what was answered with a miracle. By now, Jessica was speechless and didn't even urge Kyrie to continue. That awkward moment when you're kind of motivating Jessica to murder you. This true form of love that Kyrie was telling her about was far more harsh than anything she'd imagined.
今の私は
Right now,
ルドルフさんを私のところにつなぎ止めるためなら何
I
で
would
も
do
する
anything to keep Rudolph-san by my
そして
side,
ルドルフさんの敵には一切容赦し
and I'd show no mercy against his enemies.
あの人が望むならば私は人殺しさえも躊躇しないかもしれない
If he wished it, I wouldn't even hesitate at murder.
18年目にしてようやくその決意を持ったからこそ
And because I finally resolved myself to doing that on the 18th year,
絶対の意志が奇
that
跡を
certain willpower,
私にもたらしてくれたんだわ
it brought about a miracle for me.
奇跡はねそれを自ら成し遂げられる者のところにしか現れない
Miracles only appear for those who can bring them to completion themselves. Asumu's death had not been a murder of any sort. However, Kyrie had constantly cursed her and hoped for her death, and finally on the 18th year she built up the determination to kill her with her own hands. And she actually got herself a blade to do the deed with, and that was when the miracle had occurred. Oh,
ア
nice.
スムおばさんが亡くなったことが奇跡。
Asumu passing away was a miracle?
違うわ
Wrong.
そんなの全然奇跡じゃない
That wasn't even close to a miracle.
だって
After all,
彼女が死ななければ私が殺していたもの
if she hadn't died, I would have killed her. Nice,
つまり
nice.
彼女は必ず死ぬ運命だった
In other words, she was fated to die no matter what.
奇跡なのは彼女が死んだにもかかわらず
The miracle is that even though she did
私
die,
が自らの手を汚さずに済んだ
I didn't have to get my hands dirty.
この一点に尽きるのよ
That's all. Until now, Kyrie had never shown Jessica. No, she'd never even shown Rudolph that glint in the deepest depths of her eyes. It told plainly and clearly that romance and love are not the sweet, fluffy candies that young girls imagine them to be. Jessica was overwhelmed by that pressure and stunned silent. Jesus Christ, this family. Yeah, she's like, yeah, I probably would have killed this person. Even had the knife ready to do it. And then by some miracle, she died like the same day. Weird, isn't it? Now, I didn't even end up doing it. She like died in a fucking car crash. I was like, I have this knife ready to shank her and she fucking dies. What a miracle. I didn't have to do it. Praise the sun. Could just be a story. It could just be a story, though. Being like, man, I was gonna fucking kill this person. And, like, yeah, you know Kyrie's family background? Yeah, pretty much. For anyone who may not be aware, like, the people reacting like, Jesus Christ, Kyrie. Kyrie is actually, like, a member of... Kyrie's family is, like, from the mob. So, or from the Yakuza. Kyrie's family is a Yakuza branch family, okay? So, her actually having someone killed is not unreasonable. Now, she spent 18 years not doing that, but I mean... She could have just axed them. Actual murder, not out of the, actual murder in the actual murder in what, the early 80s? Or late 70s, early 80s? Yeah, that's not unthinkable for the Yakuza. As we found out in, as we actually found out in NJ's arc in chapter 4, if you recall, the white-haired lady that was chasing after her with the bodyguards with guns who are going to execute NJ. Yeah, those are that's Kyrie's sister, and the bodyguards are Yakuza. If you missed chapter 4 somehow, just be aware. NJ was literally like 2 seconds from being was being tortured and was like 2 seconds away from being executed by Kyrie's sister. She got saved by the power of magic, and by magic we mean a sniper rifle on the ridge. She's very good. She's very good at magic. She points at someone, their head explodes. It's the magic of high caliber bullets. It's a force magic, high level force magic. Okay. It's like I cast magic missile. A really big magic missile. Yeah, Mox says magic. Yeah, Mox says on a ridge just starts sniping. It was funny though, because she was, if the whole time she's like scaring the she's scaring the thugs away, continuing to pretend it was magic. It was so good. I thought that scene was so funny. Yeah, Mox is a gun mage. She's like, I'll show you real magic, and they're like, yeah, go for it. Like, what is this? You gonna spawn some candies? And she's like, real magic. Bam! Guy dies, and she's like, and the next guy goes through it, and she's like, don't try it. Oh, he's trying. You're next. And she's just like pointing people out left and right for who to kill next. It's great. Oh, that was so funny. I can just imagine Amakusa being like, oh my god, she's pretending to cast spells, and I'm just targeting the person she's pointing at. Oh, that was so silly. I have no clue if that's what actually happened, but oh my goodness, that was a funny scene. She had to acknowledge it. This was the power of will that could make love be realized. With the force of this willpower, Kiria had supported Rilf as a wife, and it was the same as George's. He'd already developed and proven he had the willpower to oppose all obstacles to love between different classes. Right now, Jessica could clearly understand this was the magnitude of George's determination, which had allowed him to coldly carry out his part of the trial. And what about her? Did she really have the resolve to make her love with canon bear fruit? Jessica, don't be this stupid. And then to harvest that fruit?
ごめんなさい。軽いアドバイスのつもりが怖がらせすぎちゃったかしら。
You probably just wanted a little advice and I've scared you.
この天気のせいね。
Blame the weather.
軽く凄むだけのつもりだったのに、加減を間違えちゃったわ。
I just wanted to pressure you a bit, but I've gone overboard. Kirie let a relaxed smile rise to her face. The atmosphere finally slackened. However, her words had been gouged into Jessica's heart.
ジェシカちゃんの恋がどんなものかはわからないけれど。
I don't know what your love has been like, Jessica
ライバ
Chan.
ルがいて、お互いが譲れない状況ならばなおのこと。のんび
But
り
if you have a
なんかしてられ
rival
ない。
and neither is willing to back down, you can't let yourself become complacent.
じゃないと私みたいになっちゃ
If
う
you
わ
do,
よ。
you'll end up like me. I mean, I'm still trying to solve this. If someone's gotta die, you pick George. Or I know George is like a trained martial artist, and Jessica's like a fucking wizard, a tank wizard, but like, just assassinate Shannon. Or sorry, Shannon is a tank wizard, right? Just assassinate one of those two. They'd be like, there we go. I won. I killed your SO. You can't have a relationship now. Get fucked. I mean, like, they might be the toughest people in this magic universe, but in what is theoretically real life, that might be a viable option. Just to be like, oh, the roulette? Yeah, the roulette's gonna spin up a George or Shannon. Yeah. What is good advice to give a teen about their first crush? You started your relationship? Be ready to kill? Yeah, I don't know if Kirie's advice is even remotely good. Like, it sounds pretty good if you're in, like, this dramatic, intense world, in dramatic, intense setting, but Jessica's just, like, confessed to someone, they rejected her, and then said, yes, I like you, but also you need to be willing to kill for me if you're gonna be, like, in a relationship with me, and it's like, well, yeah, you need to be willing to kill your whole family, and it's like, why? Like, I just said I liked you. Not I want to kill my whole family for you, but okay. Don't let if your rival and yourself aren't willing to back down, you can't let yourself become complacent, or you'll end up like Kirie.
女は恋のために
For the sake of
人
love,
生で一度殺意を持つべきよ。
a woman should be prepared to kill at least once in her life.
世界中で母を名乗るすべての女がそうだったと断言できるわ。
And I can tell you that all women in the world who call themselves mothers have been through
だっ
that.
て
After all.
そうじゃない女は他の女に食い殺されて生涯を嫉妬と後悔の地獄で這い続けるのだから。
Women who don't do that are chewed to bits by others and forced to crawl through the hell of envy and regret for the rest of their lives. Yeah. I mean, the advice was okay. The advice is okay. I like parts of Kirie's advice. It's a little extreme, but like parts of it are okay. And she's pointing out that you shouldn't just be she's pointing out it, you know, the classic, if you like it, then you should have put a ring on it, right? Like, you know, you actually like this person, you should probably, instead of like sitting around and being like, oh, we're just besties, he'll never get a girlfriend, you should probably like, you know, try to push for more if you actually want more, right? I like that part of the advice Kyrie is giving, where she's like, yeah, don't be super passive. Like, let's remove the murder part and just say like, I hung out with this guy. Let's like rephrase this whole situation. It's like, I hung out with this guy I really liked all the time and figured he'd eventually just ask me out, but he never did. And then this other girl he got close to, and she like showed some romantic attention to him, and he asked her out. Like, that's the kind of shit that she's talking about. Like, it's a more extreme example of that case where Kyrie was too passive in her relationship. She got really close to him as his business partner, but didn't like try to move it any further forward because she assumed that no one else would get close in any way, and then someone else came in, got romantically involved with it. Like you could rephrase this in a way that sounds less insane, but like it's a more extreme version of something like that, where it's like Kyrie was too passive once she got a relationship with the guy, and he got stolen away by the other girl. Like, there's parts of that lesson that are useful, because you can be like, okay, well, you know, maybe I shouldn't be passive all the time. If I see an opportunity, maybe I should go for it. That's good advice. If you take out most of it and replace it with better advice, no, the core concept is that you have to be more... There's, like, two core concepts to it. If you, like... There's two core concepts. One of them was being complacent and passive in your relationship is not a good way to make it advance. And the other part of it is that, like, you got to be willing to, like, maintain the relationship and fight to make it succeed. Ava has phrased it slightly better in one of her speeches, I think, regarding, like, how her relationship with Hideyoshi. But that would be the advice you could take away from this, a less extreme version. Like, if you just tone down the murder part and be like, okay, well, you need to be able to take this shit seriously and be willing to, like, struggle to maintain this relationship because it's not always going to be easy. And you need to, like, not be passive at advancing it if you want to advance a relationship. Or that's romantic. Like, that seems like good advice. And that's just, like, the minus the murder part, right? Like, you're like, okay, the core concepts are there. The example's extreme because it's getting drilled into your head, right? It's like people typically use extreme examples to try and illustrate things. It's very typical to use, like, an extreme example to illustrate something, so... She's giving this example, and you could take it as a real story, or you could take it as a metaphor for, like, what would be better. And how you should approach things, and come away with a new philosophy. Or, like, add something to this philosophy. She's trying to teach you a lesson, right? My hell lasted 18 years. I was lucky to be pardoned after just 18 years. That hell is just filled with women who will never get out until they die. Unless they execute themselves in their regret. How do I put it? I have nothing to say. I was trying to cheer you on, but here I've gone and scared you too much. I'm truly sorry. Yeah, Kyrie really needed her relationship with Kraus, because that was how her family didn't kill... That was why her family didn't kill her, right? Yeah. So Kyrie needed it for another reason, more than just liking Kraus. But she's not sharing that part in her story, right? Because she's trying to illustrate something to Jessica rather than just tell her life story. I'm truly sorry. Love can be much more easygoing than that, okay? Love really is like playing with fire. Anyone can play easily and lightheartedly. When you mess up and get burned, that scar stays with you for your whole life. Regrets from love never fade. That was all Kyrie had been trying to communicate. It wasn't like Kyrie to start telling stories from her past, stories you'd normally expect her to avoid instead of giving a brief answer. However, Kyrie might have thought Jessica deserved to hear. Jessica had timidly brought up the subject of love, and perhaps Kyrie had opened up and told her everything because she'd seen the fires of Jessica's determination in her eyes. In that case.
私はそろそろ戻るわ
Alright,
ね。
I need to head back soon.
今の話、私たちだけの内緒よ。
Let's keep what we talked about a secret, okay? With a mysterious smile on her face, Kyrie turned around. So is Jessica gonna kill her or do what I said and go for Shannon / George? Be like, alright, we're gonna do this. I'm gonna kill one person. It's gonna be one of you two. Cause here's the thing, right? I just want to point out this is another reason why you killed George or Shannon. Who's to say that if you kill someone, George kills someone, and Beatrice kills someone, that it's not, okay, George, kill a second person. Like, you have no clue how far this game escalates, and I think killing your whole family is a terrible idea. So just go with like axe George to get him out of the equation, or axe Shannon to get him out of the equation, or her out of the equation. You might have to kill both of them. Shit. I don't know how the game works. The game's rules are very unclear, but killing your opponents is quite literally the best choice you could take. If they're actually dying. If not, then I don't know what the fuck's going on. We're having a game within a game then? And nobody's dying? I wonder if I scared her too much. Are we getting a first-person perspective from Kyrie?
でも、脅されて知る地獄の方が100
Still,
倍いい。
it's 100 times better to learn of that hell from a warning.
そこに落ちた時は、もう手遅れなのだから。
Once you've fallen into it, it's already too
頑
late.
張ってね、ジェシカちゃん。
Good luck, Jessica
や
chan.
やこしそうな恋だけど、負けないでね。
It sounds complicated, but don't lose.
たまには人生の先輩らしく振る舞えたかしら。
It's not every day I get to act as a mentor.
何ジェシカちゃん。
What is it, Jessica? Ah, she just goes for it. Huh? A windstorm grazed Kyrie's head. It had been a hair's breadth away. If Kyrie hadn't twisted her body slightly, the fist would probably be buried in her face right now. A bitter smile rose to Jessica's face when she saw her first strike failed to land a kill.
言っとくけど、卑怯者だから不意打ちをしたわけじゃねえんだぜ。
Just so you know, I didn't strike you unawares out of
わけ
cowardice.
のわからないうちに一撃で、痛みさえ理解できないうちに終わらせようとしたのに。
I hoped to end it with a single painless strike before you realized what was happening.
言ったでしょ、嫉妬の地獄で生きてきたって。
Didn't I tell you I lived through the hell of
刺
jealousy?
されそうになったことの2度や3度あるんだから。
Been burned a couple times nearly
わ
already.
かるのよ。不意打ちの直前の雰囲気が。
I know how it feels just before a surprise attack.
気配で分かったとでも。
You mean you could sense it?
それプラス、一番最初の
That
嘘
plus
か
the
しら。
lie you told in the beginning.
嘘。
Lie?
だって、
Come on
ゲスト
now.
ハウスから来て、ジェシカちゃんの部屋で本を取って帰ろうとしたら、ここでこの向きでは出会わないもの。
If you came through the guest house to get a book from your room, you wouldn't have come through this hallway in that
あな
direction?
たがその嘘をつく必要性について、チェス盤理論で想定した7つのケースの中で、
Of the 7 reasons you might have had for lying, which chessboard theory led me
最
to,
悪のものがこれだったわ。
this was the worst case scenario. Telling a hasty lie to Kyrie would only put her on guard. If Jessica hadn't told that lie, her surprise attack would have succeeded.
やるね。
Not bad.
さすが、キリエおばさんだぜ。
I should have expected it from you, Aunt Kyrie.
どうして？
Why?
あなたは最初から私を殺すつもりだったわ。
You were planning on killing me from the beginning.
誰でもよかった。
It didn't matter who it was.
最悪だわ。
How horrible.
キリエおばさんの話のおかげで吹っ切れた。
What you said that gave me the boost I
感
needed.
謝するぜ。
Thanks a lot. Kyrie dodged the punch, placed her hand against the fist, and slammed it against the wall. Normally, Jessica would have hurt her hand on the wall and rolled around clutching at it in pain. However, Jessica's fist left would look like a meter-wide crater in the wall. Instead of wearing a look of anguish, Jessica clicked her tongue in irritation at having missed.
すごいわね。さす
Incredible.
がクラウス兄さんの子だわ。
I see you're your father's daughter.
ボクシングでも始めたの？
Have you taken up boxing too? Impossible. Jessica's barehanded. She isn't holding any sort of weapon at all.
抵抗しないで。おば
Please
さん
don't resist, Aunt Kyrie.
頭一発。
A single strike to the
痛み
head.
なんか感
I
じさ
won't
せ
let
ない
you。feel a thing. Kyrie tried to look confident, but she couldn't hide her confusion at this unreal destructive force. You know, when you're in a hall like this and you can just run to the rest of the family and be like, yo, Jessica just tried to punch me. What the fuck is up with that chick? That would make way more sense than standing and fighting. It's almost like this scene didn't happen quite the way it's being described. If that punch had hit, her head probably would have split open like Jessica had said, killing her without any pain. Here I go. If Kyrie's kick off the ground and backwards leap had been an instant slow, her gut probably wouldn't have been pulverized. Though she avoided it by a hair, Jessica's left body blow was followed by a terrible burst of wind like an explosion, which blew Kyrie back. Running away means looking away, and if you're slower, you're fucked. You know Kyrie is an adult, right? Kyrie is an adult, and you have to actually land a hit. He's probably bigger. And I mean, any noise you make would probably draw attention. She's over 40. Oh, that's true. I don't remember how old she is. She is like 40. That might be trouble. That might be trouble then. She is getting up in the years. Is this a dream? Am I still sleeping? I don't understand. This Jessica looked like the normal Jessica, but something was different. It wasn't human, and common sense didn't apply to it. It had to be some kind of nightmare. Kyrie slowly stood up. Then she looked at Jessica, noticing the several meters between them, and realized just how far that blast of wind sent her flying. Feel free to hate me. However, just like you, I can't back down. I can't let my love end half-baked either. What are you talking about? What are you saying? What on earth's going on? Someone tell me. The scene around Jessica seemed to bend like a heat wave. It seemed to be enshrouding her fists, and it seemed as though something like a red magic circle appeared beneath her feet. It looked like a western demon standing amidst the flames of hell. Flame upgrade. Maz upgrade. Armor piercing upgrade. Each time Jessica muttered, her fists were surrounded by a pulsing, sinister red light. Those fists, which were actually smoking, surely represented the iron hammers of hell wielded by demons. Goodbye, this is just a nightmare. Kyrie dashed away with lightning speed. Right now, that was her best option. Fortunately, she was smart enough to realize that pinching her cheek wasn't the best way to wake up from this nightmare. Run away. Ah, yes. When Jessica muttered once more, a blood-red magical barrier cut across the corridor, and Kyrie slammed into it hard, realizing her path of escape had been cut off. I don't understand. This is a nightmare. A nightmare. Let me wake up. Quickly. Yes, it is a nightmare. We've changed halls. If you want, I'll wake you up right now. One strike. Don't move. Wielding her flames, Jessica slowly stepped forward towards her. Each time her foot lifted off the ground, a scorching steam hung around her footprint. This was a true nightmare. Kyrie clutched her head in her hands, shaking it over and over again. It's a nightmare, right? It's a nightmare, right? It's a nightmare. Please tell me it is. Yes. It's a nightmare. It is, right? It's a nightmare, right? I acknowledge it. This is a nightmare. I do too. Acknowledge this is a nightmare, so. I'll wake you up in one strike. Suddenly, Leviathan strikes. Jessica's neck was twisted at an odd angle, and she staggered backwards, her eyes white as though she didn't have a clue what just happened. In her forehead, a demon stake was buried at an angle. It pulled itself out of her, spun around, and became Leviathan and landed. The hole left behind in Jessica's head spewed blood.
人のレビアタンここに
Leviathan of Envy right here. Who is that supposed to be? Someone else helping? Presumably.
悪夢の中だっていうなら、私の悪夢に出てくる友人がいてもいいわよね。
Why, if we're already inside a nightmare, why not have a friend from my nightmares show
嫉
up?
妬の地獄の友人よ。
My friend from the hell of
危機
envy.
一髪だったわ。
Thanks for showing up in the nick of time.
感謝は早いわ
Too easy. Early to thank me. She's
耐えてる
not down yet. Was that just a crack? Is Beatrice confirmed? I guess so. Kyria, that's very clever, summoning Leviathan since it's a nightmare. Very clever. Though, unfortunately, it seems like she failed to kill Jessica, despite a stake being buried into her skull. Damn, alright, Jessica's tanky. Even though she'd taken a deep gouge to the top of the head, Jessica just stood there convulsing and wide-eyed, not falling over. The blood stopped pouring out of her forehead and her blank, doll-like eyes returned. Then she slowly pressed her own hand against the wound in her forehead. There was a sizzle as though she pressed a hot iron against it. She's too rational to use magic normally, but if she convinces herself it's a dream, Leviathan can help her, yeah. Alright, it's easy to tell she was doing this to seal up the wound. If Kyria didn't escape now, there'd never be another chance.
あいつを倒せる。
Can I defeat her?
無理ね
No
あ
such
いつ
thing.
大悪魔の誰かと契約してるわ
She's immortal thanks to a contract with the great demons.
それは愛ゆえに
Because of
だ
love.
から不死身なのさ
That's why she's immortal.
愛よ偉大な
Love is
れ
magnificent.
我らの祝福する者に不死
Those with our blessings cannot be killed.
この赤い魔法の壁は破れる？
Can we break that wall?
ロノエ様も大悪魔
Artefact was also a great demon.
私じゃ無理
I
よ
think I could do. Gop! Where is Gop when you need her? Teleport me, Gop!
窓から逃げられる？
Can we escape through the window?
窓もとっくに
It was
ロ
blocked.
ノエ様の結界で塞がれてるわ
Her runaway's barrier a short while ago.
すごいわね。恋のために悪魔に魂を売ったわけかしら。
Incredible. She sold her soul to demons for the sake of love.
よくもあんな大悪魔たちとこんなにも契約
She makes so many contracts with great demons.
が妬ましい
I'm so jealous. Armor upgrade.
全属性防御
All attribute defense.
攻撃反応装備
Counterattacking armor upgrade. In response to those words this time, her entire body pulsated with a red light. Aren't those all Runaway's abilities? She upgraded herself with a defensive power that would prevent Leviathan's attacks from working again.
あいつ何を？
What's she talking about?
自己増強よエン
Self-augmentation.
チャントっていうの
A kind of enchantment.
今のあいつは私に二度と貫かせない防御力を
Right now,
持ち
she has enough defensive power to stop me from piercing her. Zapar is the defensive one, I believe.
その上
have
攻
the
撃者
twins.
にダメージ反射する力まで持ってる
But the abilities she listed were abilities that Ronove had. She even has the ability to... She has enough defensive power to stop me from piercing her and has the ability to reflect damage back upon the attacker, both of which were Ronove's defensive shields.
もう
From
人間
arc
じゃないわ
3,
化け物よ
I think. She's no
な
longer
ん
human.
だ。
She's a monster. Oh, so that's
さっ
all?
きと大して変わってないわね。
I guess not much has changed.
そうとも言う
How can you say that?
最初の時点から勝ち目がないことに何の変化も
Just
ないわ
like in the beginning, we have no chance of winning.
痛かった
That hurt.
でもも
But it
う
won't
効か
work.
ない
Again. Jessica slowly lifted the hand that had been covering her forehead. There was no longer any hole in it. The hall was cut off by barriers on both sides. Even the windows were sealed. There was no way out.
そこの部屋の扉封印
Is
さ
the
れてる。
door to this room sealed?
うんただの正常だわ
Oh, it's just locked.
でもただの部屋よ
It's just a normal room now.
窓はあるけれどすでに封印されてるわ。
It has a window, but it's already been
つ
sealed.
まりは密室、私たちの棺桶ってわけ。
In other words, it's a closed room in a coffin for us.
棺桶上等だわ。鍵を開けて。
Just what I need. Unlock it.
妬ましいわ。あんたにしか開けられないなんて。
Jealous. Why are you the only one who can unlock it? Leviathan's stake flew about at high speeds, ramming itself into the keyholes of that room. The tip of the stake had become a key. As soon as it was unlocked, the door flew open. Oh, it's Krause's room. Both of them fell into the room and quickly locked it. It was probably Krause's study. Its soothing furnishings brought about a sense of mobility that Krause would probably like.
正常なんかしてもあいつは扉を一撃で打ち砕けるわ。
Even if you lock the door, she can just smash through it in one
キ
punch.
リエは自分で自分の棺桶の蓋を閉じただけ
You put the
よ。
lid on your own coffin.
でもね、棺桶の中で私たちにとどめを食らわせたかったら、
However,
蓋を開けなければならない。
we're creating a closed room. She's gonna phase through the wall, right? If she wants to land a killing blow on us inside this coffin, she'll have to take the lid off first. With dim eyes, Jessica tilted her head upon hearing Kyrie's words.
何を言ってんの。
What are you talking
そ
about?
の小さな部屋がどうしておばさんを守ってくれると。
How will such a small room be able to protect you, Aunt Kyrie?
確かにこの部屋は密室だわ。
This room may be a closed room.
私たちの退路はない。
It may leave us with no method of escape.
でもね、あなただってこの部屋には侵入できないの
But
よ。
even you can't break into this
それ
room.
が密室というもの。
That's what a closed room is.
何を言っている。
What are you talking
そ
about?
んなちっぽけな部屋の
How does this tiny room,
こんなちっぽけな扉
this
一枚で
tiny door, make you
どう
think
し
you
て
can
私
escape
から
me?
逃れたつもりに。
Jessica wearily looked between her own burning fists and the door with a confused expression on her face, and slowly she sent that pulsating red light to her fists. She repeatedly enchanted her fists to give them the destructive power for the killing
こ
blow.
んな扉
I'll smash
粉
this door
々
to
にし
bits.
てやる。
できるならね、
If you think you
やって
can,
ごらんなさい。
give it a try. So I'm curious what's gonna happen here. I mean, I'm assuming that Kyrie is dead, but I'm looking for an interesting I'm looking for like an interesting upheaval of what happens. Like, can we have a twist? A really cool twist, like Jessica dies? That would be cool. Or a twist where Kyrie is just trapped in the room and is like there until morning or something. That would be kind of an interesting twist. Where Kyrie is okay and she's like, Jessica tried to kill me, but I survived. Like, I'm looking for something to shake things up a little bit. If you think you can, give it a try. After sealing the door and calmly saying those words, Kyrie placed a single index finger on the door. Jessica slowly raised her fire-wreathed demon fists.
さよなら、キリエおばさん。
So long, Aunt Kyrie. Oh? Jessica's fist slammed into the door in slow motion. It was like the decisive scene in a movie was being acted out. However, this was no act. Jessica's fists were slowly flowing down as though they were being sucked in like a spoon sinks through a jar of honey. The punch was no longer a punch. It was no more than a knock.
嫉妬するのよ。あ
I
なた
envy you.
と
And?
私は恋に対する甘えと傲慢から18年嫉妬の地獄を張ったわ。
I crawled through the hell of envy for 18 years because of my arrogance and naivety in
だ
love.
からあなたが妬ましいの。
I envy
あ
you.
なたは私の忠告を受けて恋を成就させて美しい人生を
You're
歩
gonna
む。
remember my warning, succeed in love, and walk a beautiful life, right?
ああ、妬ましいわ
Envy.。
女の一番美しい時間をあなたは私よりも18年も長く過ごせる。
You get to live through the most beautiful time in a woman's life for a full 18 years longer than I did.
ああ、妬ましい。
I envy you so much. Jessica tried to slam her fists against the door over and over again. However, as soon as the fist approached it, its speed plummeted. It's almost like it's actually a locked door. She could barely knock, much less smash the door.
速度付与、
Speed upgrade.
瞬発付与、
Instantaneous force upgrade.
音速付与。
Speed of sound upgrade.
無駄よ、お嬢ちゃん。
Useless girl.
砕けろ。
Smash it. With full speed upgrades, Jessica's fist moved at the speed of sound. 1,225 kilometers per hour. However, how long had Jessica been in envy to gain that speed? She'd started to envy George and Shannon's relationship about 2 years ago. Oh, we're doing this weird math thing again. 2 times 365 is 730 days. 730 times 24 is 17,520 hours. However, she wasn't envious all the time. It only happened when Shannon started going on about George. With Shannon's shift about 3 days of the week, divided by 7 times 3. It wasn't as though she would go on about George all day long. Her fond words for him would only leave a mark on Jessica for about an hour, right? Kyrie's magic math is always weird. Only 1/24 of each day, maybe. That's 17,520 times 7 over 3. Or divided by 7 times 3. Divided by 24 equals 312, removing the fractional part. The number of hours Kyrie had been jealous was 157,680. In other words, this wasn't even 0.2% of the time Kyrie had been jealous. Even 1,225 kilometers an hour, the speed of sound becomes only 2 kilometers per hour in the 1/500 world. A 500th world. Understand? You're lacking love. And jealousy. Losing to math. Okay, last time Kyria did this, she died anyway. Even if she increased the speed of her fist, in Kyria's world, Jessica couldn't make it faster than a walking child. Jessica ground her teeth, fist still pressed against the door. If someone could have seen this from both sides of the door, it would have looked as though Kyria was holding it shut with a single finger. Way to go, Kyria.
ねえ、この部屋は密室でしょ。
Room's a closed room.
ジェシカちゃんはせいぜいノックをすることはできるけど、
At
中
most,
の
Jessica
私たち
Chan
には指
can
一本触
knock
れる
on
こ
the
とは
door.
できない。
She can't lay a finger on us inside.
ベアトリーチェの密室定義です。
Ah, Beatrice's definition of a closed room.
何それ。
The heck is that?
こうなるとこの密室、ちと厄介ですな。
At this rate, this closed room will be troublesome indeed. It's okay. Gronove's here to teach you how to phase through doors.
密室殺人を行うのは人間には不可能。
It's impossible for a human to carry out a closed room
それ
murder.
が行えるのは
Only
魔法
magic can
だ
do
け
that.
ですジェシカ様が真に魔法を理解されない限り。
Until you truly understand magic, you won't be able to crush it.
もはやジェシカちゃんに私を詰めることはできない。
Jessica Chan can't corner me any
や
further.
がて時間は進み、私がいつまでも戻らないことに気づいた親族たちが屋敷を探し始めるわ。
As time passes, the relatives will eventually realize they haven't returned, and they'll start searching the
そして
mansion.
あなたは観測さ
And
れ
then you will be observed.
魔女も魔法も観測されたら消える。
Both witches and magic disappear when they're observed, except on Rock and
悪
Jima.
夢の時間はもう終わり
The
よ。
nightmare's already
お
over,
嬢
girl.
ちゃん。
おや、
Oh?
ジェシカがいきなり脱落なんてびっくりだよ。
I can't believe Jessica's suddenly getting eliminated.
どうか頑張って。
Please give it your all.
愛しのカノンのためにも。
Do it for your beloved canon.
さあジェシカ、愛を信じてどうか奇跡を見せておくれ。
Believe in love and show us a miracle.
訂正するわ。
I revised
時
that.
間の経過を待つ必要さえない。
There's no need to wait for time to pass.
だってここに内線電話があるんだもの。
After all, there's an internal phone line
も
right
ち
here.
ろん断線なんかしてないわ。
Of course, the line hasn't been cut.
私
I'll
は
just
この受話器を取る。
pick up this
こ
receiver.
れが
This is my
私のチェックメイト。
checkmate. Alright, this is my checkmate.
構築完了。
Construction
密
completed.
室殺人。
Closed for murder.
おや、
My,
有
my.
効ですな。
I believe that's valid.
浸透付与。
Permeation upgrade.
打撃伝達。
Attack transmission.
間接攻撃力付与。
Indirect attack. Power upgrade. Jessica's fist, which was pressed against the door, glowed red and then white hot. Surprising nobody. Jessica didn't even swing her fist, she just kept it pressed against the door. However, Jessica's murder extended within the closed room. Through the crack in the door, through the keyhole, burst the flames of hell. Jessica couldn't see what was happening inside the room, however, even here on the other side of the door, I mean, I would have liked a twist, but, you know, the standard happened. On the other side of the door, she could tell the flames of hell had swallowed the entire room. Kyrie's smoldering death throes could be heard from across the door. Jessica clearly heard as Kyrie danced a dance of death amidst the hellfire, fell to her knees, and slumped over to the floor. Slowly, Jessica tore her burning fist away from the door. I was hoping for a twist, but we aren't getting any interesting murders. Just the standard impossible locked room where it's not possible for Kyrie to get into the room. It's not possible for Kraus to have let her in. I guess we have to assume Kraus is the killer here, which is like a weird assumption, but she has no way of getting into Kraus's room. She has no way to get into Kraus's room because she doesn't have the keys. None of the servants are presently dead, and they wouldn't randomly give her the key to her parents' room. So the answer is Kraus let her in, I guess. Because Kyrie has no other reason to be in there. So Kraus is the killer and not Jessica? Alright. So I'm assuming that Kraus's room is quite relevant, as the people they are pitching as the killers are Jessica and George, who don't have any way to get into these sealed rooms, but they are. So it has to be someone who's got more authority. Kraus is looking suspicious, I guess. You love the hell of envy so much, then burn. Burn in the flames of envy for all time. I'm supposed to be using all this to figure out what the hell's going on, not looking for twists. It would be nice if I could enjoy a story. That would be nice. But yes, I know nothing in this story is actually happening. We're reading text, and most of the text is filler, which is really annoying. Burn in the flames of envy for all time. There's probably some things that can be learned from envy, but it's nothing to be praised, and going through it is no one's duty. Seems you're too proud after all, Aunt Kyrie. Cool. So it's pitching us Jessica killing her in a closed room murder via magic. We're answering it seems unlikely. There's probably someone with more authority doing this because George has no reason to have a master key into other bedrooms either. So someone who has access to Kraus's room is either one of the servants, so possibly Shannon Cannon. So much of the story was just exposed to you. Ever try to think about it? Having Shannon kill people seems reasonable. Having Shannon or Cannon mastermind killing people for some weird reason is like really weird, but I guess that's like the pitch they're going for. A splendid closed room murder. I mean, the two people supplying, like if we think about it in a more abstract way, the people supplying keys for the murders could be Shannon and Cannon, which also means they could be the murderers or they could be dispatching. I don't know if they dispatched George to kill people. That might be the pitch. That might be the pitch for this arc, which means Mastermind might be Shannon Cannon. It was all Beatrice killing people? Yeah, sure. It was all Beatrice killing people. Splendid, a closed room murder. Because the servants, I think, have master keys, right? It doesn't really make sense for Jessica to randomly murder Kyrie, so there's got to be some like weird motive behind this. Assuming Jessica's actually the killer. There's an okay chance that it's just like Cannon or Shannon killing people. Or some other servant just going around murdering people like randomly at random. There's like too many people it could be off of this. A splendid closed room murder. I'll let you take care of the rest. I'd hate for her corpse to be burnt to a crisp when it's finally found. That said, she somehow got into the mansion, right? How did she get into the mansion when it's locked? Same with George. Someone who's not one of the kids. Who is in the mansion right now? Genji's in the mansion, right? Who has a key is in the mansion? Mansion? Is she in the mansion? No, who's in the mansion right now? Goda's in the mansion, right? Goda's in the mansion? I don't remember if Kuma saw it changes every fucking arc. I can't remember which of the servants is in the mansion this arc. I don't know who's supposed to be in the mansion this usually, because it's Genji's been in the mansion, Gota's been in the mansion, Kumasawa I think is always in the guest house, but Genji's also been in the guest house before. So it could. I think Gota's. It always rotates, which is kind of annoying. Whatever. I'm just gonna say one of the servants is the killer. I guess we just pitch one of the servants as the killer, even when they're dead. Alright, hate for a corpse to be burned to a crisp when it's finally found. Take care of the mess. Can you clean it up?
かしこまりました。
As you wish,
お嬢
my
様
lady. Ronove transformed into a gold butterfly and entered Krause's study through the keyhole. Then he had to cross his arms and think about how he should start cleaning up Kyrie's unrecognizable corpse in this room that had ended up as a burning hell. Jessica finally let out the breath she'd been holding down in her chest. Her normal human glint finally returned to her eyes, and then she couldn't help but shudder at what she did, even if it had been a trial on the game board for the sake of her love. Is this good enough, demons? Well done, Jessica. Your love is the real deal. George welcomed Jessica with a crisp applause. Beato timidly tried to join him, but Jessica yelled at her and stopped. It's just something that happened on the game board. There's no need to be sad about it. I know that logically. Still, how am I supposed to accept it emotionally? I mean, you made your choice, Jessica. My lady. I love you. I can't give up. That's why I've shown you how I feel. Jessica, that's gotta be the weakest excuse to like someone. Like, oh, I thought you were handsome or some shit. Anyway, I'm gonna go murder for you. Like, what? I have, like, no relationship with this person. I didn't do something wrong, did I? I'm not wrong, am I? Now, George consistently meets with... So, Canon doesn't consistently meet with Jessica, right? But George and Shannon always meet. Alright. Does that mean Shannon's consistently going for this? Since that's an event that always happens? They always meet, or unless there's like the one... Unless there's the one event where there was an interruption, they almost always meet. Not wrong, am I? Lady. As Jessica started sobbing, Canon held her quietly. And he realized he'd have to carry on the determination she'd shown him. Made no mistakes. It isn't a mistake to keep your human heart and be sad. I just happen to be a bit more of a stoic when it comes to that sort of thing. Not everyone can match up to George-sama's level. Or I have someone who will actually try to kill them on demand if they try to oppose them. My lady's trial seems like an actual trial where she has to murder a random person. George's is just like, convenient. I just gotta kill the woman who's gonna try and kill me if I try to marry Shannon anyway. I feel like Jessica's trial is like just random murder. Like, murder a random person. Whereas George's is like, kill your mother who's going to oppose you and try to kill you anyway. Like, kill someone in self-defense versus killing someone in cold blood. That seems like a clear escalation, right? Anyway, I admire the strength of your determination. I see. Both George and Jessica splendidly succeeded just the same. Impressive, Jessica. And that closed room murderer just now, it was wonderful enough to fascinate even a witch like myself. Jessica had used magic to kill Kyrie, who had holed up inside a closed room, and in that instant Jessica had constructed a closed room murder, had acknowledged by the demons, and raised it to the level of magic. I mean, the most straightforward thing is that they were killed in the hallway and then moved to the room, right? Or they were killed elsewhere and moved to the room. That's kind of what they told us. And same with the murder the GOP thing. Murdered and then put in that VIP room. They're being put in rooms that nobody's going to be in for a while either. So they had plenty of time to move them around the hallways. Yeah, she had it acknowledged by demons and raised the level of magic. Alright.
これで2人の試練が
The
完
two
了
trials are complete.
さあ次は誰が挑戦
Who's
を
taking the next challenge?
ベアトリーチェ様かしら
Beatrice-sama?
いやいやシャノンかもしれ
No,
ない
it
よ
might be Shannon.
ここはカノンの出番に違いないわ
It has to be Cannon's time to shine.
さあ名乗り出てほしい次は誰
Who's
誰が
next?
試
Who's
練
taking
を
the next trial? There's 6 people and it's gonna be there's 5 people, but there's gonna be 6 murderers.
魔女がゲーム版の殺人に臆してどうするというのか。
But which would hesitate at committing murder on the game
僕
board?
でも過ぎれば恋を
When
殺すぞ。
shyness can kill love.
さあ
Alright.
次は
Who will? Who's
誰
up
が
next?
恋の殺人
Carry out the next murder of love. Three remained, looked at each other. If none of the others raised their hands in the next few seconds, they had raised their own hand. All 3 thought this at the same time, so they all raised their hands at the same time. The ones they loved had already shown their determination. They had to carry on. 3 more murders. Are we going to read through all 3 murders? One at a time? We're also being given times. These murders are happening around just after midnight. In the 10 minutes after midnight, by the way. Or like the first 15 minutes before midnight, after midnight, these murders are taking place. I don't know if we're supposed to know exactly what time the murders are carried out. Maybe a wise idea to write that down. Rosa could be seen in the parlor. Oh, Rosa's getting the axe next. Rip Rosa. The relatives apparently all wanted to be alone after dispersing for a short break. Since everyone avoided the parlor, the one place people would normally gather. So like first 3 murders are before midnight. Rosa was able to have this relaxing and comforting room all to herself. Let's see. I'm just gonna write down right now. Murders before 12:15. We'll go with. All right. The one place where people would normally gather, Rosa was able to have this relaxing and comforting room all to herself. That didn't mean she looked relaxed. Her expression was heavy with gloom and weariness. The cup of black tea she brought from the dining hall had gone cold. A pleasant silence. Now that no one was in sight, Rosa's heart finally awoke. She was always treated like a kid in the conferences with her 3 siblings. She had no influence at all. But possibly because of that, she's apparently considered to be a neutral party. The siblings would often ask for her agreement, sometimes even treating her like a referee or judge.
それをうまく生かして
I have to make use of
私
that.
の望むように会議を誘導
I have
し
to
なく
turn
ち
the
ゃ
discussion in the direction I want. I have to find almost 100 million yen by March. It was supposed to be my great commitment, a burden I bore to help support that man's business.
今はもうよくわからない
I'm not sure anymore.
借金を無事に返済できたら彼は連絡をくれるのだろうか
If I pay off my debt, will he call me again?
冗談じゃない
Don't make me
今
laugh.
さら連絡なんかくれてもこっちから願い下げよう
Even if you do contact me after all this time, I'll be the one to refuse. But still,
あなたはマリアの父
you're
親
Maria's father.
せめて一度でいいから
Please come and see her.
会ってあげて
Only just once.
愛というのは
Love is quite a difficult thing
貫くのも
to stick to, isn't it?
辛いのですね。
誰
Though no one should have been in the parlor, someone suddenly spoke to Rosa and she jumped. Just when did he get there? Cannon could be seen standing there. Even considering she'd been deep in thought, to think she hadn't noticed him at all.
びっくりした
It
わ
startled me.
ごめんなさい考え事をしてて気づかなかったみたい
Sorry, I was thinking so hard I didn't notice
Nani?
you. Do you need something?
いえ、
No.
ローザ様を今苦しめているのは愛ゆえにです。
The reason you're in pain is because of love,
違い
Rosa-sama.
ますか？
Am I wrong?
唐突ね
That's sudden.
何の話かよくわからないわ
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
ローザ様はマリア様の父親に 借金の連帯保証人を求められ、
Maria-sama's father wanted you to be the co-signer on a loan.
それを引き受けられまし
You
た。
accepted Rosa-sama.
困った子ね。
This troublesome
クラ
kid.
ス兄さんが話してたのを廊下か何かで聞いてたのね。
Listening to Kraus Nissan from the hallway, were you? Apparently true. Earlier this day in this very room, Kraus had seen through the fact that Rosa was bearing a massive debt because she'd become co-signer on a loan. However, he hadn't said that her partner had been Maria's father. Why did Canon know so much?
ローザ様は
You're a wise person,
とても
Rosa-sama.
連帯保証人を引き受けることが
You wouldn't have
どういう意味を
become
持
a
つかよく考え
co-signer
も
without
せず
thinking carefully about the
引き受け
consequences.
たわけがありません。
席こそまだだったけれど、
I didn't get moved to his
こ
family
れから結
register.
婚する相手でパートナーだと思ってた。
I thought of the man I'd soon marry as my partner.
私の名前がなければ借りられないお金なら、それに協力するのが未来の妻の役目だと思ったのよ。
He couldn't borrow the money without my name. I figured that helping him out was my responsibility as his future wife.
未来は
And did that future ever come? It hadn't. Afterwards, Rosa was always alone and Maria never had a father. However, time moved on. Nothing changed except that Maria, who should have been a symbol of their union, kept growing like a living hourglass, measuring the length of hell that Rosa had crawled through. Because of that, Maria's growth hurt.
皮肉よね。
It's ironic.
私はあの男のことを何度も忘れよ
I
うとしたわ。
tried to forget that man several
でもね、
times.
忘れても借金は消えないのよ。
But you know, forgetting him doesn't get rid of that debt. It was only natural. That's why she forgot her love. Had to forget her love and do all she could to pay that money back.
こうも思うの。
You know what? Think of this
私
way.
が立派に返済しきったら、それは彼が私に与えてくれた愛の試練に打ち勝ったという意味
Wait, she
に
needs
なる。
$100 million, right? The fuck did she get in debt over $1 million? By herself. I also think it must be the house. That must be the house, right? $1 million home? Her house didn't seem that large based on the description, but maybe that's the house. I also think of it this way. If I can manage to pay everything off, it'll mean I passed the trial of love that he gave me. But she needs that money now after 9 years. What the fuck was she spending so much money on? It said business. Jesus Christ.
結局は返さなくちゃいけない借金な
I'll
の
have
に。
to pay off my debt
ど
anyway.
う
How
して
can I
その
abandon
結
my
果得られ
reward?
る愛を先に自ら捨てるの？
The love I'll gain as a result before it's over.
返済してから考えても遅くはないと思わない？
It's so wrong to put off thinking about that until after I've paid my debts. It may have been a trick of words that only those who suffered through love could understand. Even Rosa was vaguely aware of the possibility she had been deceived. However, if she was able to succeed in paying back the loan, he might acknowledge her usefulness as a wife. When that happened, she might be able to regain that love. If she abandoned that love, this debt, this trial he'd given her would become completely meaningless. Yes, for her, the debt itself appeared to be a trial of love. Actually, the very fact she tried to view it that way might have been the blindness of love, proof she was still bound by her regrets and obsessed with the past. The pain still continued within her. At the very least, it would remain until she paid back the massive loan. And even then, it would take quite some time before she'd be able to lay her feelings for him to rest.
これがキリエ様の言う地獄な
Could
のか。
this be the hell Kyrie-sama spoke of?
そうね。
I see.
何の話かは分かりかねるけど、
I'm not sure what you're
私
speaking
の
of.
世界が地獄で満たされていることは間違い
There's
ない
no
の。
doubt my world has been hell through and through.
それはどうやったら終わらせられるのですか？
And how can that be put to an end?
さあね。
By being murdered by someone empowered by demons, apparently.
それが分かったら、
If
誰も
anyone did,
恋の病に蝕まれたり
no
は
one
し
would
な
be
い。
crushed by the disease of love. The disease is a serious one. It sometimes eats into a person for their entire life, spreading to and hurting the people closest to them. The disease was torturing her now as much as it ever had.
キリエさんの話が出たから言うけど、
Well, since you're bringing up
彼女
Kyrie-san,
の話は私にとって希望。
her
夢
story
ね
is like a wish or a dream to me. Though she'd had her man stolen from her, she persevered for 18 years. She never fell to despair and instead continued to support Rudolph, keeping her head down and waiting for a miracle.
マリアはまだ9歳よ。
Ari, it's still 9 years
キ
old.
リエさんが待った18年のまだ半分じゃない。
I've only waited as long as the first half of Kyrie's 18 years.
それくらいで値を上げてたら彼女に笑われるわ。
If I gave up after this, she'd laugh at me.
あと9年で奇跡が起こると思います
Do you
か？
think a miracle will occur within 9 years?
それを疑ったらおしまいよ。
If I doubt it, it's all over.
ある意味、私は亡霊な
Since I'm
の。
a ghost,
私はすでに死んでい
I'm already
る。それに
dead.
気づかず生きている。
I'm living on without
決して
noticing.
来ない人を
A ghost
永遠に待つ
waiting
亡霊。
for an eternity for a person who will never come.
そうよ。
That's right.
彼の夢を応援したいなんて甘えたことを言ったあの日に、私は
That day,
多
when
分
I naively
Oh,
said I
she
wanted
made
to
that.
support his dream, I was probably already dead.
やっぱりあの日は後悔すべき日だったのかしら。
Guess it really was a regretful day in the end.
俺には夢がある。海外を巡りたい。
I have dreams. I want to go
この
overseas.
ちっぽけな日本を飛び出して
I'll fly out of
必
this
ず大
country.
物になって帰ってくる。
I'll make it big. I'll come back to you.
懐かしい
Takes
わ
me
ね。
back.
あの頃の私は互いの途方もない夢を認め合うのが恋人同士だみたいな考えだった。
At that time, I thought of lovers as a pair of people willing to acknowledge each other's radical
だ
dreams.
から彼も私がデザイナーとして大成してパリで新作を発表して
That's why he'd always happily cheer me up by talking about how I'd become a successful
取材
designer.
時にもみくちゃにされるなんて夢を楽しそうに語って
Traveling to Paris to
喜ばせて
release a
くれ
new
たわ。
line, getting jostled by the press.
思えば本当におかしな地に足がついてない日々だった。
When I think about it, I really had my head in the clouds during that strange time.
互いに互いを浮かれさせてふわふわし合ってる
We
感じ。
lifted each other up as though we were drifting about in
だ
the
か
air.
ら彼が日本を飛び出したいなんて言い出した時、私はそ
When he
れを
said
喝采して
he wanted to get out of
応援を約束
Japan,
した
I
わ。
applauded him and promised to support him. Acknowledging each other's dreams with nothing but words is a classic sort of pillow talk between lovers. However, when it comes to actually carrying them out, you need to be more serious and calculating.
私はあの日彼を見送ったことを長いこと誇りにしてた。
For a long time, I felt proud of letting him go on that
う
day.
ん今も誇りにしてる
I。still do.
でも後悔もしているんです
Do you
ね。
still regret it?
そうよ。
Right.
あの日泣きわめいて反対してたら私は地獄に落ちなかったかもしれ
If
ない。
I'd sobbed and told him to stop on that day, I might not have fallen into
それを
hell.
笑顔で見送ったのが私の勝利？
Seeing him off with a smile was my
違
victory?
うわ。
Of course not.
それはある意味戦うべき時を自ら放棄した不先輩みたいなものだ
It's。like I lost by default by refusing to fight when the time came.
私はその負けを美化して男の海外への挑戦を笑顔で見送り、
I only glorified that loss, saw him off with a smile as he went to take on the world
海外
overseas.
しく娘と帰りを待つ良き女の幻想に酔ってるだけ。
I became intoxicated with the illusion that I was some brave woman waiting patiently for her man's return with her
電
daughter.
話一本よこさず彼が教えてくれた住所への郵便も転居先不明で戻ってくるのに
Even though I didn't get a single call from him, and mail sent to the address he'd given me came back, forwarding address unknown.
戦うべき時に戦わなかったことを死ぬまで後悔する地獄。
In this
私は
hell,
そ
I
の地
regret not
獄に
fighting when I should have, until
娘
the
ま
day
で
I
引き
died.
ずり込んでいる。
I even dragged my daughter into it.
いっそ誰かに殺されたい。
I wish someone would just kill me.
お前はすでに殺された。
I want to be told that I've already been killed, that I'm a ghost
恋は
in love.
戦わなくちゃ
If you don't fight,
地獄を這う。
you have to crawl through hell.
そう恋は戦うも
Yes,
の。
love is a fight.
勝って
Will
得
you
る
win and gain?
負けて
Or
死ぬ
lose and
か
die?
でもどうか死を恐れないで。
Please have no fear of death.
なぜならそれは安らかな眠りだから。
After all, it's a peaceful sleep.
真に恐ろしいのは
It's truly terrifying.
勝てずそして死ねもしなかった眠れぬ亡者たちの落ちる地獄。
Is the hell where you find the unsleeping ghosts of those who couldn't win and yet couldn't die?
その地獄に
That hell has
終
no
わり
end.
はない。
恋の戦いは戦いもせず
Battle of love is cruelest for those who never
死
even
ねも
fought,
しなかった者に
but weren't able to die either.
もっ
恋は当たって砕けろってわけだ。
So in love, you've got to make it or break
そう
it.
いう討ち死には
Dying in battle like
せい
that
せいする
is
よな。
liberating.
人を最も苛む毒薬は恋を腐らせて作るという。
They say the most torturous toxin for humans is made from love grown stale.
その苦しみはどのよう
The
な
suffering it
悪趣味な地獄の拷問をも上回る。
Exceeds the torturers of the most twisted hells. She used this knowledge to try and embolden her double and little sister, encouraging her to take on any trial, no matter how fierce.
わかります。
I understand. After all, when my desire to have Battler-san accept me one day wells up in my chest, I can feel the seed that reside there.
その種を芽吹かせるも
It's up to me to kill that seed or make it bud.
でもそのまま胸の中で腐らせればきっとその毒は
However, if I let it
私を
rot
永
here
遠
in
に
my chest,
苛む
the poison will surely torment me forever.
それこそが我ら千年の魔女をしても最も恐れる
And that is the most fearsome torture in the world. You know what, that might be true. I don't actually think I disagree with that.
世界で一番恐ろしい拷問だ
Even for us 1,000-year witches, you can relate to Rosa, very similar family situation. Yeah, that's not a lot of fun. That's a classic went to get some smoke situation, right? With the added debt on top of it. But I mean, debt can come from just buying a house, let alone the business. Let alone taking out a business loan and then he fucks off overseas and takes all your money. Yeah, that's rough. A fearsome torture in the world, even for us 1,000-year witches? Yeah.
見届けよ恋を愛を軽んじる者たち
See
よ
what happens to those who make light of love.
このローザの地獄こそ
This
が
hell of roses.
恋の種を芽吹かせる勇気を持てず腐らせたる者がたどる末路
What happens to those who do not possess the courage to make the seed of love bud, and instead allow it to rot?
その苦しみは自分の手では終わらせられない
One cannot end that pain by their own hands. Interesting idea. Interesting idea. Yeah, she needs $1 million. She needs $1 million US to pay it off now, 9 years later. So it's probably around $1 million. And she probably just is paying down like she's probably like not paying down the principal at all. She's just paying off the loan, she's probably she's probably just paying off interest or trying to pay off interest. If it's that much. Just now, was that a red light?
失礼しました。
Pardon me.
何？
What? Although interesting concept. Usually advice for relationships and stuff like the situation Rose is in is to get the fuck over it. And they posited in this game that if you're in a situation like that, you can't help yourself and you're screwed. That's an interesting philosophy to espouse. The best thing that can happen to you is that you get put out of your misery by someone killing you. It's kind of sad, but okay. Oh, what? Just now, I thought I saw something strange. I wonder if I'm tired. It's probably just my imagination. Rosa picked up her cup of cold tea, and when she did, she saw a small red rose petal float to the surface. A rose? I've heard in your youth you love to lie on that sofa. It wasn't a rose petal. It was a drop of blood that had fallen from Rosa's eyes. In an instant, Cannon had beautifully and precisely cut a single thread of Rosa's life. There was no wound on her body, however several drops of blood dripped down from her eyes. Her pain, her uncertainties, and her worries were all gone now. Slowly she fell down onto her side of the sofa. This had been one of the happiest things she'd done during the happiest day of her life. Sleep well, Rosa-sama. Your hell is ended. Cannon took a blanket out of a cupboard and gently covered Rosa with it. To anyone, it would look as though Rosa was just sleeping peacefully. The demons had not exaggerated when calling this trial a battle of love. It was at least accurate on this cruel but unassailable fact that those who have their love shattered meet with death.
これで僕のノルマは終わりだ。
It's accurate on this cruel and unassailable fact those who have their love shattered meet with death. Interesting. So I guess there's no such thing as meeting a second person you like. All right. If you don't succeed with your first crush, guys, the only thing you will ever meet is death. Just having that read out right here. Interesting philosophy of the author. Now my part's complete. Did you see that, demons? Yeah, Rudolph would be very confused with that thought.
しまった。
よくもママを殺したな。
Dare to kill my mama.
よくもママを殺したな。
Oh, looks like he's killing Maria too. One of the two great witches of Mariage Sorcière, Maria, who has never successfully done anything. Good luck. Though she was just an apprentice, the power sleeping within her had impressed even Beato at the height of her strength. In Maria's eyes, though, Rosa might have been the Black Witch, but she's also the vessel of the mother she couldn't help but love. Her anger at having that stolen from her was near madness. You dare to... Cannon's fine. Maria's attack was too emotional. Because of this, she didn't notice Cannon had vanished for several heartbeats, and she released her barrage, it would have become empty space. In the meantime, Cannon... Jesus, that looks ugly. Cannon jumped from wall to wall around to Maria's back. I don't want to kill past my quota. But I'll clean up the messes I made. But I...
外交官特権
Diplomatic immunity.
僕とマリアを照準することを
I won't let you target Mario or me. You know, it'd be really funny if she goes around and just says Cannon slit my mother's throat. That'd be pretty funny. The red blade, curved blade extending from Cannon's hand vanished in an instant. He tried hard to make it reappear, but when he attempted to use it on Mari and Soktaro again, it vanished once more. Because of Soktaro's power, he was unable to make either of them the target of his attacks. Oh, there you are. How long have you been there? Diplomatic immunity is only from legal proceedings. It doesn't magically stop anybody from shooting you. Of course. But, of course that's true, but, I mean... Maria doesn't need to know that. Just use your magic, Maria. Don't let anyone bully Maria. Maria finally noticed where Cannon was, and she slowly turned around. Cannon made his sword materialize yet again. And no matter how often he tried, it kept fading out like a flashlight with a bad battery. Won't let you get away now. I won't forgive you for the sin of stealing my mama away. I'll kill you. Just like Mama killed all of them, I'll kill you without mercy. As Maria howled, the entire parlor was surrounded by a cube of red magic barriers. A closed room symbolizing a barrier Cannon could never escape. It'd be really funny if Cannon died to Maria and they're like, wait, Maria, it's like, you walked in and she's like, Cannon killed Mama, and it's like Cannon's been stabbed to death with like a kitchen knife or something, like Maria went berserk on him for killing her. That'd be really funny. No, Cannon cursed his bad luck. Even though he'd fulfilled his goal in the demon's trial, if he is killed here, he'd be dragged off the game board.
Maria,
Don't overdo it. Don't overdo it. You're more gentle than Mama was.
Who is it? 失礼します。マリア
Pardon
様。
me, Maria-sama.
ゼパル様、フルフル様との契約により、お命頂戴いたします。
In accordance with Zapar and Furfur have come for your life, Maria has to deal with Shannon and Canon at the same time. Shannon's got an easy one. Her brother is on a killing spree and she just has to go kill someone who's trying to defend themselves from him. Wow, Shannon's got it fucking easy. Holy shit. Like, my brother's a psychopath and killing people. I don't know why any of these fuckers don't just murder the other person in the trial. Is that not the most... You can pick who you murder. And you can pick who you murder. Just murder the other person in the trial so they don't get a turn and you win by default. Or so they can't win because they're fucking dead. Like, I don't get why they're not just doing that. It makes so much more sense. Whatever. I guess they... Like, I don't know. Is the story supposed to be that Shannon, Canon, Jessica, George are murdering the whole family because they didn't think they'd accept their relationship? That's such a dumb story. So it's clearly something else, but like, whatever. Shannon, don't get in my way.
無駄だよ、シャノン。
He's pointing to Shannon.
マリアは誰にも照準できない。
I won't let anyone target Maria.
はい、
Yeah.
照準など大それたことはい
I
た
don't
しま
intend
せ
to
ん。
target her in any way.
ただ私は身を守る
I'll
だけで
simply
す。
protect myself. A cylindrical red magical barrier surrounded Shannon as she stood in the center of the parlor. She made its brightness and thickness grow. Its radius suddenly expanded, filling the room. It wasn't targeting Maria. It was wielded to protect Shannon's body, so Doctaro's power didn't make it disappear.
姉さん。
お嬢様への気持ちはこんなところでついえるの。
Would you let your feelings for Milady collapse in a situation like this?
しっかりなさい。
Get a hold of yourself. By now, the shield with Shannon at the center had covered up the entire room. Its power crushed Mari and Soktaro into the corner. Ironically, they were perfectly wedged between Shannon's barrier and the closed room barrier Mari had set up to prevent Canon from escaping. No good. I really wish there was like a twist in one of these murders. Like, we're 6 chapters in and there hasn't been like a good twist where like someone unexpected dies. Makes the murders so very predictable. The whole murder scene is predictable and boring. You see who they're attacking and you're like, they're just dead. It's not like, oh, there'll be a twist and someone else is dead. It's just like, oh, well, they're dead. It'd make the scene more interesting if you didn't always know exactly who was dying from the very start.
そっか、この部屋は
I see, this is a closed room.
ベアとの魔法
It
を
might
否
be
定
perfect
す
for
る
the wannabe
探偵
detective
気
who's
分
trying
は
to deny
ちょ
Beato's
うどいい
magic.
かもしれない。
チェックメイトです。
Checkmate,
マリよろしい
Mario-sama.
ですか？
Is that acceptable?
うん、いいよ。潰して。
Fine, crush me.
それでは
Here it comes.
これにて。
The entire room was filled with the red light of the shield. The output and pressure were raised to their limits, crushed between the shield and their own closed room barrier. Mari and Soktaro lost their forms, scattered into a golden splash, and disappeared. Thank you.
ここで消えるわけにはいかなかった。
I couldn't afford to disappear. Yeah. How are you
こ
gonna
んなとこで
disappear?
負けてたら
Jessica literally had her head blown off. A hole put straight through it, and she walked it off. If you lost in a place like this, you wouldn't be able to let it go. Cannon literally couldn't lose, Shannon. I don't even know why you had to show up to help him.
そうさ。
You're literally incapable of losing in this trial. It's just a matter of like killing people with your infinite superpowers in this from their perspective.
こんなとこで負けてたら。
I wouldn't give up if I lost in a place like this.
ゼパル様、フルフル様、
Furfur?
私たちも共
We
に
finished our
これ
trials.
でよろしいです
Is
か？
that satisfactory?
いやー、本当にお見事だね。
Splendid.
二人とも文句なしだったよ。
No complaints for either of you.
では最
後はベアトリーチェの番かしら。
Then we finish with Beatrice's turn?
おや
Where'd she go?
彼女はどこに？
もちろ
To
ん
the victim she's
彼
chosen,
女
of
の選ん
course.
だ生贄のところにさ。
Who'd she pick?
さあ私たちもそこに
Let's
行
go
ってみ
there
よ
as
う。
well. Okay, who's Beato jumping on? Natsuhi could be seen in her personal room. I guess Natsuhi's dead. Why not change things? Come on. Kraus told her to go to bed, but she couldn't afford to lie around sleeping on an important day like this. However, she realized she was the type to get excited easily, and this sometimes held her husband back. So, though she didn't like it one bit, there was no way around it. It's probably close to the time for the break to end and the family conference will begin once again in the dining hall. Her husband would have to protect the Ushiromiya family honor from those greedy siblings all by himself. If she grew emotional by his side, she'd just tie him down. Though she knew that quietly waiting here was the best way she could support him, that didn't make waiting any easier. Natsuhi pulled out a small treasure box from a drawer. It's her secret box. Everything inside was everything from value items to mere rubbish. Okay. They were all precious, memorable treasures in Natsuhi's eyes, though. She pulled out a small pouch from the box. She stuck her hand inside. It was a charm that her own family gave her when she married. A spirit mirror to ward off evil, one that we know doesn't work. Her own face was reflected in it. Youth does not last forever. Recently, she had seen a bit of her parents and grandparents on her own face, so by staring at a reflection in the mirror like this, she felt as though her soul had returned to the family she had been born into. I've always been so ignorant, unable to support my husband. Of course, her face in the mirror didn't answer. However, Natsuhi continued. I'll wait here alone. Because I love my husband. But I think love means being close to one another. Though I understand logically, staying here is the best way I can help him. I feel wretched for doing it. Tough, right? Waiting for the sake of love? With a plop, a tear fell onto the mirror. Old dear memories of her life at her parents' house rose up inside her, and now was the time for her to follow her parents' example. When her father came home late, her mother would always sit up straight waiting for him, prepared for him to arrive at any minute. She'd always wait for him kneeling in the entrance hall, and no matter how late he came home, she'd always wake up all the children and line them up to greet him. At the time, I only thought of her as being exceptionally strict, but at this age, I understand how strong she was, persevering in her love for her beloved husband, even after being left in charge of the house while he was out. Because of your love for your husband, you couldn't bear to be made to care for an unfamiliar child. The sudden voice made Natsuhi jump up and look around the room. When she did, there was a Western lady wrapped in an extravagant dress. Who are you? Natsuhi was confused. There was no one like this in the mansion. However, though this was her first time seeing this person, it felt as though she'd seen her somewhere else. Her mind went blank with anger at the ruffian who snuck into her private room and confusion over the appearance of someone she didn't know. It took some time before she realized this is the witch of the portrait. Though you murdered a baby you didn't know on that day 19 years ago, I won't hold that sin against you. What? Beato chose Natsuhi as her sacrifice. She was Battler's enemy. Beato didn't know much about the details of Battler's birth. However, she did know about the fragment from the previous game, and she knew there was a chance that Battler was the baby Natsuhi had pushed off a cliff 19 years ago. Yeah, but Battler was clearly making that shit up. Battler had used this blue wedge to protect Natsuhi from a certain false charge, but if you took it as a confession by Battler himself, then from Beato's position, Natsuhi was an enemy who probably forced Battler to live a painful life. You killed that baby who lacked your husband's blood, and for the sake of love of your husband, but for the sake of love, I will not hold it against you. I don't know what you're talking about.
ここは私の部屋です。
Get out, this is my room.
ならば
Therefore,
私の愛ゆえにあなたを殺すこともまた
please don't hold it against me when I kill you for the sake of my love. Beato slowly struck out her arms, made as if to grab something in empty space. That grab bound itself around Natsuhi's neck. Ah, the good old force choke. Very nice, very nice. Natsuhi's heels lifted up and a faint purple shape appeared around her neck. Natsuhi frantically scratched at her neck, trying to stop whatever was strangling her, but there was nothing there. To an outsider, it looked as though Natsuhi was standing on her toes in anguish, scratching her own neck.
愛し合う二人たちが皆決意を見せました。
Both pairs of lovers have shown their determination.
私のバトラさんへの思いがそれに劣っているとは思いません。
I do not think my love for Battler-san is inferior to theirs.
私が19年前のあなたの罪を咎めないように、私も自らのこの罪を咎めません。
Just as I won't blame you for your sin of 19 years ago. Won't blame myself for this one. As Natsuhi twisted in agony, something she had been grasping fell from her grip. As it had fallen by her feet, Beato dropped her gaze to see what it was. It was Natsuhi's spirit mirror. When she peered into it, there was a sound like a burst of electricity. The sound released Natsuhi from the invisible hands. That spirit mirror doesn't work, though. It made Beato topple backwards like a doll. Coughing, Natsuhi tried to comprehend what was going on around her. Beato rolled over, dizzy as though she just bumped her head, and she slowly tried to stand up. Her eyes were bewildered as though she didn't really understand what happened. What? How on earth is Beato losing to the spirit mirror? Fucking stakes beat that shit. God damn, man. What's this?
これは
That's
クモの
surprising.
巣を触っても平気だったそなたが霊鏡は
You
ダメ
handle
だと思
spider
う。
webs without trouble, but not the spirit mirror? I don't have a clue what's
私にも
happening.
一体何が
In the world? She had thought that only Beato the Elder possessed non-human weak points, such as getting burned by spiderwebs and wards and having her powers sealed by spirit mirrors. For some reason, this spirit mirror alone could apparently affect Beato as well. Even Beato couldn't understand what about the spirit mirror had such an overpowering effect on her. But Beato can handle that. Natsuhi was different. She instantly realized the reason for the hesitation of this unearthly being. This witch of the portrait must be the power of the mirror. She rapidly crawled across the floor and picked it up. Then she stuck it out so Beato could see it. Beato still didn't know what was happening, so still sitting down, she looked straight at it. This time, both of them understood the situation completely. Beato realized the mirror was working some hateful power against her, and Natsuhi realized the spirit mirror had the power to repel witches. Why is this mirror?
それは
Because you're
お
an
前
evil
が
witch?
横島な魔女だから。霊言新たかなるこの霊鏡は邪悪な存在のすべてを退け
This
るのです。
miraculous spirit mirror repels all creatures of evil. Okay. Snap Natsuhi's wrist and make her look into it, killing her instantly. Don't point it at me. Why is I don't fucking get this. Why Beato's struggling like this. I guess. Whatever. But the spirit mirror still held out. Natsuhi cautiously closed the gap between them. She was cautious so as to prevent the other from suddenly lashing out and stealing the mirror, but she steadily moved to corner this evil.
あなたが
I don't know
何
who
者
you
わ
are.
かるのは
All I know is
あ
you
なた
tried to kill
は
me.
私として
And I know you're a
この
creature of
霊
evil.
鏡にひるむ
Fearful
邪
of
悪
the
な
spirit
存在
mirror.
であるということです。退きなさい、邪悪め。
Be gone, evil one. Beato didn't understand what was happening herself. She didn't know why she had to fear this spirit mirror. However, when she tried to look at the bright light let off by the spirit mirror, it pierced her eyes. Though she didn't understand why she must be afraid, she did understand she must be afraid. By now, Beato realized the spirit mirror was both terrifying and harmful. As it came close to her, she felt an increasingly strong and painful burning sensation over her whole body, as though someone was approaching her with a hot iron. She couldn't even open her eyes because of the mirror's bright, painful glint. What's it supposed to be? A gun instead of a mirror? I don't fucking know.
さあ、元の世界
Return
に
to the
退
world
散
from
なさ
whence you
い。
came, evil
よ
one?
くこの後ろ宮夏樹。
邪悪に対して一歩たりともひるみはしません。
Ushiromiya and Natsuhi don't fear evil in the least. No use. Why? Why is this musty mirror so? If I lose here, I'll be the only one to fail the trial. Just like George and Shannon-san, and Jessica and Cannon-san. I also want Battler-san to acknowledge me and treasure me, and even though I finally managed to be honest with myself, in a place like this, I alone will be.
諦めちゃうの？
It's giving up.
あなただけが？
Only you?
信じるんだ。
Believe.
愛の奇跡は必ず起こる。
A miracle of love will surely occur. I love Battler-san. I want him to notice me. I want him to acknowledge and accept my feelings. My reason for calling him father and dedicating myself to him was out of duty towards a parent. I would have been satisfied with no reward. That was a deception I used to fool myself. I love Battler-san. I want him to acknowledge it. I accept it. I won't turn away longer. I was born because I love Battler-san, and I want him to acknowledge or love me back. And so, I can't lose. Here.
退散なさい。よこしまなるものよ。ここにあなたの居場所は存在しません。
There's no place for you here. Her determination had come too late. If she'd had it from the start, she probably would have managed to finish Natsuhi off right without any fear. Because she wavered, it had taken time to kill Natsuhi, and things had ended up like this. But now I'm resolved. I want to love Battler-san. I want him to love me. I can't lose you. I was born for Battler-san's sake.
そう、
Yes,
それが。
聞きたかった。
What we wanted to hear. Blam! Good old 45 got her, right? Chester 45? After a sound like a beetle banging off the walls filled the room, the spirit mirror was knocked out of Natsuhi's outstretched hand. It fell to the floor, and the stake flying around the room pierced through it with a crash.
傲慢のルシファー、ここに。
Lucifer of Pride here.
久しぶりの獲物が古ぼけた鏡一枚だなんて。私を愚弄するにも程があるわ。
You dare mock me by choosing a single old mirror to be my first target in so long? Lucifer son?
ルシファーさん。ベアトリーチェ様、試練の遂行を。
Beatrice-sama, you must complete your trial.
逃げられます。
She's getting away.
誰か来てください。
Someone! Now that the spirit mirror, her last ray of hope, had been smashed, and the number of strange demons increased, Natsuhi could do nothing but run for it. However, if she made a scene and people gathered, the anti-magic toxin would burn Beato. Now was her last chance. Thank you, Lucifer. Prepare yourself. Ushiromiya Natsuhi. Back to the choking deal. Once again, Beato choked the thin air. This time she wouldn't let her escape. She had to end Natsuhi's pain right away before it got too drawn out. But her power wasn't enough. Though Natsuhi scratched her neck, she struggled to escape the room, her striking hands stretched out to the lock on the door. A closed room is one of the concepts that allows a witch to be a witch. Unlocking the door strengthened the anti-magic toxin a little. Since Beato was at her limit, even within a closed room, if Natsuhi undid it, Beato's power would weaken immediately and Natsuhi would surely escape the hallway. Their strengths were matched. Lucifer, deal with it. However, Natsuhi began to surpass Beato's slightly. The power of the living to live is fundamentally stronger than the power of magic. Of course, Beato was mastering all her might. However, Natsuhi was just a bit stronger.
十分だ。
That's enough.
ルシファー、やれ。
Lucifer, do it.
ギョイ。
As you wish. Lucifer transformed into a stake, and like the time she smashed Natsuhi's spirit mirror, flew violently around the room. Battler getting disappointed with their lack of progress. Then she struck Natsuhi's forehead. Natsuhi crumpled slowly. When Beato saw this, she also fell to her knees, breathing hard.
これ
Zapata?
ってありなの？
Does this count?
ベアトリーチェは自分の力だけで試練を成し遂げていないわ。
Beatrice didn't complete the trial by her strength alone, right?
そうだねフルフル。
That's right,
確か
Frufru.
に試練は誰の助けも借りずに成し遂げなくてはならない。
This trial must be accomplished without borrowing the help of any other.
でもね、ひょっとしたら
Is this
そ
maybe
れに
an
は例外
exception?
があるんじゃないかしら。
愛する二人は互いで一人だもの。
A pair and lover is
こ
one.
れは手助けじゃない。
It doesn't count as help from the outside.
バトラさん、
Battlerさん。
たかだか第一の晩からハラハラさせるな。お
Did
前
you
は
really have to scare me like that as soon as the first twilight?
申し訳ございません。
Apologies.
追いつけを守らなくて。
Alright, I didn't listen to your instructions.
追いつけ
Instructions?
その部屋でおとなしくしていな
I
くて。
didn't stay in my room. Beato hung her head apologetically, and when he saw this, Battler scratched his head uncomfortably.
それを言ったら俺も
In that case,
申
I'll
し訳
apologize.
言葉を選ばなかった。
I should have chosen my words more carefully.
いいえ、
You did nothing wrong.
お父様。
Father,
い
I mean, Battler-san.
バトラさんは何も悪
Yeah,
いことはありません。
sorry, Dad. I left my room to murder someone and didn't finish them quickly enough. And he's like, yeah, that's fine.
いいぜ。好きに呼べばいい。
That's fine. Call me whatever you like. Battler had always looked at the new Beatrice sternly. However, that was gone from his expression now.
確かに。かつてのお前は俺をバトラと呼びつけで呼んでいた。
True, the old you may have called me just
俺は
Battler.
最初、お前にそれと同じ呼び方を求めて
I might have tried to
押
force
し
you
付
to
けてい
speak
た
to
か
me
もし
that
れない。
way,
しかし、
but that would be pointless.
そんなのに意味はないんだ。お前はベアトだが、お前は
You're
お前
Beato,
だ。
but you're still you.
好きに呼べばいい。
Call me whatever you want.
バトラさん。
Battler-san.
そうだな。
Works great.
さすがにお父様は俺の趣味じゃねえぜ。
Can't say being called father is really my thing. Yes. Earlier, she hesitated just to say Battler's name at all. If Battler had told her to say his name without honorifics, she couldn't have done so right now. Even if she had, that might have hurt Battler even more. However, she was allowed to call Battler by his name. She just had to look into her eyes. You just have to look into her eyes to see how happy this made her.
ゼパルとフルフルに聞い
I heard
た。
from Zapar and
おかし
Frufru.
なゲームが始まっているようだな。
Seems a strange game's been started.
は
Yes.
はい、勝手なことをしてすみません。
Sorry for getting involved on my own.
いや、
No
そうい
problem.
う無軌道で何を始めるかわからないところも実にお前らしい。
The reckless way you leap in before you understand is
それに
really
そ
like you.
のまあ、
And well,
ゲームの趣旨も聞い
I
て
heard
る
about the theme of this game.
二人一組で挑むのが正しいことになってるら
Apparently,
し
you're
い。
supposed to play it in pairs.
ええ、その通りですバトラ卿。
That's correct, Lord Battler.
もしも見事我らの試練を勝ち残れたな
You could succeed in winning through our trial.
ら、
我らはあなたたち二人を祝福し、魔法の奇跡を授けま
We'll
しょう。
bless the pair of you and bestow a miracle of magic upon you.
こいつらがベアトの黄金蝶のブローチに力を与えてたらしい。
It seems these two have been giving their powers to Beato's golden butterfly
That-
brooch.
その効果は保証済みって
That
わけ
means the
だ。
effectiveness is guaranteed.
俺とお前の腐れ縁ももう随分になる。
We've been stuck with each other for a long time now.
たまに
Nothing
はこう
wrong
いう遊びがあ
with
っても
playing this
いいだ
sort
ろ
of
うぜ。
game. Every now and then.
バトラさん。
おや、聞いたかいフルフル。
Did you hear that,
バ
Frufru?
トラ卿も試練に参加す
Looks
る
like
ようだ。
Battler's joining in as well.
驚くには
It's no
値し
surprise.
だってこれは最初から分かっていたことだもの。
After all, we've known since the beginning.
ようこそ我らの試練へ。
A
バト
couple,
ラ卿。
a couple that kills together stays together. Is that what they're trying to teach?
ではあなたは誰を生贄に？
Who will your sacrifice be? Welcome to the trial,
俺
Lord
の仕
Battler.
事は
I've
す
done
で
my
に
part.
終わってる。確認するといい。
Go and check if you want.
かしこまりました。バ
Very
トラ
well, Lord
卿。
Battler.
さあフルフル、
Come,
確認してこよう。
Let's go check. You love how optimistically dark these two are talking about this. Yeah, they're like so happy about it.
そうしましょう。でもゼバル、
That's a paw.
これで愛し合う6人は みんな試練を成し遂げてしまったわ。
Means all 6 lovers succeeded in their
次は
trials,
どう
right?
すればいいか
What
しら。
next?
6人の覚悟は本物だ。
Resolve of all 6 is the real deal.
さらに次の試練で試すとしよう。
Let's test them further in the next trial. Smoother, the couple that slays together stays together. Yeah, but that wasn't vague enough. That's too vague. You could be slaying dragons. The 2 noisy demons disappeared. They'd apparently left to go check on the sacrifice Battler had killed. And also so that Battler and Beato could finally look each other in the eye and talk, having some time alone. There's 4 other people in the room. Or 6. Yeah, there's 4 other people in the room.
ここまでの物語はいかがですか？
And what do you think of the tale so far? Good question. I think it's alright. An interesting twist. We've gotten some okay backstory. Not too much getting flushed out, but hey, it's interesting, I suppose. What happens next, though? The reactions to all these deaths? Well, we're gonna have to find that one out next time.